Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an airline pilot and an Airbus A330 pilot, and in today's video we are going right into British Airways. Now, how did I get to this particular airline and this particular route that we are going to fly today, or rather these routes? Well, I had a look at the analytics chart on my YouTube channel, and it actually turned out that the vast amount of viewers culminating in one place are from London, and that is 0.8% of my total viewers in the channel. So 0.8% of you guys are actually in London. That is quite impressive. The next closest city then is New York with just half of that, 0.4. So if that means something, it obviously is that we are going to fly British Airways today, located at Indybuild London Heathrow Airport. And originally I wanted to fly to Amsterdam, but it just wouldn't work out really, because we would have to start the flight earlier, but as you can see from the schedule in the description of the live stream, we want to fly to Hanover later on, and either we would have done a very long turnaround, so in excess of 1 hour time, or we just pick another city. Now, I went to pick another city, and looking into the amount of events taking place on VATSIM today, there is an event that is departing Luxembourg Airport, and there are a couple of slots open over there. So for that reason, Luxembourg is what I have selected for my first destination. And later today, we are going to fly on to Hanover. And interestingly enough, this very rotation does exist in the British Airways schedules. So there is actually a day in a life of a British Airways A320 crew that flies exactly this kind of route, even though at a slightly different time of the day. That much we gotta sacrifice. Alright, so this much is what we have now used to prepare our flight. Now, let's go ahead and board our Airbus and start with our pre-flight procedures. Now, I'm going to take you through the full experience here. This is going to be probably a very long live stream, I suppose, but hey, I've got off, my girlfriend's out for the day, so we do have time available. Alright then, getting right into our Airbus A320, Golf Echo Triple Uniform is what we're flying, but there are a few things that we just quickly need to set up over here. So we're going to start in the sim settings, and this particular aircraft seems to have the analog standby instruments and a DD-RMI fitted. It also has the DCDU. We're going to leave the cabin ready because hey, why not? Looking over the airline modifiable information, a bit of stuff in there, but the only one that I really care about is the EFB mount, which is on the frame, so that we can use the sun shield if we want to. And don't worry if the frame rate is a little bit bad right now, it is in my sim as well. That is going to improve in a few moments. Alright then, moving on into the cabin, let's have a look at what we can find. The cabin will be visible today, and we are going to have the cabin announcements on as well. As you can see, SDS and rudder damping is both enabled. Strolling acceleration is disabled since the real Airbus does not have that on its FCU. However, it does on the radios, so it's a bit of a pity that we can't, well, use it as we did before the update. Before the Phoenix Block 2 update, we could use the FCU in real time and the radios accelerated. Unfortunately, that doesn't work anymore, but so be it. In terms of callouts, I'm just going to turn them all on because hey, why not? And weights are obviously fine. GSX, as you can see, is set up like this. So fueling and catering first, boarding second. And at least for the very first departure, we actually want to turn auto catering on over here. Cabin announcements are obviously enabled, and we are going to turn them up over here so that we can actually hear what's going on in the back. Alright, so that much for our aircraft setup. We should have a pretty realistic setup of the airplane now. At least it is the most realistic that I could find. Now, Extreme is asking in the comments if I'm a real British Airways pilot. The answer to that is no, but we are still able to come up with a pretty realistic setup because a friend of mine actually does fly for British Airways, and he told me that they are mostly operating Airbus standard operating procedure, and that is the same that my own airline does. So that much for it. And Ben Reddick, can you show us your rudder sensitivity settings together with the rudder dampening? Well, it's neutral. It is simply neutral. I do believe that to work best, in my opinion. And G. Walker, don't lean on the seat. Yeah, we'll we'll be careful with that. Alright, cool. So let's go ahead and have a look at that thing now. So we're going to start with a preliminary cockpit preparation procedure here. And that's first of all ensuring the airplane's safety, so the engine master switches are off, engine start selector norm. And I do apologize for calling this an engine start selector compared to an engine mode selector, as it is correctly called in the A320. The reason for that is that on the A330 we call this thing an engine start selector. So slightly different in the name, but I'm gonna stick with the A330 stuff, because otherwise I know what's gonna come in my next recurrent simulator session. Alright, so from there on, moving on to the weather radar. Couple of things that we check there. Gain needs to be calibrated, multi-scan and ground clutter suppression are auto, tilt 5 up is okay, and we're going to turn it to weather turbulence and hazards. Weather radar itself is off, predictive wind shear off. From there, landing gear lever is down, and the wiper selectors are off. Battery voltage, since the airplane has not been powered for a while, actually for less than 6 hours, the airplane has not been powered for more than 6 hours, that way around. Battery voltage greater than 25.5, so with that we can turn the batteries on. We're also going to turn the external power on, and now, Airbus is Airbus, this thing is going to need a little time here until it has powered up. In the meantime, we are going to go into the electronic flight bag, and we will have a look into here. 27 minutes till our scheduled off-block time, and one thing I can tell you already, it is really busy here in Heathrow. Just look at that. Loads of aircraft, and the terminal looks like that all the way around, so delays are expected today. But the good thing is, since we are using real-life British Airways schedules, we do have a little bit of extra block time allocated. Okay, so, then, Matthew Pavel asking, what do you think about the A380 development update that has just released? Honestly, I haven't seen it yet, so unfortunately I can't tell you anything on that quite yet. Alright, so let's go straight into it. Next up, we're going to have a look at the operational flight plan. And down here, what can we find? So, weather briefing at first, and Luxembourg is showing good weather conditions all over, only overnight, and tomorrow morning it's going to become bad. So, very good weather at our destination, Luxembourg. Now, looking into our alternate Brussels, we've got very good weather as well. So, I don't think that we do expect any arrival delays. So, what we'll make sure is that we got sufficient taxi fuel. So if they say 4.6 is planned takeoff, then what I'm going to do is I'll make it 5,000 kilograms of block fuel. Alright, so 5,000 kilograms. Now that this is decided, let's go on into the mass and balance, and here we go. So planned load is going to be 5,000 kilograms. Here we go. Alright, so planned gross weight 63 tons then. Gonna remember that. Okay, apply and load airplane, and we are going to use GSX for that. I do sincerely hope that I'm not gonna regret this. Okay. So, I do apologize for the slightly bad performance right now. Prior to the live stream, it worked very well, and now that I started the stream, performance is going down a little bit, but I do hope that as soon as we're out of Heathrow, that is gonna go back up again. Alright, so let's go on with our procedures then. Let's test the APU fire extinguisher, working fine. And just a quick thing here that I noticed. If we have a look at the air conditioning page, look at how incredibly hot it is becoming in the cabin now. And this only seems to be the case since the latest Phoenix update, because I don't believe this to be accurate. Now, 32 degrees in the cockpit, outside it's like 15 degrees centigrade. I really don't see why that should be the case. But nonetheless, let's do something for the environment. We'll open the window rather than starting the APU just yet. Okay, so IRS mode selectors, 1, 2, 3, going into nav. Cockpit lights are, well, we are just going to turn them off for now. We are going to fly into the darkness throughout the course of the stream, but I do believe this to be quite fine over here. Alright, so next up we're going to go into the electronic flight bag. And we are going to do the takeoff performance. So Heathrow 27 left, dry conditions. Going to leave everything at optimum at first, 63 tons of weight, and we're going to keep the real world weather. Calculate that, and we are going to take an intersection here, which is going to be, tell you what, November 4. Well, actually, November 3 is going to be good enough. So November 3, calculate that. Flaps 3, no way we're doing that. Let's calculate 1 plus F. Here we go. Alright, so performance limited takeoff weight, 84 tons. Very good. Okay, so let's do the airplane acceptance now. Okay, temperatures are back in the good range. Gonna close that window again. Okay, so, airplane acceptance, we're going to do the recall for 3 seconds here. 21, 22, 23. Right, recall is showing normal. What do we have on the status page? Autopilot auto thrust, that's just because the IRS is not aligned yet. There is nothing in the logbook. The aircraft configuration summary is a standard A320 with analog standbys, DDRMI fitted. We do not have automatic nav on go-around, so we need to press the heading knob, and apart from that, nothing special really. There are no known OEBs at the moment, and with that, we'd accept our aircraft for the flight. So, to ensure safety of the plane then, 1800 psi, hydraulic quantities are looking good, and the engine oil quantities are looking good as well. Speed brake is up and the lever is up as well. Spoilers retracted and disarmed, and our emergency equipment is checked. So with that, the preliminary cockpit preparation is complete, and we can now go ahead and have a look at the airplane from the outside. So let's just go out for a walk around. Okay. Man, frame rate is really getting bad right now. Really no idea why. But tell you what, let's go into the vPilot settings. I do have a suspicion that this is due to VATSIM. Probably just too many aircraft here. Let's limit the maximum number of aircraft to 10. Let's see if that improves our frame rate. Back to the cockpit for a moment. Oh yes, this did improve our frame rate. It's still not perfect, but, well, getting there. And I tell you what, I do have a feeling that here in Heathrow, frame rate is just not good enough to perform the walk-around, so I'm going to stay in... inside here, and we are going to do the walk-around over in Luxembourg, because our first officer is doing it over here. So then let's go ahead with our cockpit preparation procedure. Crew oxygen on, flight recorder or voice recorder ground control on, CVR test looking good, evac command is by captain only, so lights on, batteries off and on again, and if we now have a look at the ELAC panel, alright, they are charging properly as they should. Why is there nothing happening on the airplane? What's GSX doing? I did command fuel truck and catering in position. Yeah, why are the doors not open? Ah, because they're not really in position, huh? Oh well, so be it. Done already. I never saw the doors open. Did you guys see the doors open during the catering? Sure enough, I didn't. Okay. And Skyflyer Dan is asking, do you use frame generation? Yes, I do. And I'm not 100% sure if that can actually be properly streamed. So maybe that's part of the reason why frame rate is showing so bad right now. Not 100% sure. Alright, fuel on board 5,000 kilogram. That means our fueling is finished. Then we can turn the fuel pumps on and the fasten seatbelt sign on as well. And then engine fire test. Looking good on engine number 1. In the meantime, yeah, we should already hear something. Interesting, why are there no cabin announcements? Alright, and engine number 2. It's looking good as well. Right, over here, nothing really. But we might get a little bit of cargo that might require some heating in the aft cargo compartment. I'm going to turn this into the middle position. Alright then, getting down to the... Aha, now they start the boarding. Excellent.
To help us get you away as quickly as possible, please ensure that your hand baggage is safely put away. Smaller bags tagged with a yellow label must be put under the seat in front of you, and all large items placed...
I just really love those cabin announcements. It's kinda a pity, about half a year ago or something, I submitted that request for those cabin announcements to Phoenix. Now, seeing how quickly they've done them, I'm pretty sure they were working on them already beforehand, so I'm certainly not claiming ownership of that feature, even though I did suggest it to them as well at some point. And at the same time, I suggested it to a couple other developers as well. So far, Phoenix are the only ones to actually do this, which is a little bit of a pity, really. But hey, so be it. Alright, let's go ahead with the FMS setup then. Okay, so Speedbird 18 Lima X-Ray, Heathrow to Luxembourg, Altman Brussels, 49 minutes flight time is looking good. Let's just go ahead and make sure that we request the latest weather again. Heathrow, I want a METAR, send that please. Now I'm actually wondering, the music right now comes from the boarding music that came with the cabin announcements, but is that a copyright protected sound? It probably is, so am I going to get a copyright strike for this? I actually have no idea, but honestly, I could imagine it. That's the reason why Phoenix, after all, does not do or does not host those cabin announcements, but why there is a separate Discord server, because the legality of those is highly in doubt. Alright, so we do have a preliminary load sheet over here. Heathrow to Luxembourg, Golf Echo Triple Uniform, so that's the correct airplane, and 2 crew members in the cockpit, 4 in the cabin, 0 fuel weight, 58 tons, maximum 61, and that's the limiting value. Takeoff fuel, pretty much what we had in the flight plan as well. Takeoff weight is looking good as well. We're going to accept that load sheet for now, and then let's go ahead and start our FMS pre-flight procedures. Starting with the aircraft status, A320-200, V2500 engines, current database. Onto the init page, we're going to request that. Now, funnily enough, in the real world, in the real Airbus, the init request is actually done when you go into the ATSU and do the flight init. So when you go on to a flight init here and click initialize data request, that also requests the data in here. Just a small thing there that's different between the simulated version of the Phoenix and the version that is in use in my airline. Alright, so Speedbird 18 Lima X-Ray, Costin X20, faulted flight level 330, and yes, thank you, we can clear those messages. Right, so flight plan, it's 27 left at the moment. I did look that up prior to the flight, but let's, for the sake of it, just have a look into the latest ATIS over here as well. So, D8 at Vatsum, Heathrow information Juliet, arrival 27 right, departing 27 left, transition level 70, wind is pretty much headwind, few clouds 3900, 13 degrees, altimeter 1021. This looks strange with the A in front of it. With a Q, okay, but A, that just looks so much like an American format. But okay, 1021. Let's go ahead and dial that in over here as well. 1021, here we go, and here we go. Okay, so 27 left, our departure runway. And over here, have a look into the flight plan now. What are we going to do? It's the Detling to Golf departure. So here we go, Detling to Golf. Select that, and arrival is going to be in Luxembourg on the ILS Zulu approach, runway 24. Okay, Remba arrival, but which one? They say Remba 3 Delta in here. Well, let's see what that's going to turn into. So Remba 3 Delta. Quick look into the other FMS, where that one's going. Diekirch. So Diekirch 3 Charlie transition, and we're going to insert that. Hopefully that is going to do the job here. Okay, so then let's go ahead with the rest of our software, and in the meantime there's a question in the comments from Sky173 asking whether I'm using the Hoppy ACAS system and if it's easy to set up. Yes, it is. You just register for it, and then you are going to immediately get your code. You just enter that in the Phoenix app, and that's it. Right, so for the emergencies, Heathrow X3 is going to be our waypoint, and that's EGLL 27 left /269/20 25 nautical miles. Alright, insert that in here, and now onto the secondary, LHRX3. Gonna put that in here because buck. Alright, so hold 269, right-hand turns is looking good to me, and immediate return is gonna be to Heathrow as well if we need it. So we're going to insert that over here. Arrival, it's gonna be an ILS 27 right in case we need to come back. And if we go into the performance, then all I'm going to insert into here is the minimum, which is 277. Alright, so that much about our secondary flight plan. Now we are going to put the same into the fixed info, so Heathrow 27 left. Coming in here, 269 the course, that's the runway heading basically, and then LHRX3 as our waypoint. Alright, so on the nav radios, let's have a look at what we actually need over here. So, starting with the ground chart, even though I am going to use the moving map for that. That's the airport charts, and that's the, is that the correct parking stand chart? Nah, not really. Parking stands continued. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So then, departure, and we said we've got the Datling departure. Datling to Golf. Here it is. And that is looking good. Alright then, so, transition altitude 6000 when instructor contact London control after takeoff, report call sign, sit designator current and cleared altitude. And the routing itself is straight at 1 dm from the ILS, then a left-hand turn inbound to Epsom and thereafter Datling. So what we're going to do is 1095 is already tuned. Then Echo Papa Mike going into the ADF. And Datling is going to go into the VOR. And then we can take ADF1, VOR2. Alrighty. So, quick reminder here. Heathrow 27 left. And then we can go onto the init page. 58 tons and 25% CG. 5 tons of fuel. And for the rest of those fields, go all the way down here. Then we have minimum contingency 0.3, alternate 1.2, final 1.1. So 0.3, .3, 1.2, and 1.1. And yes, it is indeed standard procedure that we do insert those numbers from the flight plan at my airline. That's just because you need to be sure that you're actually legal. And Luca Pavan, can you request clearance with PDC, please? Yes, that is absolutely what we're going to do later on. Okay, so performance, flaps 1. Let's have a look into the rest of those numbers, because I do tend to forget them. Right, so 57 degrees and then 36, 40, 40. We can do that. Okay, 57, 136, 140, and 140. Okay, looking good. Not going to insert a takeoff. Well, yes, I am going to insert it. 400 meters. You never know which intersection you might get over here, so here we go. Okay, engine out acceleration is 1500 above the ground, so 1580. Thrust reduction and acceleration altitudes are looking good. And with that, we're pretty much done inserting the flight plan. Now let's just check that our SID is actually correct. So looking down into the departure chart. 27 left, straight at 1 dm, India Lima Lima, then 136 inbound to Epsom. Okay, so that's 271 Alpha, that is our 1 dm point. And then a left-hand turn, course 136 inbound to Epsom. And we do have a waypoint there, aircraft loaded, awesome. We do have a waypoint there, 10 miles after of London VOR, that's fair enough. That probably marks the turning point. Right, then it's going to be a left-hand turn, Epsom between 4 and 6,000, and 32 dm Datling between 5 and 6. So we've got 4,000 here, 5,000 here, and then the 29 dm Datling point got the 6,000 restriction. On to 5 dm at 6,000, and then Datling also at 6,000. Alright, so that is looking awesome. That's exactly what we need. They're finishing up the loading there, and just a quick point here. Temperatures are looking alright in the cabin, but I don't get why it's getting so hot in the cockpit. I mean, it's 12 degrees outside. It would never get that warm in here. But nonetheless, we are going to start the APU now, since we will need it anyway. Okay, APU is firing up. So then, let's go ahead and grab our clearance. You can ignore the estimated fuel on board on the ground, by the way. As soon as we're in the air, that is going to give us a much more realistic value. Just wait for it. That's one of those Airbus things that I had to learn during the type rating. On the ground, it just cannot calculate fuel values properly. Okay, so, ATC request, pre-departure clearance. We're at gate number 503, station Echo Golf Lima Lima, London Heathrow. I'm gonna send them a good afternoon. And the ATIS today, let's review that real quick. It's too bad that you can't request the ATIS through the FMS, by the way. Okay, information kilo. Pretty much unchanged. Okay, we're gonna send that out. Now let's see what we're going to get. Lots of stuff here. vPilot relayed, connected to VATSIM, thank you. Weather data. That's our Heathrow weather that we requested earlier. Okay, load sheet. And that is the final already. Awesome. And what else do we have? Pre-departure clearance, request received, standby. Okay, well in that case, let's go ahead with the load sheet then, since we're still waiting for our clearance. So, AOC menu received messages, load sheet. Okay, zero fuel weight 58 tons, that's exactly as planned. And 31.6 center of gravity. And that's a takeoff weight of 62.8. And we do have 62.8 in here as well. Alright, so we can accept the load sheet, that is good. And we've got 30.2 on the CG, so that's approximately 0.4 down. Also, our takeoff weight is just about 63 tons, so our calculation is good. We can stay with the takeoff values that we've calculated earlier. Okay, so that stuff is done then, so all we're waiting for now is our PDC, and then we'll hopefully be good to go. Okay, so, since we're still waiting for the PDC, I suppose we are just going to start our departure briefing, since in 5 minutes we've got our scheduled off-block time. And Viper NB, the music is part of the boarding music that British Airways uses. You can find that in the Phoenix Cabin Announcement Discord channel. So if I turn it off over here, then we've got silence now. Well, tell you what, since we're still waiting for the clearance, I prefer to do the briefing when the clearance is there, so let's just quickly do the passenger announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel, and in the name of British Airways, you're welcome aboard our flight to Luxembourg. Flight time today approximately 55 minutes at a cruising altitude of 33,000 feet. We would like to thank you very much for being our guests today. Sit back, relax, enjoy the flight with us, and if there is anything we can do for you to make the flight more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our cabin crew. Once again, welcome aboard. Alright, so the passengers are catered for. Literally all we're waiting for now is the clearance. Well, okay, in that case, let me tell you what, we'll just start with our departure briefing, because we ultimately want to get going. And I will just quickly make sure that APU is running, APU bleed coming on, and just ordering GSX to initiate the pushback sequence here, because that is going to take a little while, as we all know. Okay, so for the departure briefing, pilot monitoring, it is your turn. So, Heathrow 27 left, Deckling departure, climbing 6,000 feet, MSA 2,100, highest over the city 2,200, and extra fuel is about 400 kilograms, so not a lot actually, but 5 minutes should be more than sufficient. Alright, I fully agree, now it's the pilot flying's turn. Hotspots for the planned taxi route. Well, the one hotspot I see there is those hold short points that they have here in Heathrow, because we just don't have them on the moving map. So There are these little red stripes, but that's about it. Alright, apart from that, stop margin for rejected takeoff at 1,000 meters. Engine outsits, straight at 25 miles, pick up the hold. For an immediate return, Heathrow is our best option. We're under the maximum landing weight, so an immediate return is absolutely possible. I don't have any special operations. I don't have any non-standard operations. Do you see any threats for the departure? No? Alright, that's awesome. So under the miscellaneous part, it is going to be rather busy on the departure here. By the way, talk about rather busy. Why are the autopilots showing on? That's interesting. Never saw it doing that yet. But okay, always something new in here, is there? Really never saw those autopilots showing the green light on the ground. Did anybody of you see that yet? Sincerely hope that that's not a bad sign for the flight. Well, anyway, since it is going to be a rather busy departure, I will turn on the autopilot shortly after we become airborne. We can do hand flying later on in Luxembourg or maybe in Hanover. Any questions? No? Awesome. Then let's go ahead with the cockpit preparation checklist. So, gear pins and covers removed, fuel quantity 4,980 kilogram balanced, seatbelts on, ADRs, nav, QNH, or barrel ref, QNH 1021. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Alright then, well, if they don't want to send us the PDC, then we gotta do it by voice. So 121705. Yesterday I flew a couple flights over here and they were really after those PDCs, but, well, let's give it a try.
Expecting 591.
Luxembourg, Whiskey, request taxi.
Taxi next to right and then left onto Alpha, hold Lowman.
Virgin 9 reactor requesting fusion start.
Stand by, please.
He seems a little busy.
Papa Yankee.
You're ring 7, Papa Yankee, stand by, I'll call you back. Speedbird 480 November, taxi right onto link.
He seems rather busy, but I have a feeling that we better get used to that today.
Speedbird 9808 November, taxi right link 33, left Alpha, hold Lowman.
Right link 33, left Alpha, hold Lowman, Speedbird 908 November.
Heathrow Ground, good afternoon, Speedbird 1 Lima X-Ray. We sent you a PDC request 5 minutes ago, but never got a reply.
Yeah, Speedbird 1 Lima X-Ray, apologies, it's not working today for reasons I can't figure out. I'll call you back just shortly.
Roger.
KLM 9055.
Okay, PDC not working. Well, that is a pity for London. Yesterday they were really after using that, but okay, so be it. Okay, in that case, we just got a very slight taxi delay there. I hope it's not going to take too long, so let's just make a small announcement about that. Good passenger care and stuff like that.
A-Firm second left, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck again, this is your captain speaking. Unfortunately, due to the large amount of traffic here in Heathrow at the moment, we are going to wait here at the gate for a couple more minutes. I would like to ask for your understanding, but will assure you that we are going to make our departure towards Luxembourg for an on-time arrival as quickly as possible. Thank you for your understanding.
Virgin 9er Echo X-ray.
Okay, so that much about these guys. Then I would say it's just up to the ground controller now to call us for the clearance. Next frequency 18505, we can just pre-select that already. Right, 18505 is selected. Alright, so looking into the comments here once more, David Morgan. Finally able to catch one of your streams. Well, thank you very much, David. Now, Christopher Wu asking, do you find the FS 2020 viewpoints by default are quite low in the sea? Do you think the positions you have here are realistic to the real world? Yes, on the default aircraft, I absolutely agree, but for example, here on the Phoenix or also on the PMDG 737, they are located correctly. So the developers can define the default viewpoints, and on the third-party aircraft we have, like the Phoenix, like the PMDG, there it's working really nicely. Alright, why is that guy getting clearance now? Might have to call him again.
Buxton Park 7 Golf, departure squawk 1433, speed of 442.
Let's see if he remembers us now.
1432.
1432, Speedbird 442. Austrian 5901, holding echo 1.
Probably doesn't, huh?
Austrian 905, 902, 903.
I will call him again.
Taxi left Alpha and hold short of Kilo.
Taxiing left Alpha and holding short of Kilo, Austrian 5901.
KLM 9055, hold position, contact Heathrow Tower 118.505.
Well, looking at the route right now, this seems a little overshooting, so let's just go ahead, pre-select the speed. What's the green dot? 206. Gonna fly the initial turn at that. Pre-select 206. That should give us quite a nice routing.
Condor 2446, Heathrow ground.
Condor 2446.
Condor 2446, taxi stand 235 via Kilo.
Oh man, he is really busy. I don't feel good for calling for clearance a second time. I really don't feel good for it. But I have a feeling that he's just too busy to keep thinking of us all the time. So nothing wrong here.
Favorite 416, contact Heathrow Tower 118.505.
18505, Spirit 46, bye-bye. Virgin 21 Kilo, cross push and start.
Virgin 21 Kilo, stand 315, correction 317.
Tell you what, I'll tell him we're ready to push and start, and
Lufthansa ASM03, request
I'll just tell him we're ready to push and start, and we'll be ready to copy the clearance anytime. Because I'm like 99% sure about the clearance anyway.
push approved, facing south, Lufthansa ASM03.
KLM 1008, taxi break Alpha, hold Loman.
So we'll start gathering delay now, but this is definitely air traffic control startup delay now, so it will be easy to explain.
Luxor 221 for push and start.
Luxor 221, roger, there's one to taxi behind, hold position. Shamrock 712, taxi right Bravo, stand 223.
Right on the Bravo, stand 223, Shamrock 712.
Speedbird 180 Lima X-ray 503, request push and start, and we're ready, copy clearance anytime.
Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, roger. Cleared Luxembourg, Jetling 2 Golf, squawk 7230.
Cleared Luxembourg, Datling 2 Golf, squawk 7230, Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray.
And Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, correct, 503, push approved, face east.
503, push approved, face east, Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray. Right, Datling 2 Golf confirmed, squawk 7230.
Continuing taxi Kilo 219er.
Luxor 221.
Ground from Cockpit. Go ahead. So, clear to push, facing east, park and brake set.
To your left, 221.
Roger, release park and brake, please.
After.
Park and brake released.
Push approved after the...
Alright, the first 5 minutes of delay are in, but here we go. Before start checklist. Park and brake, off, takeoff speeds and thrust. So, V1 136, VR 140, V2 140, flex 57, windows closed, and bacon on. Before start checklist complete.
We're on whiskey now.
KLM 9055, roger. Continue Tango 403.
Okay, ground from Cockpit, let us know when we can start our engines, please. Roger.
Virgin Aircraft X-ray,
Okay, we're out of the stand.
Virgin X-ray, roger. Hold position, there's traffic pushing ahead.
We are certainly going to do single engine taxi out, so engine 1 start. I just love the automated engine start of the Airbus. It makes things so incredibly easy. And Jake the Avchi became a business class member for 12 months. Thank you very much, Jake. And it's been a year already? Wow, time flies. Happy I could catch the stream this morning. Well, thank you, Jake, and welcome.
Stand 502, Takeoff 320 near, information Kilo, Canadian 1029, request, Canadian 1021, request air reference to Luxembourg.
River 16 Lima X-ray, cleared Luxembourg.
Well, that was interesting.
2 Golf, squawk 1073.
Wait a moment. What's that call sign?
Clear to Luxembourg, Detling 2 Golf Dispatcher, and squawk 1073, feed the 16 Lima X-ray.
Okay, caution on the call sign there. 16 Lima X-ray, and we are Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray. Gotta be careful with that.
Speedbird 442, 536.
Okay.
Push approved.
So, park and rec set, you can prepare the airplane for taxi, see you with the cleared signal on the right-hand side, please, and have a wonderful day. Alright then, single engine out. Single engine taxi out guideline. When engine 1 is stabilized. Thrust bleed, open. APU bleed, off. APU, keep running. After start, normal procedures apply. Okay. So, after start checklist. Anti-ice, off. Ecam status. There's gonna be quite a bit in there, but that is normal, don't worry about that. Interestingly enough, nose wheel steering is among there. Well, let's already turn on the elect pump. That should fix most of it. Yes, it does. Okay, ecam status checked. Pitch trim, 30%. Rudder trim, neutral. After start checklist complete.
The Alpha.
515 Alpha, Speedbird to Alpha Max.
Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, request taxi.
Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, taxi right Alpha, hold Loman.
Right Alpha, hold Loman. Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray. Okay, so Alpha is simply off to the right, and then we hold short at Lowman, and Lowman we just gotta find on that chart here. Gotta be
Skyways 90, correction, Skyways 091 heavy, Heathrow ground.
somewhere at the end.
Dallas, Golf 2 Golf, squawk 1460.
That's why I hate these charts. On the moving map chart, we would really need the name of those holding points.
Correct, break, Speedbird 390.
Okay, so Lowman is all the way down here, so we are cleared all the way down. Perfect. Alright, Alpha is the first to the right. Off we go then.
Ready for taxi.
Luxembourg 221, taxi, hold Lockheed.
Brake released. The elect pump is on. Brake check. Pressure 0.
Face out.
Virgin 21 Kilo, cross taxi.
So, doing single engine taxi out is pretty much standard procedure here for British Airways in Heathrow on the A320 fleet. As you can see, the plane rolls fairly nicely at these weights on a single engine. All we gotta do now is to estimate the startup of the second engine. So it does need a 2-minute warm-up period, which we gotta take into account. So sometime before we approach Lowman, we gotta start the second engine. That's just something we need to keep in consideration over here.
And Speedbird 2 Alpha Mike, give way to the company A320 exiting link 56.
Alright, that guy's giving way to us. We're going out to the right. There's a 777 pushing there, but he's probably going on to Bravo.
With information Lima, A320, QNH 1021, requesting aircraft clearance to Frankfurt.
Speedbird 9012, Heathrow ground, hello, cleared Frankfurt, Detling 2 Golf, squawk 7021.
Cleared Detling to Golf departure, squawk 7021, Speedbird 9012.
Lufthansa 8723, ready for taxi.
Alright, we are going across an apron here. For that reason, I'm not going to increase my speed too much. They say 15 knots on aprons, so that is roughly what we want to abide to over here as well.
Virgin 9er Echo X-ray taxi.
And I do have to say, frame rate has improved a little bit. I don't know how it is on the live stream now. Do let me know in the comments. But overall, I tend to say that we are running pretty fine over here now.
Hearing 7 Papa Lima, stand 225 with information Lima on board, A320, request clearance to Düsseldorf.
Now, he's not German enough, he needs to say Eurowings. Germans gotta do their name all favor, don't they?
Clear to Düsseldorf by Brookman, 7 Golf departure, squawk 202.
Alright, keeping the speed under control here, and you can see there's really loads of aircraft over here at Heathrow. That's the reason for the performance.
Break, Luxembourg 221, contact Heathrow Tower, 118.505.
18505,
Alright, David Wong, stream looks good to me. Well, thank you so much.
118.505.
Info 118.505, Virgin 21 Kilo, bye-bye.
Okay, so we continue on Alpha, that's the outer one, you can see it on the taxiway sign over there.
Calibrate my water power real quick. I have to hold position for like 1 minute.
Virgin 9 Echo X-ray, roger, hold position, just report when you're back.
I'll go report them back around 9:30.
Down to 10 knots for the
It
turn.
might look like it's aircraft on 515.
Yeah, Spirit 2 Alpha Mike, roger. Is 517 okay for you?
Yes, 517 then to Alpha Mike.
I'm really in love with these moving maps here. Really like them. I really, really do.
No, Vector and back.
Okay,
Yeah, another
Lufthansa
actual
747
X-ray
coming over there.
Please actually.
Just gotta check if we're in front of them. Oh, he's turning onto Bravo. Okay, that's interesting. But okay, if that's where the Lufthansa is going, then I'm happy with it. So, quick thing for you to notice here. Even in single-engine taxi, I'm keeping the thrust mostly in idle for a rollout. The reason for that is that if I went up to 25 knots or something, we would reach 30 knots so quickly and then have to use our brakes again to slow down that it's just not worth it. You do waste a little bit of time with that. Really have to say that. You do waste quite a bit of time with that. But on the positive side there, we do save quite a lot of brakes. And the cost from the brakes wearing down is quite a bit higher than the cost of the extra time that we spent down here. Obviously there are some differences to that, like when you're in the region of missing a night curfew or when you're about to miss your slots, then obviously you are going to taxi faster anyway. But overall, you get where I'm going with this.
Spirit 422 taxi Christian taxi.
Okay, it looks to me like there is nobody at the holding point, so let's go ahead and start up the second engine then. Okay, so only do this procedure when taxiing in a straight line, that's what we do. So, elect pump off,
Thank you for this, goodbye.
warm-up time is anticipated, so APU bleed on. Engine start selector, after 10 seconds, ignition start. And I don't know why, but for some reason the pressurization page always shows up when I engage the APU bleed here, but okay, so be it. Alright, so, 10 seconds are over, engine start selector, ignition start, and starting engine 2. So, put your estimate, what do you think how much fuel this actually saved, in the comments below. I'm gonna tell you once we're in the air and outside the immediate vicinity of Heathrow Airport. Alright, reaching 30 knots up here, let's start slowing it back down again.
Spirit 18 Lima X-ray, contact Heathrow Tower 118.505.
118.505, Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, thank you.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 7 Papa India, on the RDS for 27 knots. Speedbird 416, clear takeoff 27F, the wind 200 degrees 8 knots. Speedbird 416, clear takeoff 27F, 200 degrees 8 knots. Let's get takeoff, Speedbird 46. Speedbird 7 Papa India, high, runway 27 right, clear to land.
Alright, engine number 2 has almost started.
27 right, clear for land, Speedbird 7 Papa India.
So, number 2 is avail, we start the chrono. Parallel Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, taxiing the whole throttle element. I'm going to ding the cabin.
X-ray, hello to Roger, taxi to hold November Bravo to Echo, if all ready.
Taxi hold November Bravo to Echo, Wilco, Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray. So, to Echo is the very end if I'm not mistaken. Come on.
Thank you, cabin crew. Seats for takeoff, please.
Yes, to Echo is the very end.
Heathrow Tower, Lufthansa A703.
Hello there, Emmanuel on the bird's nest. Thank you.
Virgin 21 Kilo, clear takeoff 27F, surface wind 200 degrees 8 knots.
Okay, so both engines are started. Then APU bleed off, engine start selector auto, APU off.
Straight ahead and hold November Bravo 1.
Okay, flight control check.
Taxi straight and hold at November
Yeah,
Bravo.
better turn that back to norm,
Lufthansa
then
A703.
that check is gonna work.
November Bravo 1.
So, full up,
November,
down.
November Bravo 1.
Neutral.
Lufthansa A703.
full left,
Tower Monarch 59.
full right, neutral.
59
We do know that the rudder is working here.
Oblige, continue, my 59.
Okay, clear on the left.
1008, contact London, 118.480, bye-bye.
On the right.
118.50.
Come on.
Bye bye.
Split 416, contact Efido Vector 119.4730.
Okay, taxi checklist. Flight controls.
1923,
Checked.
Speedbird
Flap setting. Conf 1 plus F. Radar and predictive wind shear. On and auto. Engine node selector. Norm. Ecam memo. Takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Speedbird 180 max ray ready. So, 2 minutes is reached.
Thank you, behind the departing Boeing 737-800 to your right, so to your left, line up 27 left behind.
Behind the departing 737-800 on the left, line up 27 left behind, Speedbird 180 max ray. Alright, I would say that was a pretty well timed single engine taxi out.
39 Echo X-ray, if it hello, taxi link to 8, and then right on Alpha to hold that November Bravo to Echo.
Link 1J, right Alpha, can you see the last one? Please?
Hi Madeline, nice to hear you here in the comment. Enjoy that birthday party. Alright, so that's our opponent, waiting for him.
What's the peeping sound like?
So that.
Let's already turn a pack off over here, saves a little bit more fuel. Roughly a kilo, but a kilo is a kilo.
Luxor 221, clear takeoff 27 left, winds 200 degrees 8 now.
27 left, clear for takeoff, Luxor 221.
Okay, Luxor just got the takeoff clearance.
Surgeon 21, kilo contact
Cabin crew, prepare for departure.
119.73, sorry, bye-bye.
19730, Virgin 21 kilo, bye-bye.
Speedbird 7 Papa Indies.
Lineup checklist. Takeoff runway, 27 left via November Bravo 2 Echo. TCAS, Tara, PAX 1 and 2, off. Lineup checklist complete.
for Speedbird 7.
And we might as well just select that.
27 right, the wind's 200 degrees at 8.
1, no, that's wrong. 11973 should be our departure frequency. Like that. Okay, clear on the left side.
Approaching.
Clear on the right side.
7
That's your first left, and then to hold behind your standing off British Airways.
Yep, 27 left is confirmed.
Virgin 1 X-ray, sorry, you want to go to November to Echo?
A7. Continue the right and to November to Echo.
So right turn record, yeah.
Good afternoon, Speedbird 744 on final runway, 27 right.
2
The sounds for Florida, continue approach.
left.
Okay, takeoff shift 400. It's roughly correct.
With 390 hello, taxi prepared, hold on November
Alright,
Bravo 1.
looks good to me. So just waiting for clearance now.
Luxor 211, contact Efido Vector 119.730, sorry, bye-bye.
1973, Luxor 221.
Speedbird 442 with you.
Sit 442, hello, Roger.
So, where is our takeoff clearance?
Speedbird 180 max, clear takeoff 27 left, the wind's 200 degrees 8 now.
27 left, clear takeoff, Speedbird 180 max, right.
Monex 5,
Takeoff.
9 left onto Bravo, ground 121.7, direct fine.
Left onto Bravo and then ground 159.
Speedbird 744, runway 27 right, clear to land, the wind's 200.
And flights 57, SS runway, A front blue. Thrust set.
Virgin, X-ray, line up runway 27.
So, wind from the left.
Virgin Nav X-ray, line 4.
Man, everyone talking over one another.
Speedbird 390, Heathrow, taxi straight ahead, hold on November Bravo 1.
Well, that was interesting on the speed, did you see that?
Speedbird 390, straight ahead, hold on November
Okay.
Bravo 1.
Well, V1. Rotate. Man, my instruments are lagging behind. Positive climb, gear up. Never seen that yet.
Virgin 9 aircraft,
Nav.
clear takeoff 27
Check.
left, 270 degrees 8.
Okay, as I mentioned, we are going to use the autopilot rather early. AP1.
Lufthansa 8703 behind it, departing Virgin.
Because Heathrow is just not one of those places where you do a lot of hand flying. Okay, looks like the instruments have just gotten a little bit more reliable again.
Enter runway 7, you enter runway 27 left.
Spirit 440, taxi.
First line climb, A thrust.
First left, hold up and land on Bravo 2 aircraft.
Okay, making the left turn out. It's already detuned the ILS frequency. Okay.
2000 right, we are 7.5 gaining out.
Spirit 440, first right, first left, hold and land on Bravo 2 aircraft.
Okay, packs are back on. Flap 0.
442,
Speed checked. Flap 0.
First right, then first left, November Bravo 2 aircraft.
November Bravo 2 Echo, first right and first left, to the 440.
Lufthansa 8703, clear takeoff 27 left, winds 200 degrees and 8.
Clear takeoff, runway
So
27
technically
left,
speaking, there is no
200
speed restriction on here. I just want to be sure that we make that first turn properly. But I have a feeling that for some reason it did not recalculate the turn, so in that case we might just as well go managed. Normally entering that pre-selected speed should have made that turn a little bit tighter, but looks like that didn't work.
Any approach, Phoenix 210.
Approaching. Speed, vertical speed. Has he forgotten us?
Spirit 442, line up 27 left.
There is no automatic handover here, it's done on Tower's request, is it?
Spirit 180 max, contact FedEx 119.730, sorry.
119.730 speedbird 180 max rate, I know. Alright, 1000 to go.
Virgin 9 aircraft.
Command Tango, call the tower 18.505 and speed 160 knots to 40 knots.
Original X-ray climbing 6,000 south, 5,000.
You're on the wrong frequency, you want London 120.1025.
If direct take, good afternoon, speedbird 180 max rate, deckling departure, passing 5,500, climbing 6,000.
Roger, you can monitor Unicom 132.8, bye-bye.
Radar, hello, shuttle 119 Alpha in the hood of Boston.
What was that?
Shuttle 119 Alpha, hello, descent on startup of 100.
Answer 100, shuttle 119 Alpha.
Speedbird 180 max rate, just confirm that's Unicom for us?
If I'm set, I'm going to be closing up shortly. Unicom 122.8.
Roger, 122.8, speedbird 180 max rate. Sure enough, that wouldn't happen in a real world British Airways pilot life. But okay. Here we go. Unicom, then let's continue the climb out. All the way to cruising level. Right. First time climb, alt, flight level, or 33,000 blue. So that's done that. It's done a cross check, passing level 6-4. Now, checked. Alright, we made it out of Heathrow. That was interesting once again. And we still got a couple more arrivals back. And Jim Esos saying in the comments there, the instruments lagging behind is because your single core CPU is at 100%. Well, lovely. Yesterday I flew 5 sectors out of Heathrow without any problems, and today, on the live stream, that's why the problems come. Well, so be it, huh? Oh well. We made it out, so in Luxembourg, hopefully that's gonna be easier, and in Hanover this evening as well. So now's the question, are we gonna go into those clouds, yes or no? Pretty sure we will, and tell you what, I don't want to fly through this over there. Let's do 20 degrees to the right to avoid that weather. Heading 100 should work just fine. Okay then, passing level 100. I will wait with the passengers until we're past this weather, just to make sure that we don't thrown to the ceiling. Alright, so clear and copy.
Either traffic Shamrock 715 lining up runway 27 left behind departing 787.
Alrighty. So, looks like if we just proceed direct over in a few moments, that should hopefully keep us off the bad weather. So, we made it. David asked in the comments a little bit earlier, why are you climbing out in vertical speed mode instead of managed mode? Well, that's pretty much as Frankfurt AFG said, to avoid TCAS conflicts. Remember how TCAS works when two aircraft are approaching one another, and the time to potential collision becomes 40 seconds or less. That's when you generate the traffic advisory. Now imagine climbing to your cleared altitude with 3,000 feet a minute, and the other one descending at that same speed. Then, even though you are separated because you're going to level off 1,000 feet from one another, TCAS doesn't know that, or rather TCAS doesn't take that into account, and for that reason you do get the traffic advisory there. And in the worst case, even a resolution advisory, which the pilots obviously would have to follow, which can then cause havoc in the airspace. For that reason, you do limit your rate of climb as you're approaching your target, or rather your cleared altitude. And Ant Aviation, at what altitude would I recommend to turn off the seatbelt sign? Well, minimum flight level 100, climbing, and obviously taking possible turbulence into account. So you saw I just kept it on while we've been flying around that little piece of a cloud there. Now there is nothing more in front of us, so we can actually go ahead and turn the seatbelt signs off right now. Okay, clear of weather, let's proceed direct Dover. Delta Victor Romeo. Direct to insert, here we go. And then we'll go straight out and stop a descent in about 160 miles, easy going. Okay, nav, climb, and with that we should get a little bit more silence right now. Josh asking in the comments, hi Emmanuel, how are you doing? I'm doing very good, thank you, and you? And Cesari59, what model matching set do I use for VATSIM? Well, I'm currently experimenting with it, but earlier this morning I bought FS Traffic from Just Flight, and that is the set that we are trying on today's live stream. So FS Traffic it is at the moment. And I did remove all the others because I just found the performance impact on VATSIM to be really significant. I do have best performance when just using the original MSFS models, but obviously that looks rather crappy. But we'll have to see. Alright, let me quickly go into the radios there. Lux Air that departed Heathrow a couple of minutes ago from Speedbird 18 Lima X-Ray. Does anybody have the call sign of that Lux Air? Just want to see if we can reach him and maybe coordinate the speed, because we are picking up on him. Now that guy, we don't want to hear that guy, we want to talk to the Lux Air. Because I suspect he's the guy 10 miles in front of us on the TCAS. Let's see, having a look at VATSpy, can we see that guy somewhere? Can't even see myself. Right. I believe it's, actually there's another aircraft, an MD-11. Okay, so it's probably not the Lux Air that we're seeing. It's probably another one. The Lux Air is in 16,000, we've outclimbed him. The guy below there, that's the Lux Air. The guy 10 miles in front, that's actually an MD-11 heading to Frankfurt in flight level 220. Wherever you do that, but okay. Lux Air 221 from Speedbird 18 Lima X-Ray. I am on Unicom. But he doesn't seem to be listening. Lovely. Luxembourg 221 from Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray. Nope, that guy's not using Unicom, it seems. Okay, nothing we can do then. I'm going to keep the speed though. Let's see what's going to happen. Jack Cottham, hi Manuel, hope you're doing well. Was wondering how the stability of Microsoft Flight Simulator has been lately for you. Are there any crashes to desktop? If so, did you do anything to fix them? I didn't have any problems. The sim has a couple of connection issues every now and then, especially if I turn photogrammetry on. But as long as photogrammetry is off, I don't seem to have any problems. And Sena, or Andre Miguel M. Sena, hello there. Do you use Mini FCU? No, I don't. There will be a competition product coming out soon, and I want to wait until the two are both available, and then I'm going to make a decision which one to get. Well, I'm kind of hoping that I will be able to see them at FS Weekend tomorrow, because I'm going to go there tomorrow, and we'll just have to see. Maybe I find them, maybe not. But obviously, if the Mini FCU is good, then I am going to give it a go. If not, then, well, not. Okay, contact me from Brussels, 131.1.
Director Molom, Lufthansa, Lima Whiskey.
Austrian 35 kilo vacate to the left, contact ground.
Ah, listen to that, the Lux I can talk after all. Just not from Unicom, it seems.
Iberia 35 Whiskey, contact Langen radar 135.650.
5650, have a lovely day, bye.
Brussels, good afternoon, Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, level 258, climbing 330 in Mount Dover.
Speedbird level 250, Alpha and 716.
Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, hello, climb flight level 330.
Climb flight level 330, Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray.
Luxembourg 221, climbing 249.
Listen to that, the Lux I can talk.
Hello, radar, contact, climb
Just not with us on Unicom, it
3,
seems.
10.
Climb 310, Luxembourg 2.
Alright, well, I suppose we are behind him anyway, but knowing that, he's probably going to fly super fast, we're going to fly normal speeds, and then we shouldn't have any problems. And the guy's asking about the fly-by-wire A380 video. I haven't seen it because it debuted at the very same time where I started the live stream, so I haven't actually seen it yet. But we'll go about that. Okay, so Ninja Plays, tell us the answer about the fuel safe for single-engine taxi-out. Okay, let's do a little mathematics there in order to answer that. Taxi-out time was approximately 15 minutes in Heathrow, and we had a single engine running for about half of that. So let's, in order to simplify, let's say we had a single engine running for 10 minutes. Now, looking at 400 kilograms of fuel flow per engine in idle thrust, we can make some easy mathematics. So we're looking at 400 divided by 60, which gives us 6.66 kilograms fuel a minute, times 10 minutes. So we saved approximately between 60 and 70 kilograms of fuel for doing that single engine taxi out. On top of that, we also saved some approximately 30 or 40 euros in forms of the brakes wearing down, because doing taxi out with both engines running is obviously going to require us to brake quite a bit more since we'd have higher static thrust. So overall, the answer over here is that we have saved maybe $100 or 100 euros. Can we say 100 pounds as well? I guess so. So that is roughly what we saved there, about $100. If you think about today's ticket prices, then $100 might very well be what the cheapest economy tickets on board British Airways here might cost us for that flight. So you can see that some pretty impressive numbers of what you can easily save by just applying some of these procedures. And I do find that quite impressive. And Matthias asking, hi Manuel, is the speed lag coming from the Phoenix update? I have the same issue. Yes, for me it is. I saw my frames decrease by about 10 with the release of the Phoenix Block 2 update.
Level of flight level 240, normally it should not clear you to 33.
And Sir Kelt Gaming, Emmanuel, what do you think about the CTAF test on VATSIM in the US? Well, I haven't actually flown into it yet, so I can't really tell you at this moment how the actual operation looks. All I can tell you is that in theory, you know, people don't use charts, people barely use Unicom, and people approaching an airport might be on different frequencies. Say you've got one going into LaGuardia, the other into New York Kennedy, then they're going to be at different frequencies. So, with that, I don't know. But I have never flown there yet, since the CTAF trial is enforced, so I can't tell you yet.
Ryanair 262 for traffic level of flight level 290, descend 290.
Okay, that was just the relayed message, that's fine, and then we can send a delay report. If we could actually
221, what is
get
your
off-block.
planned Mach number?
Well,
Remark decimal 75, Luxembourg 21.
Roger.
7.5 down and out is
Lima X-ray
7.6.
reduced to Mach decimal 73.
Mach decimal 7.3, Speedbird 1.8 Lima X-ray. And Luxor, if you listen to Unicom next time, that'd be appreciated.
Say again?
Oh, that was just for the Luxor. I tried to coordinate separation with him several times on Unicom, but he never responded.
Yeah, it's all, if London is offline, they come all in a bunch, so yeah, try to separate you, sorry.
Alright, 1,000 to go, vertical speed, and 0.73 it is.
Transavia 57, climb flight level 330.
And Ninja Plays, how do I get my vPilot messages into the ACARS? Well, there was a tool on the FS Labs forums a couple years ago, not sure if it's still available. Not 100% sure anymore how that's called, but that could send all the vPilot messages into the Hobby network, and the Hobby messages are then... Ramba Speedbird, 1.8 Lima X-ray. Hold star.
I like to sit on, we are able to increase if you want.
Right, to
Yeah,
Ramba.
please, what is maximum?
Set managed speed.
Like to do.
In a few moments.
Roger, looks at 221, Mach decimal 80, please, thanks.
Ah, lovely.
And lift on wall, climb 350.
Looks at 221, negative maintain 310, direct to Diekirch, Delta India Kilo.
Okay, so the Luxor is probably the guy down there. Oh no, rather guy over here, I guess.
310, sir, and direct Diekirch.
Direct Delta India Kilo 310, Luxembourg 21.
Alright, so
Okay,
ATC
Ryanair 221
is doing the job over
stand
here.
by. Okay, Luxor, do you read back?
People are blocking one another out. Okay, set managed speed, we're gonna clear that out. We are just going to maintain it like this.
Let's see, maybe I can climb you in a couple of... not comma, standby. Transavia 42 Sierra, descent flight.
I'm wondering why that guy wants to climb though. I mean, we've got 100 miles till our tower descent, he will have even less.
Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, direct to Diekirch, Delta India Kilo.
Alright, DKH, Speedbird 1.8 Lima X-ray. Right, direct DKH, we'll take some beam points here so that we can do a fuel check en route. Alright, then next up, let's take the descent wings.
Climb 350, Luxembourg 21.
KLM 53 Mike, radar contact, climb flight
Alright.
level 350.
So, 73 miles till our top of descent. Let's go ahead and grab a couple of
Speedbird 750, direct to
weathers. So, we are looking for Luxembourg, and I want the METAR, and we are also going to look
Speedbird
for
750.
Brussels. Alright, sent that out as well. Now, funnily enough, I need to hit return several times here. That's a little Phoenix bug. Right, so, weather for Luxembourg, 320 at 9, slightly variable, 10 kilometers, fuel 3,300, road 4,200, 10 degrees, 1021. We have that QNH already. So 3209.
Lima X-ray increase to Mach decimal 76 now, thanks.
Mach decimal 76, Speedbird 1 Lima X-ray, thank you. Alright, we'll just go managed, that should be 76 anyway. Okay, so 320 at 9, 10 degrees, 1021.
Brussels Control,
3209,
69 whiskey
10,
available 380.
1021.
69 whiskey, hello, direct to Gagit.
Alright, so let's have a look into our arrival now.
Speedbird 603.
Probably gonna start with the ATIS.
Speedbird 603.
Okay, information Yankee, runway 24, clear and dry, transition level 60.
Speedbird 603.
Departure clearance during taxi, fair enough. 32089, variable, okay, that's the same weather we have already. Okay,
Speedbird
good.
908 November, when ready, descend flight level 250, level by Nivenu.
Then let's go ahead and grab our arrival charts.
250 level Nivenu, Speedbird 908 November.
Speedbird 416, increase to Mach decimal 80.
Mach decimal 80, Speedbird 46.
Okay, we are going direct DKH already, so we can just take the ILS chart.
Speedbird 603.
And then we'll have to see what they're gonna give us. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be radar vectors anyway. Do we have any
53, Mike, level
useful
of flight,
transition in
level
here?
310
DK3 Charlie, I believe, is what we have in the FMS, which is fairly straight in. Easy going for that.
Speedbird 27, contact Langen radar 124730.
Okay, so let's see then. Our minimums is gonna be 1413.
Brussels Center, good afternoon. Looks there, 31 Hotel.
Looks there, 31 Hotel, radar contact, hello.
So let's check our arrival route now.
Ryanair 262, descend flight level 150.
And guys, told you,
Speedbird 416, descend flight level
I told you already, I haven't seen the fly-by-wire
3
preview
3
yet since it started at the same time as my live stream. We'll see about it. Okay, so, then,
flight level 240.
Evie, hi, where are you flying? Thought Luxembourg, but that was ELLX. Well, that's what we're doing, isn't it?
KLM
Did you see anything different?
level of flight level 300.
Or have I just requested wrong? Ah, you probably wrote that when I requested my weather. Well, I also collected my alternate weather, of course.
Ryanair 420, when ready,
That's probably where that came from. Okay, so having a look into the arrival. Coming from DKH.
Lufthansa 870.
At 250 knots there, then waypoint 864 about 4000, 242, 220 knots, leading us onto the final, which is exactly what we have here. So onto the ILS chart then.
Descent flight level 250.
We've got the India point 3000, the Foxtrot point also 3000, and maximum 180 knots. Okay, and go around straight at 891, right turn to DKH. And that is, wait a moment, right turn to 878 4000, then to DKH. Okay, and that is what we've got. Right, awesome. So Delta India Kilo into the NAVs. Like that. ELLX24 going into here. That was blocked. Alright. We're gonna make it 0.76 and 280 knots for the descent. That should be fine, I hope, but he might just adjust it anyway.
Hotel Victor 6924.
Okay, approach page, let's have a quick look. Landing runway 24.
Speedbird 908 November, start immediate descent, flight level 250. Transavia 5.
So that's a 4-kilometer runway. We'll vacate somewhere to the right. I suppose Delta 2, which is roughly in the middle, so we're looking at about 2,000 meters for the landing run. We'll go into the calculation with that. 2.4 is okay, it's dry. I'm gonna apply that meta. Let's see, landing weight, 2.7 ETA, so 500 kilos down. Well, if we calculate 61 tons, then we'll be conservative there. Okay, low auto brake, idle reverse, auto thrust on for full.
X-ray, descent flight level 250, speed transition speed 320 knots.
Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, descent level 250, and can we do 310 on transition?
Yeah, 310, sir.
310 on transition, Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray. 320 is a little bit high. I don't want to go to the very limit of the airplane.
Descent flight level 310.
Okay, so descent alt flight level 250 blue.
Ryanair 221, affirmative descent.
That is a
flight
pretty
level
early descent
270.
here, if we're honest, but so be it. Okay, so let's see, if we go flaps 3, 2,230 meters.
8703 radar contact, take break.
Is that worth it?
908 November, contact Langen radar 124730.
Yeah, it probably is.
Transavia 57, direct to
Oh,
Karlsruhe,
config
Kilo
3,
Romeo Hotel.
low auto brakes, and... Nope, not you, not you. Okay.
Ryanair 75, Langen radar 124730.
So, with that our setup is almost done. Engine out acceleration altitude, we're going to set the MSA for that. So, MSA departure sector 4000.
Seabird 416, descent flight level 150, maintain speed.
Okay, fuel prediction, as I told you on the ground. On the ground it showed us minus 800 kilogram. But now look at that, all of a sudden in the air, we've got 400 kilos extra. So that's a difference of 1.2 tons. When you compare the forecast on the ground with what we actually have now. Quite impressive. So 13 minutes extra it is, and I'm just going to copy this signal to the active. Okay.
KLM 53 Mike. Climb flight
So very
level
quick message to the
330
passengers,
direct
and
Golf
then
Tango
we'll do the arrival briefing.
Quebec.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Flight this is your captain speaking. We've started our descent towards Luxembourg, where we are going to arrive in approximately 20 minutes time. The weather over there currently cloudy with a temperature of 10 degrees. We'd like to thank you very much for choosing British Airways for today's flight. Hope that you enjoyed it as much as we did, and we look forward to welcoming you again on a future flight. Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, descent flight level 150. Set 150 blue. Okay, so that much about our passenger announcement. Well, we did manage to finish it just about on time, I'd say. So we do have a company message there. That's probably the airline wanting to know our delay. Let's just see how many minutes they figured. Okay, so weather data, that was our alternate Brussels, looking good. Telex, welcome to Benelux VACC, planning info for Luxembourg, expect to 4 assigned gate Victor 30. Okay, let's see where that is. Victor 30, okay, it's going to be an outside position via Lima 2. Alright.
Hotel Victor.
We can live with that.
6924, climb flight level 260.
And then British Airways Ops, no delay code required. Well, that's interesting. Certainly went out a little bit late.
November for sequencing, turn right heading
Schedule was 14:05, wasn't it?
level 250.
Well, so be it.
Ryanair 221 November on speed.
Okay, so
speed 300.
let's go ahead with the approach briefing then.
On speed transition, speed 300.
So, MSA 4000, DK3 Charlie arrival ILS 24, most likely radar vectors anyway. Minimums 1413 and the go around straight at about 5 miles, right hand turn out. Initially 3000, later 4000, and extra fuel is about 13 minutes. Now the pilot flying turns.
124.730.
Guidance for the approach is going to be an ILS, config free landing, stop margins 2000 or 1800 meters. Idle reverse, auto brake low, and planned runway exit to the right. Hotspots for taxi, well, probably the traffic might be in hotspot. I have nothing special, nothing non-standard, and no threats. Do you have anything? No? Awesome. So that's the approach briefing completed then.
Flight level 250 level by Lando.
That's 250 level by Lando for Tono.
Speedbird 416 report speed to Luxembourg 120.
Man, first time in an hour flying that I had a little bit of time to drink something actually. Yeah, that's the life of a short-haul pilot. I'm pretty happy that I don't have to endure that anymore, that I'm flying long-haul nowadays.
Level 370 inbound Coxie.
Griffin 550, hello, climb 390, direct.
Oh man, Holo Bolo in the comments. I want a developer to release a high quality 707 so we can watch Emmanuel do a 1G roll.
Roger, climb flight level.
Well, you know that you can do that with any flight, huh?
Climb flight level 370, route direct Bombay 550.
T-Bird 603, contact London.
And Bunak, Emmanuel, first safe flight. Thank you. Could you please give some more info about the other competitive mini FCU producer and their product, or do you have any detailed info about this new product? Alright, it's been a little while since that's been announced, but I do believe it was actually WinWings who announced it. And since I like their stick very much, that's why I want to wait for their product before deciding whether I'm going to buy the mini SU or the competition.
Beeline 2283, the wind 300, 4 knots, 25 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Beeline 2283.
And Sir Kel's Gaming, that's interesting there. You always get a delay card in the Phoenix, even if you leave 20 minutes early. Well, that's interesting. Personally, I never had that. It did work fine for me. The only problems I have with the delay there is when it actually... The only problem I have with the delay is when I'm doing a turnaround and then do the second sector. Then it always sends me a delay request and tells me that the delay message from the previous flight doesn't equal the current one. I'm pretty sure that that is a bug, but apart from that, not aware of many issues there.
316 Lima X-ray, Buffalo Control, good day. Climbing to flight level 350.
Alright, caution on the frequency, that's the 16 Lima X-ray coming now.
Stewart 116 Lima X-ray, I guess you have to check your navigation, sir, because you're bypassing Logan from the south.
Oh, lovely.
Okay, thanks for that information. And what do you want us to do?
I want you to fly your flight plan route.
Oh boy.
Okay, Roger, we'll check what we have.
Well, that is interesting. Obviously, in the real world, when your navigation system is not working, the least thing you would want to do as an air traffic controller is to tell the plane to resume own navigation. You always want to take them on a radar vector until their position problem is sorted out, because you will never know where they're going to fly when you instruct them to fly somewhere, because obviously something isn't working on their navigation system in the first place. So, when you get a call like what we've just heard, that was a very interesting one actually, very good example there. So when something like that happens, you always want to be sure that you get full control of the airplane as an air traffic controller, so take him on a radar vector.
Lima X-ray, report speed to Luxembourg 120.885.
120.885 with a speed speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, see ya. So, information, let's update that once more. Yankee. Luxembourg, good afternoon, speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, level 203, descending 150, amount DKH speed 310, information Yankee.
18 Lima X-ray, hello Luxembourg, approaching information Yankee, correct, expect ILS runway 24, descend flight level 100.
Expect ILS 24, descend flight level 100, speedbird 18 Lima X-ray. Okay, level 100 blue. Right, let's turn the fasten belt signs on. And here we go. So, Christoph, by the way, has been asking earlier, what indicates a positive rate of climb? Is it a specific distance from the ground and climbing? No, it's not. There is a couple different philosophies on what a positive rate of climb is. Like, my previous airline said as soon as a positive rate is indicated on the radio altimeter, because the radio altimeter shows you your actual height. Now, there are some other means as well, like, for example, a positive rate of climb on the altimeter. The only gauge you should never trust for that is actually the vertical speed indicator. So, make it a combination of the altimeter, the radio altimeter, and also take into account the pitch of the aircraft. You might have bounced and might be facing down and starting a descent in a few moments again, when obviously you might still see positive rate due to the bounce, you know. Speedbird 180 max rate speed 310. Speed 280 knots, Speedbird 310 max rate. 180 max rate, sorry for that. Okay. Open descent, speed is selected 280. So, we did get a company message there. Telex. Automated uplink from 1500. Updated info for Speedbird 180 max rate to Luxembourg. Expect runway 24, signed gate Victor 30. Send feedback to Belux via Telex, squawk mode Charlie until parked at the gate. Alright. I don't think the plane is actually capable of sending telexes at the moment. Or can it do that under the CPDLC prompt, maybe? Let's see. ATSU, ATC menu. No. Can we send free text somewhere here? Probably not, huh? Well, it's fine. So as you can see on the nav display there, we are our top of descent from level 100 is located just about a mile or so after we reach the level 100. So that tells us about how high we are at the moment, and I'm pretty happy with that. Speedbird 180 max rate, descent flight level 70. Flight level 70 blue. Alright, so I'm just going to keep it going down like that. Remember, DKH is our clearance limit. We have not yet received any star clearance or anything the likes. So prior overflying DKH, we'll certainly have to ask ATC what they want us to do. But I'm pretty sure he will take us on radar vectors anyway in a few moments.
We're doing as fast as we can run correction left as well.
Right heading 150, Speedbird 180 max rate. Okay, heading 150, and that looks to me like we are going to get a little downwind here. So that does sound like a little bit of delay to me. So well, I'll tell you what, we're going to maintain the we're going to maintain the open descent, and we'll have to reduce speed in a few moments anyway. So thrust idle open descent. And then let's go ahead and extend the center line. Let's take that India point. 327 is sure enough not correct. Let's see what that track should be. 237, so 057. Okay, insert that. Speed 220, Speedbird 180 max rate. Told you so. Alright, speed is 220. Then we might as well activate the approach phase. So we are going into a nice right-hand downwind then. Okay. Approach 100. And we do have GPS primary with a high accuracy. Alrighty, so just waiting for QNH and then we can do the approach checklist. Cabin crew, prepare for landing. Descend flight level 60, Speedbird 180 max rate. Flight level 60 blue.
Luxembourg Centre, Luxair 31 Hotel, eastbound DK, descending through flight level 166 for 150.
Hello, Luxembourg approach, data contact,
Okay, so, looking in the comments here, Steve, you're the Speedbird 416 trying to keep... Speedbird 180 max rate, turn left heading 060. Alright, that's our downwind heading. Here we go, 060.
Right, 150 left into the one.
Field elevation is about 1,000 feet, so we are roughly 8,000 above the ground now, which is pretty good altitude for an A320. Descend 4,000 feet, 1021, Speedbird 180 max ray. How many track knots? Okay, 4,000 blue, set QNH. QNH 1021 cross check, passing 9,100 now. Checked. Approach checklist. Roger. Approach checklist. Barrel ref, QNH 1021, seatbelts on, minimum, barrel. Roger. Alright, in that case, let's help it a little bit with a speed brake. So, minimum, barrel 1413, auto brake, low, engine mode selector, norm, approach checklist complete. Alright, what's the temperature here? +4. Descend altitude 3000 feet, Speedbird 31, correction, 180 max ray. Okay. 3000 blue, engine anti-ice on.
Descending 4000, 1021,
So it's surely getting, it's surely staying busy over here. That's how I like it. Okay, Sir Kelts Gaming, Emmanuel, have you ever had another pilot do something while flying with you that you were like, bro, what the fuck? Yes. But I have a feeling I better shouldn't talk about that on a live stream. I really shouldn't talk about that on a live stream. But okay, I will tell you that much. Flying over Africa, you always apply the strategic lateral offset procedure, so you always fly a mile to the right. Well, I've been almost thrown to the ceiling of my plane because the British Airways A380 flew a mile to the left, and thus we went right into his wakes, because he went straight above us.
18105, left into the one.
Right heading 150, Speedbird 180 max ray. Okay, heading 150 is in. There comes the glide slope. That means we can stow the spoilers again. And David, when should you use the wing anti-ice system? Well, when there is icing on the wings. How do you see that? By looking at the ice indicator over here. When that ice is up, that's usually a good sign to turn on wing anti-ice. We'll talk about anti-ice, engine anti-ice off again. So we're still running pretty quickly here. 1,000 to go. Vertical speed. Checked. Okay, we need that right turn now. Right heading 210, clear to LS24, Wilco Speedbird 180 max ray, and we might do a quick overshoot. Cat3 dual, autopilot 1 and 2, glide slope localizer blue, Lockstar. Speed managed. Flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1. Okay, slight overshoot as expected, old star, but that is fine. Okay, what's the tower frequency going to be? 118, 105.
Send 4,000 feet, QNH 1021, that's 31 Hotel.
Here we go. Lock.
Right turn direct up, become 5.5.
Alright, so far so good. 2.5 miles till we start our descent. And as soon as the glide slope is at about half a dot, we are going to go flaps 2.
Deep DQ heading 100, let's say 31 hotel.
180 max ray confirmed established.
Confirmed, speedbird 180 max ray established.
180 max ray, thank you very much. Contact with Pushback, 118.105, have a nice ride.
118.105, speedbird 180 max ray, see ya.
Fine, that's one of them.
7171 and we'll check the Zulu, FedEx 29 Alpha.
Glide slope start.
Alpha, read back correct, push
Flaps
start
2.
at your discretion.
Speed checked, flaps 2.
Push start, discretion.
Go on altitude, initially 3000 feet set. Luxembourg Tower, good afternoon, speedbird 180 max ray, ILS 24.
Speedbird 180 max ray, Luxembourg Tower.
You're
Hello,
down.
continue approach number 2. Number 1 is rolling out, wind 310 degrees, 17 knots now.
Speedbird 180 max ray, number 2. Okay, T10 at 17. Well, that's quite an increase. It's gonna be a lovely crosswalk landing then. Right, flaps 3. Speed checked, flaps 3. Landing checklist. Econ memo, landing no blue. Landing checklist complete. Cat 1.
Acceleratable correction, Luxair 8113 via Lima 1 Alpha to holding point Alpha 2 QNH 1021. Taxi via Lima 1 Alpha 5 QNH 1021.
Okay, so let's see. Our gross weight is 61 tons, so we should need about 53-54% N1.
Bravo 1 Lima Alpha 6 Luxair 2.
1000. Checked.
Speedbird 170, estimated taxi.
What is that weather doing?
Behind the Luxair 8113 opposite. Taxi via Lima 1 Alpha to holding point Alpha 2 QNH 1021.
737 taxi.
We don't have landing clearance yet.
It's 1021. Speedbird 170 happen.
500. Speedbird 180 max ray, short final. 300.
Speedbird 180 max ray, runway 24, clear to land.
24, clear to land, speedbird 180 max ray. Continue. That was about as late as he could do it.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
Come on. Okay, spoilers. Reverse green, decel. I have a feeling he's forgotten about us there. $70 knots. Check. Okay, start the timer for the cooldown.
Luxair 221, give
Manual
way to
brakes
the
here.
Speedbird Airbus 320 coming out of Lima 1. Give way to the Speedbird Luxair 221.
Okay, vacating to the right.
Oh, hello, Ryanair 221 November, Ryanair 24.
Ryanair 221 November, Luxembourg Tower. Hello, wind 340 degrees, 21 knots, runway 24, clear to land.
24 clear to land, Ryanair 221 November.
Okay, so that's our first sector. And we're clear on the left, and we're clear on the right.
Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, taxi via Bravo 1 Lima 2, stand Victor 30.
Bravo 1 at Lima, stand Victor 30, Speedbird 180 Lima X-ray. Alright, so that is as we're expecting. Gotta say, they did a great job sending us that data link. Expectation of the gate. That really makes our life easy. Okay, after landing checklist, great and predictive wind shear, off. After landing checklist complete. So let's see, GSX. Victor.
Traffic inside, exit
30, too small, I don't believe you.
113 behind the arriving Boeing 737, line up and wait, runway 24 and wait behind.
Line up behind the Boeing 737 landing, behind the side 113.
So again, note how on the taxi I basically don't use any thrust at all, I just let the airplane roll. So reach 2 minutes, at 3 we can shut down engine number 2. Yes, my centerline tracking has been better in the past, I totally do admit that. Okay, so, come on, just kindly stick to my airplane, please. So Victor 30 is going to be Lima 2. So second on the left. So, reaching 3 minutes on the timer. Engine 2 shut down.
Ryanair 221 November, taxi via Bravo 1 Lima 2
and electric hydraulic
Victor
pump on.
31.
Oh, interesting. No entry. Okay.
Luxembourg 8113, wind 30
That's interesting. Didn't the chart say that we need to enter here? Am I blind?
Clear for takeoff 24, Luxembourg 113.
Yes, it did. According to the chart, we should have entered here. On Lima 2. Now we're entering via Lima 1, which, according to the chart, is incorrect. According to the chart, we're going the wrong direction now. So now the big question is, did just them simply attach the sign the wrong way around? Which is kind of what I'm suspecting here. Because this looks correct, see? Okay, this is the moment where I would command my first officer to turn off the lights. But gotta focus on the taxi here, so I'm not gonna bother with that right now. Let's just do it ourselves. First park the plane. I mean, it's daylight, we're not blinding anyone here.
Victor 31 via Lima 3 or via Lima 2?
Ryanair 221 November via Lima 2.
Lima 2, okay.
Okay, brake set, APU bleed on.
Luxembourg 8113,
cabin crew, all doors in park.
approach 120.885.
So, let's deselect those frequencies for the moment. Check the headset off. Makes our life much easier. Okay, so, slides are disarmed, engines are off. Well, first of all we do this, then this, this. Ground from cockpit. Go ahead. Okay, so the airplane is in a good shape. Don't touch it, and please confirm the chocks are in place. Yes, chocks are in place. Thank you. Parking checklist. Park and brake or chocks. Chocks set. Engines off. Wing light off. Fuel pumps off. Parking checklist complete. Okay, so on block at 21. Yes, deboard please. Let's see, and the schedule was 30. Alright, so 10 minutes early, despite 5 minutes of pushback delay. See, that's what I meant when I said that the British Airways schedules are, like, really nice. And Coyote, yes, I did turn the APU bleed on. Okay, so with that, our first sector is done. Let's go ahead and go right for the next one. So let's open SimBrief, and we're going to start planning our next flight. So, new flight. And first of all, let's see if the call sign's still available. 19 Lima X-Ray is going to be our return flight. How totally uncreative that is. So, 19 Lima X-Ray. Is it available? Yes, we can connect. Awesome. So, transponder off, and how's our fuel looking? So, here's a nice summary of the fuel we saved with the single engine taxi. Let's just have a look at that real quick. So, look at that. We've used 1,210 kilos on engine number 1 and 1,120 on engine number 2. So we saved 90 kilos of fuel by doing single engine taxi here. That's quite impressive, isn't it? That's actually really a good saving. Alright, and obviously we're gonna open this. Thank you. And we might as well just get those PAs up and running again. Alright, so let's go ahead and plan our return flight now. So, Speedbird 419, if I'm not totally mistaken, is the flight number. Yes, it is. And that's going to be 19 Lima X-Ray. We're flying from Lux to LHR. Speedbird 19 Lima X-Ray. Wanna bet how often I am going to say 18 Lima X-Ray? Just because I got so used to that now. So, Phoenix 320 IAEs, Costin X20, and we're the Golf Echo Triple Uniform. So, passengers on this one gonna be 160, and zero fuel weight 58,789. 27 right should be correct. Scheduled block time is 1 hour and 30 minutes. Alright, that is looking pretty good. The routing should be realistic as well, but tell you what, let's have a quick look into Edigla. So, last one we got there from the real world. Level 230 initially, then 330 later. Gonna copy that route. But that seems to be pretty much what the real flight used as well, is it? No, not exactly. Alright, we're going to take this one, and we'll file it for flight level 340. Strange routing there, taking us down into the French airspace. Do we really want to do that? Do we have something through Belgian airspace as well? It could take this, of course. DKH Taylor, Lima 608 Logan. Well, that would at least be through airspace that has ATC available. Thinking whether... You guys tell me in the comments below, do you want us to use the real world route, or do you want us the route where we've got air traffic control available? Gonna wait for your take on that one. In the meantime, what else can we do? We're flying to Heathrow, so obviously we are going to take 15 minutes of air traffic control fuel. Like that. Anything else over here? No, the rest looks good, does it? Well, alternate. Surely not going to fly over to Amsterdam. Let's take East Mids. What's the weather over there? So East Midlands is good. London Heathrow is good. And Luxembourg, well, is observed good. Alright, off block, they say 1600. Well, let's go ahead and plan with that. Like so. Apply. So, all you guys say ATC. Well, in that case, no further discussion. ATC route it is. And then I'm going to remove the altitude restriction there. Let's just plan it like that, see what we're going to get. Flight level 340, and later 320 at Saski. Well, that looks alright to me. So, gonna pre-file that on VATSIM. Quick check that everything is okay, but it surely looks like it. Alright, file flight plan filed. Thank you very much. Okay, so what do we have there? Company message, ATSU. Let's see, AOC menu, received messages, arrival message. On block at 20. That's excellent. Okay, let's just save a little bit of fuel there, APU off. And well, what is GSX doing? Let's see. I don't trust this thing. Yeah, one passenger left on board. I've got no idea why. But that last passenger just never seems to deboard. I mean, does anyone have an idea why that is? Is it because they are still working on the luggages? Or for what reason is that last passenger stuck on board? I've had it on pretty much all my flights with the Phoenix where I used the GSX features so far. And Leon Sellers asking in the comments, how do you know what zero fuel weight to type into SimBrief for a flight? Well, that's basically, you know, that's basically experience. So I did play quite a bit with the amount of fuel and the amount of cargo that SimBrief loads. So let's have a very quick look into that one more time. Here it is. And as you can see, with the zero fuel weight that I typed in manually and the amount of passengers that I loaded manually, we're now getting a cargo load of 1,960. If I did not type that zero fuel weight, it would probably have given us an even higher weight. So by manually using a zero fuel weight, I'm basically controlling how much cargo there is loaded. Now look, Luxembourg is a cargo airport. So for that reason I decided, well, like 2,000 kilos cargo should be fairly fine. But, you know, you never know. Generally, though, the zero fuel weights come down to experience. So if you've got a full load of 180 passengers, then something like 60 tons usually gives you a realistic zero fuel weight. And if you've got 160 passengers, anything between 58 to 59 is usually going to be realistic. That's pretty much how I do these setups. Okay then, so GSX, open the GSX menu, tell it you don't want to deboard crew. Okay, it says deboarding completed already. Let's just... I wonder why they're closing the doors, though. Certainly don't want to do that. But well, okay. Okay, now it actually says 0. Well, that is good. So then, let's go ahead and with deboarding completed, we can import the next flight. So, Luxembourg to Heathrow in 31 minutes. Okay, so we already looked at the weather. We know that we have the 15 minutes of ATC fuel on board, and I really don't see why we should take much more than that. So 5.5 plus 200, 5.7 tons of fuel should be just about right. Okay, so mass and balance added, and we won 5,700. That brings us to 65 tons of gross weight, so that should be fairly good. Okay, so apply and load aircraft, and we are going to take GSX loading and boarding. So let's go for that. Okay, so preparing for the next flight, let's do our performance. Just Luxembourg 24 dry looks good, all of that looking good. We said we wanted to calculate 65 tons. And all of that stuff is looking good. QNH 1022 now is set. Flaps 2 takeoff. It's a 4-kilometer runway. Why? Flaps 1 takeoff. 61 degrees, looking good. Performance limited weight 85 tons. Alright, that's awesome. So, this time, let's see, brake temperature 160. Park and brake is released. That is looking all good. So I'd say we are going to go out and we are going to do the walk around here. Apart from the fact that the drone spawned in that strange way, just have to say this is a beautiful looking picture, isn't it? This is really, really beautiful looking. Okay, so then let's go ahead and start our walk around. And Luca, what speed of passenger boarding am I using in GSX? The second highest, because that usually enables a nice 25-minute turnaround. Okay, so the static ports are looking good. Let's see the landing gear. It's looking good as well, no sign of any damages or anything the likes. And we move it to the front, and that looks like the light is illuminated, doesn't it? In that one over here. Let's just go back to the cockpit for a second. Oh, flight control, left side stick fault, calibrate null zones. Yeah, clear flight controls. Remove status. Here we go. Right, those lights are definitely turned off. No idea why it looks like that light is illuminated then, but that definitely is. Would you agree? Alright, well, let's continue with the walk around. So AOA vane, pitot vane, the ice detector down here, and the TAT probe. Static port in the front looking good. Let's see. No signs of bird strike, but look at that. Really lovely here. Can you see all the dirt that there is on the nose cone of the plane? That's probably all bees and insects and flies and stuff like that. Really neat to see all of that on here. That's really, really neat. Okay, looks like they are performing catering here. Not sure why they would do that, but so be it. Alright then, moving on. Everything looking good and clean over here. Let's get to the engine. Now, the engine is one of those points once again. We have a look into the front of the engine, obviously, well, first of all, that's an amazing texture quality that Phoenix put on here. Really gotta say that, especially the spinner over here, just looks really, really awesome, doesn't it? Really have to say that. Now, going on into the site then, here's where things get really interesting. Fuel trucks here already as well, awesome. Even though I've never seen a female refueler in my entire career yet. It's always been males. Alright, so these over here, those are probably the favorite things to check for on the walk around, especially when engineers have been involved. Those are the hatches that keep the cowlings closed, and I'm pretty sure you all remember those videos where the cowlings flew off when the airplane rotated and those hatches weren't closed. And yeah, those were some pretty impressive videos, and we absolutely want to make sure that we don't create another one of these. Right, so wing itself is looking good, and we just gotta find our way around all those vehicles here. Man, that is some precise parking. Ooh! What's happening with all those ground services around our aircraft? And most importantly, how is that gonna work out? I have a feeling we're going to see some bent metal in a few moments. Let's watch that. I want to see it from a good angle. Dude, get out of there. Really get out of there, my friend. If I never mentioned it, I do like to watch those car crash compilation videos, and I have a feeling, here we go. Ah, GSX. Love ya. If only there would be some proper Russian swear words now. Suka bliatiri nahui. And then maybe an argument with a fist. You know what I mean. Alright, so let's continue our walk around then. Awesome level of detail that Phoenix have added here to the V2 model. Really gotta say that. It's looking really, really good. Alright, tires looking good. Going over to the other side. Everything's looking good over here as well. Then we can move on to the back of the plane. Oh, look at that. That's what I call timing. Lovely level of Did they just... Am I not wearing my high-vis vest? Okay. On we go. The bulk cargo is locked. Outflow valves open as it should. Now that's the shithole. If you're wondering, that's the shithole. The toilet service hatch. Alright, so moving to the back of the plane, stabilizer is looking good, no signs of bird damage. The static wick dischargers all there, APU looking good, no oil leaking out or anything the likes. Then we can move on to the front of the plane there. And again, the same thing that we already did on the other side. Everything looking good down here, everything looking good over here. No signs of bird strike, no damages. The flaps are looking good. Even though I would expect to see a little bit of dirt here on the flaps. I mean, this runway wasn't dirty and we only used 3, but especially when you do config full in rainy conditions, which I just did 2 times yesterday with this very plane, then that thing should get dirty. Now over here is something interesting. Have a look at the registration. By the way, if I never said it, Artarium liveries, you are doing so excellent repaint. This is really absolutely beautiful paint. And Born Hunter, hi from Russia. Well, добрый день. Bled. Okay, so if you look at that paint over here, just look at the little bit lighter gray that you see around it. That's usually because registrations are often put on the surface of the plane with stickers. So when the sticker is changed, for example, after the plane went into a paint shop, then sometimes you might get a slightly different color tone, and that is what we see down here. Really beautiful, really, really beautiful. Right then, getting to the engine, again making sure that our favorite hatches are closed. And the other thing that we want to check for over here is the thrust reverser pins. So those you can see over here. See that text, caution, red pin, thrust reverser manually deactivated. So if the reversers were inoperative, then you would see some red pins sticking out over here. So if they were deactivated by maintenance, that is. Alright, so looking into the front of the engine, and that is all looking good. Alright, and the leading edge is looking good as well. So, boarding has started already. I've just seen the first couple of passengers walk in. So I do apologize, sir, but we just need to pass by, please. Like that. And here we are. By the way, beautiful level of detail on the door there as well. Really like it. So let's go back inside then. Now, funny little bug in the Phoenix. Yeah, flight controls, we've seen it. Go away. So, funny little bug there. Obviously, we have the door open. They are playing boarding music in the back. And we've got the PA turned up. But if we now move to the aft... Come on. Listen to the music. It just goes off as we leave the cockpit. That's... Now, as we enter the cockpit again, we hear the music again. That's just, like, really strange. Especially when we turn the, speakers off. And we take a seat now. We hear it very, very slightly, but I would expect it a bit louder with the door open. But okay, that's just a little bit of, general messing around. And Born Hunter in the comments, I work as an aircraft technician for an airline in Russia. It's interesting to hear what the producers are in your company and country, or what the procedures are in your company and country. Thank you. So thank you very much, Born Hunter, and really best of luck. Alright, so we are refueled. So seatbelts can come on. Then let's go ahead with our pre-flight procedures. And what's the temperatures inside? 25, 26. Why is it 32 degrees in the cockpit? That just doesn't make any sense. The temperature simulation is sure enough messed up in the Phoenix. I mean, it's 10 degrees outside. Both doors are wide open for half an hour now. And it pretends that we've got 27 degrees in the cabin. That doesn't make any sense. Right, now it's getting cold again in the cockpit, 18. That's also much too quick as well. But okay. Here we go. That's probably best. Okay, so, company message. Let's see what they sent us. Do a load sheet there. Preliminary Luxembourg to Heathrow, Golf Echo Triple Uniform, Speedbird 19 Lima X, edition number 1. And all those numbers are looking correct. Let's see. 160 passengers planned. Alright, going to accept that. Did we actually do the initialization already? Flight init. No, not yet. Then we are going to do it now. Okay, so that's everything looking good over here. Then we can continue on the main panel. Looking good. And down here, everything is set as well. Alright, so Lockheed is asking, do you prefer Boeing style or Airbus style FMC logics? I really prefer the Airbus style. I totally get where you come from with the Boeing, because I did think so while I've just been flight simming as well. but that is because the Boeing nicely leads you through the menus. But once you're familiar with all the standard flows in the aircraft, and once you're familiar with the flows and how to get through all the menus in the Airbus, I do believe the Airbus is nicer to work with in flight, while the Boeing is nicer to work with on the ground. That might be worth saying there. Boeing is easier to set up than Airbus, but Airbus, once you're in flight, is much, much more comfortable. So let's see which departures we've got available. DKH 5 X-ray, and that's it. Okay, so DKH 5 X-ray it is. And for the arrival, it's going to be Logan 2 Hotel then. Landing 27 right. Here you go, Logan 2 Hotel, transition via Lambourne. Here it is. Awesome. Insert. Alright, let's see the engine out procedure real quick. We're gonna take that from Blackbox again. So blackbox711.com. Really appreciate his website. I can't overemphasize that. Here we go. So we're looking for airport infos for Echo Lima Lima X-ray. So runway 24, track 238, 15 miles and hold. Okay. So, new waypoint, Lux X2, that's gonna be Echo Lima Lima X-ray 24/238/15. I'm gonna save that, and into the secondary we go. So, Lux X2, hold 238. Right hand turns is okay. 4000 should keep us safe over there. And immediate return, Luxembourg, here we go, arrival. And that is going to be an ILS Zulu runway 24. Okay, so same thing again into the fix page, ELLX24. Here we go, 238. And Lux X2. Right, let's have a look at what we created. Perfect. So, do we need anything on here? Maybe the DKH radials. Aircraft loaded. Well, that's quick. So let's just go in here. Okay, departure, and we've got DKH 5 X-ray. Where is it? Here it is. Straight ahead, 8 DME Lux, and then right turn to DKH radial 199 inbound. So 019 and Lima Uniform X-ray in number 2. Okay, easy going. Then ELLX24, and on the init page, init 2 58.8/25. And 5.7 on the fuel. And then let's see for the fuel figures. So that's 0.3, 1.1, 1.1. So we got 0.3, 1.1, and 1.1. Here we go, and then we can also uplink the winds. By the way, in the real world, this takes a lot longer to do. A lot longer to do. But okay, so, got that done now. And Lockheed in the comments asking, and as a follow-up question to the FMC question, will you be making any A320 tutorials here on the channel, like you have with some other aircraft, like the ATR 737 in the near future? Yes, I do plan to do that, but I cannot tell you exactly when they are going to come out yet. Maybe over the next couple of weeks, maybe a little bit later, but for sure they are going to come. Okay, so let's see that. 8 minutes of extra fuel, 300 kilos, but remember those 300 kilos here. I bet with you, once we're in the air, we're going to get completely different values. Okay, so flaps 1, 61 degrees. And then we've got takeoff speeds 38, 40, 40. And here we go. Okay, starting the APU so that it doesn't get too hot in the cabin. So with that, our FMS setup is completed. Only thing there, the engine out acceleration altitude, gonna be 1500. Here we go, and that's it now. Joe Wilson, that's a very good question there. Emmanuel, do you think we'll ever have completely automated aircraft that require absolutely no human interaction from being pushed back from gate? If so, how long do you think it'll take? Honestly, in 100 years' time from now, technology will be totally different from what it is right now. So it's impossible to forecast exactly what is going to happen. But what I can tell you is this. Technically, I'm sure it will be possible. But is a human ever going to accept sitting in an airplane without a pilot? That is rather unlikely. We can see that with trains already. In case of trains, humans don't want to step into a train that goes faster than 30 kilometers an hour if it doesn't have a driver in it. So that is really the point I can make here. Technically, I'm sure it will be possible. I can't tell how long it's going to take. Sure enough, until regulation would make it possible, we're talking 40, 50 years. I'm rather sure of that. But is a human ever going to accept sitting in something like that? That's a completely different question. Okay, so, so Kel's Gaming, that's a very good question. Emmanuel, do you get spoiled on your in-flight meals with your new airline compared to when you flew for Ryanair? Oh yes. The meals are excellent, I can tell you. At all times there's usually some business class food left. I love it, I really love it. Okay, so let's do a little bit more work. Let's try and see if they've got PDC over here. So, information Zulu. So, ATSU, AOC menu, ATC request, pre-departure clearance. ATIS Zulu, gate number is Victor 30. And we'll send that request to ELLX. And we'll add a Moin. Alright, send that out. Let's see what's going to happen. Okay, then let's go ahead and say hello to the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome aboard this British Airways flight. My name is Emmanuel and I am your captain today. With me on the flight deck, lots of fascinating first officers here, 223 at the moment, who are going to fly us over to London Heathrow. Flight time is going to be about 1 hour. We expect a smooth flight at an altitude of 34,000 feet. We would like to thank you very much for being with us today. Sit back, relax and enjoy the flight with us, and if there is anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our charming cabin crew. The cabin crew is shortly going to do the safety demonstration on board this Airbus A320 aircraft. I would like to ask you for your full attention, as that is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the passengers sitting around you. Again, thank you for your attention and welcome aboard. Okay, has that PDC request worked now? I kinda doubt it. So we do have a telex here, which is from vPilot, relayed. Begin relaying messages as needed. Then pre-departure clearance, request received, standby. I do believe Phoenix generates that one automatically. If we were to get an actual PDC, we would get it through the DCDUs up here. And load sheet, that's the final one. Okay, I'll tell you what, let's just quickly do that. I'm just going to use the right MCDU for a second because I don't want to change the displays around. So looking at 58.8, and that matches, with a trim of 31.6. Alright, 5.7 on the tanks, that is what we have here, and that is what we have here. And that's 64.3, and we have 64.3 in here as well. 160 passengers, 3 infants. Okay, we're going to accept that. Then let's see, our takeoff CG 30.1, so we're again looking at 0.4 down trim. It's a pity that Phoenix always gives us the very same CG. If there was a little bit of a variance in that, that would be highly appreciated. But unfortunately that's not the case there, it seems. Okay, well, so no PDC by the looks of it. In that case, I am going to go for clearance myself. So, what do they have online? Just the tower. Okay, so 118105 it is again.
Good evening. Car Condor 2446 at stand 17 with information Alpha requesting clearance to Malpensa.
Standby, break, Swiss 7, Bravo, Mike, wind 310 degrees.
He does seem a little bit busy.
Clear to land.
Clear to land 24, 67, Mike.
Lufthansa 2, X-ray, radar contact 1000.
So Kelp Gaming, thank you so much for the 1999 donation. That is really appreciated. Thank you, my friend. Luxembourg Tower, good afternoon. Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, information Zulu, request clearance to Heathrow.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, Luxembourg Tower, hello. Amended, correction, information Alpha, now current amended QNH 1022.
We'll check information Alpha, QNH 1022, Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, cleared to London Heathrow via the Diekerich 5 X-ray departure, runway 24, initial climb 4,000 feet, squawk 7177.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray. Information Alpha, we'll check, cleared to London Heathrow via the Diekerich 5 X-ray departure, runway 24, climb 4,000 feet, squawk 7177.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, read back correct, push and start at your discretion.
Push and start at our discretion, Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray. Just confirm we actually do need a pushback here, or can we start on stand and taxi straight out?
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, which stand are you at right now?
Victor 30.
Negative, then units taxi out.
Taxi out, roger. Okay. So, how do we get rid of GSX now?
738 passing right to left.
Does anybody know how to do this on a self-maneuvering stand now? Because I actually don't. I just read the manual that you flick on the beacon and then they come for pushback, but since we don't need pushback here... Oh well. Okay, so DKH 5 X-ray, does it actually say that anywhere here?
Wind 300 degrees,
Squawk 7177, just remembering that for a moment.
Thank you.
Oop, erase that. Okay, DKH 5 X-ray is confirmed. 7177. Okay, so you guys say just deactivate,
Luxembourg Tower.
just deactivate GSX. Okay, so we'll do. So GSX, reset position.
Cleared to Malpensa via Grotankia to Romeo departure runway 24. Initial climb 4,000.
Okay, so let's go for the departure briefing then. Your turn, first officer. Okay, Luxembourg 2-4, DKH 5 X-ray departure, climbing 4,000 feet, MSA is also 4,000, extra fuel 5 minutes. Alright, so no hotspots for taxi, stop margin is over a kilometer, engine outside straight at 15 miles, and immediate return to Luxembourg is an option. We are under the max landing weight and we got plenty of runway here as well.
Do you think you can
Nothing
pass?
special, nothing non-standard. Do you see any threats? I don't. Alright, so that's our briefing complete.
I don't know the
Then let's go ahead with the cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers, removed.
Condor 2446.
Fuel quantity,
Looks like you've spawned in a bit too much to the east. Any
5,680
chance you can move a
kilos,
bit
and
along
that
on
is
the
balanced.
stand that
Seatbelts on, ADIRS,
Yeah, check, we can move a little bit. No worries.
nav,
Condor
barrel rev,
Thank you.
QNH 1022. Cockpit preparation checklist
17
complete.
Uniform X-ray, line up and wait, runway 24 and
Ground
wait
from
departure
cockpit?
clearance in 2 minutes.
Go ahead. So,
Please
please confirm doors and hatches are closed, ground equipment is removed, and the bypass pin is installed.
taxi to the gate.
Yes, that's all confirmed.
7 Bravo Mike.
Okay, we're cleared to start, and the sequence will be 2 then 1.
Lima 2, stand Alpha.
Roger, stand by. Talk about ground equipment removed, huh?
2, stand Alpha 126.
So, GPU is going,
Cougar
and
417 radar contact 2400.
shocks are gone as well
Contact
now.
approach 120.
Excellent.
885.
Okay, before start checklist. Park and brake. Set. Takeoff speeds and thrust. 138, 140, 140, flex 61. Windows.
Lufthansa 15 Foxtrot Yankee.
Closed.
request
Beacon. On. Before start checklist complete.
Yankee,
And has
taxi
GSX just
via Bravo 1 Alpha holding point Alpha 2 QNH 1022.
interrupt pushback?
Give way
Yes.
to the Airbus 320.
I want to do a loud
crossing
Russian swear
left.
now.
Right to left.
Blert die nachui, ja? Jobele rot, blert. Okay, that much about this. So let's go back to the more serious parts then. Let's behave like noble British again.
Luxembourg Tower, hello, Eurowings.
Okay, ground cockpit.
Information. Alpha,
Start sequence
request clearance
2 then 1,
for
and we are starting engine 2. Clear to start 2.
Eurowings 33 Foxtrot.
Engine 2
Luxembourg
start.
Tower, good day. Are you able to accept a amendment to your flight plan?
We are, you can do that for 33 Foxtrot.
Right, let's see how long they're going to motor this
Beeline
time.
56 Roger,
I do have a
can I
feeling they
continue
should
to
be
taxi?
roughly cold again though.
Beeline 56 Romeo Charlie, affirm once the road is clear, you can taxi at your discretion.
And so Kel's Gaming, that's a good one. Emmanuel has joined the team Airbus. He went from a thermos of coffee in the cockpit to his table pulled out and dining on wine and cheese followed by a latte. Maybe. Let's see, if I got a little bit of time on the way back, I might pull in a picture or two.
Speedbird 17 Uniform X-ray, wind 330 degrees.
I might manage to bring in a picture or two of a couple of lovely food that we're getting on board our planes now. Okay, so that looks like a fairly normal engine start. Ground cockpit, go ahead. We got a good start in engine number 2, can we start engine number 1 please?
Start up and wait, runway 2
Yeah,
for
clear start 1.
departure in
Roger,
2 minutes,
starting 1.
655 Romeo.
Engine 1 start.
Condor 2446, request taxi.
That's interesting Airbus phraseology, by the way. They say, oh, when you talk to the ground, you say starting engine 1, but when you talk to the pilot, you say engine 1 start. Not 100% sure why they do that, but they do.
Eurowings 33 Foxtrot, initial flight correction, initial path.
707 liner, that's a good question in the comments there. I was flying to Luxembourg when you arrived. By the way, what is meant by transition speed 300? I heard that coming into Luxembourg, but didn't know what that meant. When a controller tells you something like on transition speed so-and-so, that means that you shall maintain your present Mach number until you reach that speed. So let's say, for example, you were flying Mach 0.76 like I was on the way in. If you get told on transition speed 310, that means he wants you to maintain Mach 0.76 until reaching 310 knots, and then maintain 310 knots. So that's the basic meaning of this phrase. And Konali, you're right. I didn't deactivate the GSX in the EFB. So once I turn on the beacon, it will automatically open. Okay, you're right about that. Ground cockpit. Go ahead. So we've got 2 good engine starts. You're clear to disconnect. See you with the clear sign on the left side, and have a wonderful day. Bye bye. Okay, so let's pretend the clear signal is seen after start checklist. Anti-ice, Off. Ecom status. Checked.
Condor
Pitch trim.
2446 verified. Squawk 1000.
30%. Rudder trim. Neutral. After start checklist complete. Flight control check.
Squawk 1000.
Full up.
Change down.
Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right.
655 Romeo,
Neutral.
wind 320 degrees,
Rudder.
7 knots, runway 24, clear for takeoff.
Full left.
Runway 24,
Full right.
takeoff, success,
Neutral.
655 Romeo, bye-bye.
All stations amended, correction, amended date is Bravo, no significant changes.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, request taxi.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, taxi holding point Alpha 2, QNH 1022.
Taxi holding point Alpha 2, QNH 1022, Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray. Right, straight out and then over to the left. Clear left side. Clear right side. Off we go. Brake check. Pressure 0. So Alpha 2 is the full length. Perfect.
Carglux 5936, line up and wait, runway 24 and wait, departure clearance in 1 minute.
Line up and wait, runway 24, Carglux 5936.
Luxembourg 655 Romeo, radar contact 1700 feet, continue with approach 120.885.
120885, we can pre-select that already. Clear right side. Okay, on the left side, 3 aircraft ahead of us, including 2 747s, so there is absolutely no need to go fast here. They do say single-engine taxi should be considered only when you expect more than 15 minutes between brake release and getting airborne. Even with that traffic, I don't really expect that, so we did the right decision in that we did not go for single-engine taxi out here.
Carglux 5936, heavy wind 320 degrees, 7 knots, runway 24, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 24, Carglux 5936.
Hi, Emmanuel here.
WinWings 33 Foxtrot is ready for push and start.
Thank you, it's going to take a couple minutes due to traffic.
Push and start at your discretion, report ready to taxi.
On discretion, pushback and say when ready for takeoff.
Alright, no changes to take-off briefing.
33 Foxtrot.
Lufthansa 15 Foxtrot Yankee, line up and wait, runway 24 and wait.
Line up, runway 24
Taxi checklist.
and wait. Lufthansa 15
Flight controls,
Foxtrot Yankee heavy.
checked. Flap setting, conform plus F. Radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto. Engine mode selector, norm. ECA memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Alright, so the 747 is going in a minute, thereafter it'll be 2 minutes for the A320 behind that, and then it's going to be 1 minute for us, so we're looking at about 5 minutes delay here. That is really not too bad. Looking at the watch, we would have had official off-block 5 minutes ago, so in terms of delay we can simply put it on self-maneuvering stand. That is a valid delay code, by the way, self-maneuvering stand, because the off-block time is always recorded when the plane starts moving for the purpose of takeoff. And obviously we do that a little bit after we have originally started the engines, so an on-time departure can be falsified by the fact that you only start moving once the engines have started and you've done all the procedures and read the checklist on a self-maneuvering stand. In my old airline we used to allocate 4 minutes of delay for that. In my new airline, delay management isn't the pilot's task anymore, that's completely done by operations, so it doesn't really matter. Condor. It's been a while since I've seen a Condor.
Condor 2446, line up and wait, runway 24 and wait, departure clearance in 3 minutes.
3 minutes even, wow.
Line up and wait, Condor 2446.
And Lockheed is asking, have I revealed my new airline officially yet, or is it still a secret? You have your thoughts and guess some do's as well, but of course you won't say anything. Yeah, you may guess, but I'm not going to confirm or deny anything as of this point.
Lufthansa 15 Foxtrot Yankee, radar contact 1,800 feet, contact...
and so Celts Gaming, I do agree with you when you say that we desperately need a developer to mod in an EFB for the 747, it would be so nice. I fully agree with you, but we'll have to see about it. By the way, did you hear that warning sound from the Lufthansa there? Not entirely sure what that would be in the 747. I mean, autopilot disconnect for sure, but anything in normal ops that might cause this warning sound, or did that guy just mess something up? Not 100% sure. Okay, that's the brake set. And here we go, got a little bit of waiting time. By the way, look at that. We easily have some 5 meters in front of us to the hold shot line, but from the cockpit you can't even see it anymore.
Wings 33 Foxtrot is ready for taxi.
Now, that's the so-called cutoff angle, and that's really something you should be aware of as a pilot. Now, depending on the plane, it's a little bit different. In the A330, it's over 10 meters that are blocked in front of you that you just can't see. So, if there is anything there on the ground, you've got to be really careful. Konali, I'm working for Pan Am. I like it. I wish, huh? I really wish. And Zero DK Gaming, I haven't seen the teaser of the Fly-by-Wire team just yet, but might as well watch it on the flight, shall we? I tell you what, let's actually watch that together once we're en route. Let's actually watch that teaser together. For the first time. You're going to get my fully unfiltered opinion then. And so Celts Gaming, yes, I can share my EFB screensaver with you, but I'm not 100% done with it yet. You know, I kinda don't like the A330 driver logo being in the top there. I'm thinking about putting it somewhere over here, but couldn't find a nice spot for it yet, so I'm still kinda working on that. And when that's done, then I'm certainly going to share it. But if you want, I can share the work in progress version as well.
320 degrees 7 knots, your number 2 behind 1 departing Airbus 320.
Continue approach, copy the wind number 2 at 6 miles.
Okay, so one guy's on approach, so he's going to land before us. So be it.
Condor 2446, wind 320 degrees.
It looks like in the end we will match those 15 minutes taxi time from the OFB quite nicely. 1 hour flight time, hour 30 schedule, 10 minutes taxi in, and we'll still be 5 minutes early on schedule. Beautiful. That's completely beautiful. And there goes the Condor. So, let's see the other side. Can we see anything on the approach there yet? Not really. Oh, yeah.
Uniform, runway 24, clear to land.
Yeah. Oh, there it comes. Yeah, there it just comes.
Condor 2446, radar contact 1,900 feet, contact approach 120.885.
Contact approach 120.885. Thank you for it.
So just about on the brink of where single-engine taxi might have made sense, but in the worst case I'd rather do single-engine taxi on one occasion too little than to do it one time too often and then delay all the traffic because I still have my engine warm-up going on. So let's see how that guy lands. There's the marker, there's the 1,000-foot point. And yes, it does tell a little bit about my point of view about flight simmers when I put my camera in a position where it goes a bit further. But there you got it. Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, line up and wait, runway 24. Alright, smooth touchdown. A little bit far, but certainly smooth touchdown. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Clear on the approach. Clear on the right. Line up checklist. Takeoff runway 24 Alpha 2. TCAS, Tara, PAX 1 and 2. Off. Line up checklist complete. And again, you can see I'm doing the entire taxi on idle thrust. That's how you protect your brakes. That's how you save money for the company. Right, the guy's vacating. Right into the...
18 Lima uniform taxi via Bravo 1 Lima 2, stand Alpha 14.
Bravo 1 Lima 2, stand Alpha.
So, ready to go.
Stand Alpha for the Lima uniform.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, wind 300 degrees, 5 knots, runway 24, clear for takeoff.
Runway 24, clear for takeoff, Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray. Takeoff. Man flag 61, SS runway, A thrust blue. Thrust set. .100 knots, checked. V1, rotate. Positive rate of climb, gear up. Nav, checked.
AGN 6 Lima uniform approved. Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, radar contact 2000 feet, contact approach 120.885.
120.885, Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, see ya. Thrust climb, climb, A thrust.
Impact level, altitude 5000 feet.
Direct Lima
1000 to go. Vertical speed. Flap 0. Speed checked. Flap 0.
Fire level 100 and direct Lima X-ray 24 India and expect ILS 24. Condor to uniform.
Luxembourg approach. Good evening. Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray 3300 climbing 4000 DKH 5 X-ray departure.
09 Lima X-ray, hello, approach, identified half 3400, climb flight level 140.
Climb flight level 140, Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray. Thrust climb, climb 14000 blue. Okay, set standard.
2, and can I have direct? I don't can do a direct to Lima X-ray 24 India.
Standard cross check passing 43 now. Checked.
For information about 37 Takeoff.
Continue on present heading.
AP1.
Go.
Okay. So let's see if there's any good shortcut in it for us. Not really, huh?
19 Lima X-ray, right turn, direct Gaslow.
Right direct Gaslow, Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, thanks. Let's see, Gaslow. Yeah, that's something for a start. I bet we're going to get the next better direct once we get over to Brussels. So, nice fly path here, keeping us well clear of the clouds. That's exactly how it should be. Very nice. Very, very nice.
Mike Uniform, please confirm the descent of...
Okay, looks like we are going into a couple clouds again. Well, engine anti-ice is on. And engine anti-ice is on. Nice to see, by the way, how the ignition also comes on when you put engine anti-ice on. Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, frequency change approved. Thank you, bye now. Oh, that's too bad. Brussels went offline, actually. Well, in that case, we'll go over to Honeycomb. Like that, and climb all the way to cruising level 340. Okay, flight level 340 blue, passing 10,000, lights going off, and engine anti-ice off as well. Don't think it's gonna get turbulent, so release passengers. And if Brussels is offline, well, in that case, let's fly direct to Brussels VOR. That should save us a minute or two. Alright, so clear and copy. Clear. Clear. Copy. And clear. Alright, so cruising 340, optimum 360. We can live with that. We'll probably have to descend a bit earlier anyway. And 27 right landing runway. That looks good. Alright, awesome. So, we made it all the way out. Braden Morrison, welcome as an economy class member to the channel. Hi, I'm doing good, and you? And Fatboy Fat UK, is it an IAE thing with the auto ignition with anti-ice? I do think... Now, not 100% sure. I do think the CFMs should do it as well, but not 100% sure. They might just do it without indicating it. There is always that possibility. Now, there was a question earlier from Max Schäfer. Why is the fuel flow higher on engine number 1? That was because we turned off engine number 2 bleed. That was because we turned off the engine number 2 bleed, and therefore the fuel flow on engine number 2 went down, while engine number 1 remained at the normal bleed, or rather at the normal flows. Oh, and we just got a private message from Luxembourg Approach. Thanks for your excellent videos and streams. Keep up the good work and enjoy every minute of it. Best wishes and thanks for flying. Well, thank you so much, Luxembourg. It's been great service over here. Really appreciated it. Top ATC. Nothing to complain about. Alrighty, so with that we're in the air, and then I'd say you guys wanted to watch the fly-by-wire preview with me, right? So I do suppose we're going to go ahead and have a look at that, right? Provided I can find it, that is. Alright, found it. So, let's go ahead and watch that fly-by-wire A380 preview together. Let me just find the... let me just find it. Here we go. Alright guys, so... Fly-by-wire A380X sneak peek. My very first time watching it. They released it just about the same time where I started my live stream, so... Let's go ahead and have a look. This is going to be my very first impression, guys. I am excited for this one, because it's an A380. And it's fly-by-wire. They're doing awesome stuff. Can we tell where that is? Toulouse, huh? Yeah, that gotta be the delivery ramp at Toulouse. Very nice reflections here on the nose, aren't they? Spirit of Toulouse. Oh yeah, fittingly. Man, that's a nice cockpit there. But I can't help myself and the beta tester comes out straight away. There's a couple of mismatches on the textures here on the seat. Just go back a couple of frames. If you look at that, the beta tester in me sees that immediately. Nonetheless, beautiful looking. Very good textures. Especially for it being a freeware. Movable seat, nice. Look at that, 4 external power units. Wow, that thing gotta need a heck a lot of power. And look at that, the lights are actually in a different configuration than on other Airbuses. Got the nav light here. That's interesting. Different nav and logo lights. Control surfaces hanging down with the hydraulics turned off. Neat little sound of the relays tripping. Beautiful, beautiful wear and tear on the displays, by the way. So that looks like the same loading process that we have on their A320. But look at that, man. Man, look at those textures close by. That's, especially here on the audio control panel. That's really, really good. I mean, that is all the way up to the Phoenix 320 cockpit, isn't it? Different ecam pages, of course. Oh nice, so that's just how you can uplink the flight plan, is it? Look at that keyboard. Wonder if that is operative. But that is all looking really awesome. I mean that quality of the plane looks to be really good. The visuals are for sure. Even if we look into details like the brake pedals down there. And yes, yeah, that is the kind of stuff that I look at when I see something like this. Is that a safe taxi? Yes, that's OANS. That is the airport map. Beautiful! Fly-by-wire really continues to impress me. Wow. That's really wow.
Alright,
look at that, start selector is at the top now. Starting 2 engines at the same time. This is really, really beautiful. Captain Nolan asking in the chat down there, does the Phoenix have cell call built in, or is it only showing in VATSIM? It's only in VATSIM as far as I'm aware. I don't think it has cell call built into the cockpit. Man, I can't wait to fly that. I really can't wait to fly that. I mean, look at that level of detail on the windshield there. Is that a bug that smashed on it on a previous flight? Beautiful looking, that fly-by-wire cockpit. Wish I'd be flying that right now. It's nice that the Phoenix is. This is awesome. Also, look at the level of detailing on here on the glare shield. Beautiful. Nick Lopez just joined. Is this the preview of the fly-by-wire A380? Yeah, watching the video right now. They released it right at the moment I started my live stream, so I haven't seen it yet. It's the first time I'm watching this, because so many people asked me if I could show it. Okay, watch that. Couple of amber messages down there on the PFD. Looks like the VSD isn't working either yet. When I'm looking at that. Auto brake, probably not simulated yet either. So just trying to get a little... Oh, listen to those nose wheel sounds. Beautiful. Lovely sounds, really lovely sounds. Smooth rotation. Suggests you can control it very precisely. That's looking really good so far. Also, look at all those bugs that you got on the windshield there. I really hope they're gonna keep that, because there will be many people. There will probably be many people who are going to complain about that. That's looking really good. So Lockheed, in the comments below, is it just you that thinks the blue in the cockpit looks strange? Well, that would be a typical work in progress thing, that they might just still have to add another layer or something. Wonder where those marks come from. Are that... Nice reflections there on the plane. Just look at it. I mean, that is a beautiful aircraft, isn't it? That's a really beautiful aircraft. Looks like they had a keyboard entry there, did they? Ew, flying really close to the red band though. Is Mach 8.2 really the maximum that the A380 can do? I always thought it would go a lot faster than that. Always thought it could go like 8.8 or something like. Look at the effects of the grain over there on the EFIS control panel. That routing looks a little bit strange though, over here on the nav display.
Minimum.
Oh, Lockheed, the A330 maximum speed is the small 8.6.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Smooth flare. Neat touchdown. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Great looking aircraft. Can't wait to see that in action. Really can't wait to see that in action. Parking on the maintenance ramp. Beauty. That's really nice. Really, really beautiful. Nice transition there into the cabin. Did they really do the cabin of the entire aircraft like that? And gotta be honest, that window shape looked a little bit strange there, but I really tell you, this looks very nice. Okay, so there you got it, guys. Now I've seen the preview of the fly-by-wire, and gotta say that it looks really neat, really neat. I mean, especially for freeware coming up, I'm sure this is going to be an awesome aircraft. And I have to say, the first impression there is a really good one. So it looks like the plane is really well done, well modeled as well. I mean, if you compare that level of detailing over here to the Phoenix, then I don't know, there is something like that little dirt and dust over here that still makes the Phoenix look a little bit more hands-on my first impression. But honestly, if you think just 5 years back to the latest P3D products, then really have to say that, then we just really have to say that the fly-by-wire looks better than the best payware that was available for Prepared 5 years ago. And that really has to mean something. So, beautiful impression. Really beautiful impression. Alright, that much about my first impression of the fly-by-wire A380 video. Really have to say that was a beautiful one. And I can't wait to see it live at FS Weekend tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm driving to FS Weekend as well. Gonna be a 3-hour drive per way, but so what. So tomorrow I'm gonna be there, and I hope to be able to catch a first look at it live. Well, and it's gonna be interesting to see what people are going to say about the 777, of course. Being able to see that one live tomorrow as well. For the first time, I suppose. I mean, I've seen it on my computer, but it's always interesting when people get their first impression of, well, when people get their first impression of an airplane, especially how different that can be from all the, how do you say that best? Especially how different that first impression of other people can be from your own as a tester. So, really looking forward to tomorrow on FS Weekend. Well, and then there's FS Expo. I'm really hoping I can catch a flight, one where I'm operating the plane, to Las Vegas on the on or around the time of the Expo, so that I can visit it. I mean, that'd be excellent, wouldn't it? Being able to see FS Expo while you're on a layover. I would absolutely love that. I would absolutely love that. But we'll see about it. Alright, so going back to our own flight over here. Going back to our own flight over here. We've got like what? Is that 75 miles to top of descent over there? So might just quickly have a look into the destination ATIS here. Arrival. Let's just update that one time. Information Charlie 1550, automatic arrival, runway 27 left now, departure 27 right. Alright, delivery closed for startup, contact. Data link clearances are available. Ah, awesome. Okay, so they shifted runway, that means we got a, yeah, Tuesday path ahead Yumi 2. So 27 left is the arrival runway now, let's go ahead and put that in. Via Lamborn, insert. And we're probably going to keep 27 right on the secondary, just in case. Alright, so let's go ahead, grab a couple of charts. So, Logan to Hotel, here it is. And initial approach from Lamborn. And then we need the approach chart for an ILS 27 left. So here it is. So quick check that all the data here is correct. Not gonna read all of that out to you now, but just follow along as we enter all the arrival data. So 250 below 100, that's of course what we're going to do. So Logan 250, Sabre 160. Brazo, Weasel 250 and Lamborn at flight level 70. Yep, that looks familiar. Initial approaches from Lamborn looks familiar as well. 11 DME out, down to the south, above 6,000, max 180. Yep, I have seen all of that at some point before. Leading on to the ILS 27 left. What do we have there? Straight at 1080 or 0 DME, whichever's later. Climbing turn left, track 147, 2000. Passing 6 DME, climb without delay 3000. Alright, we can do that. So for the arrival then, we're going to take London and we are going to take Lamborn. So, landing 27 left now. So, 280 knots on the approach. Didn't they have some standard speeds here? Let's just check that. Nah, it doesn't look like it. I'll tell you what, if we do some 300, or let's say 280 knots, that should be good. And look at that, that's exactly what the cost index has in charge for us anyway. Okay, so what do we have here? Wind 190 at 10, so almost crosswind. Temperature 12, 1020. And for the arrival, we've got a minimums. I believe it is 277. Let's see. Yeah, it is. Surprise. Okay, so how far is the exit? That's always the hard question here. 3,700 meters, and November 6 is roughly 2,000 meters down, I would say. So, arrival. Heathrow 27 left, dry. Let's just be sure to take the latest weather, like this. Landing fuel 3,000, so we're going to burn 800. So, if we take 62 tons, we should be safe. Low auto brake, idle reverse, auto thrust off. Flap 3 manual. 2,000 meters. Looks good to me. Low. 3. And 3. Okay then. So, 2,100 MSA in case I missed approach. So that is what we're going to use for the one engine out go around. And for the fuel, as I told you on the ground. On the ground it was 300 extra, now we're sitting here with 800 extra. So that's really good. 24 minutes on top, that's all I want. Okay then, copy that, and I said that we are still going to use 27 right on here. So let's just insert that. And on there it's 277 as well. Alright, awesome. So that's our approach preparation completed then. What's that? Aircraft in front of us, 1300 low. That's okay. So by Sasuke we should be in 320 according to the flight plan, but I don't really care. We're going to start the descent when we reach our top of descent, and that shall be good enough. Ding dong. And that's London Center. Please contact me. 11848. That's the real world frequency at this point. I've flown in Stansted so often. 11848 is exactly the correct frequency that you would go on at this point over here.
Max 79029er, turn right heading 055, speed 180 knots.
055 and 180 knots, Max 79029er.
Speed right 9086, climb now, flight level 150.
Flight level 150, speed at 986, thanks.
Rhino 901 Charlie, landing
okay, traffic coming up ahead.
Flight heading 230 degrees, descend flight level 70.
That is close.
Runway 22 heading 230 and altitude is Caspia.
London, good afternoon, Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray level 340 in Mount Sasuke.
Rhino 91 Charlie with flight level 70.
Flight level 70, Rhino 1 Charlie.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray London control to Logan 2 hotel arrival for Heathrow. When ready, descend flight level 250 to be level by Logan.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, Logan 2 hotel arrival in Heathrow. When ready, descent level 250 level by Logan. Okay, Logan 2 hotel is what we've got, and when ready, 250. Flight level 250 blue.
Lufthansa 9er,
okay then.
confirm descent.
So, Klopf is asking, at which leg are we? We're on the second leg over here, from Luxembourg into Heathrow.
A-Farm, Blueback 79029er.
Okay, we did company message over there, probably more than one. I wouldn't be surprised.
It's my first
Also, we still have to do the
2000 feet, Blueback 79029.
yeah, British Airways Ops sent delay for 2 minutes. We're going to do that. And the telex is the contact me. Alright. So, ADC delay.
KLM 4 Charlie, descend flight level 140.
Let's see, delay allocation card.
Level 140, KLM 4 Charlie.
We set self-maneuvering stand. Where is that? Self-maneuvering stand, OSM. Perfect. So, OSM, 2 minutes delay. Startup commenced on time. Send that out.
360, ready for descent.
Probably gonna receive an acknowledgement of that in a few moments.
Hello to Logan 2 hotel arrival for Heathrow. Fly heading 285, descend flight level 25.
And Sanya Agaev, is it worth commencing the descent 10 miles away from the top of descent for better entry into the profile? Well, I'll tell you honestly, 10 miles out is probably a little bit far away, but if you started like 5 miles prior to the top of descent, that's absolutely fine.
Lufthansa 9er, confirm. Flight level 160 to level with...
Okay, so I'm gonna wait until we're about 5 miles from the TD and then I will start our descent.
As well.
Okay, in the meantime then, we should be ready for our, we should be ready for our approach briefing, so let's go for that.
D75 Charlie Echo, London Control, September 2 Golf arrival, squawk 2015.
Alright, MSA for the approach, 2200, so we're saving 3000. Logan 2 hotel arrival, ILS 27 left, minimums 277 barometric. Current trajectory is a left turn out, initially 2000 at 16 London 3000 feet. Extra fuel 20 minutes. Alright, ILS approach, comfort 3 landing, stop margin is over 1000 meters, almost 1700. Auto brakes low and idle reverse to leave on the runway onto the right, and then we'll be parking at Terminal 5. No hotspots, single engine taxi will be done, and no threats. Any questions? No? Awesome. Okay, so we're about 5 miles from our top of descent. Let's go ahead and start that descent. Descent, alt blue.
No worries. KLM 1011. Turn right heading 030 degrees.
Go right heading 020 degrees, KLM 1011.
EZ75 Charlie Echo, descend
First
flight
idle.
level 140 to be level by Upton.
Okay, there's traffic below, but that's 8,500 feet lower.
19 Lima X-ray on conversion.
Let's see, we're...
280.
Well, that's interesting. We're clear towards Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray on conversion 280 knots. That's interesting. We're cleared right on top of him at the moment. I suppose he's just going to descend him to a lower level. Then the problem is solved.
KLM 1011.
Okay, well,
270.
I'll do a quick PA to the passengers now.
KLM 4
Your
Charlie,
ATC.
descend flight level 80.
Ladies and gentlemen from Flight, this is your captain speaking. We've started our descent towards London Heathrow and expect a landing in approximately 25 minutes. The weather in London, a little bit cloudy, temperature 12 degrees. We'd like to thank you so much for choosing British Airways today. Hope that you've enjoyed your stay aboard and wish you a nice and safe continuous journey. And we hope to see you again on board of the future flight. Thank you very much for your attention, and we wish you a very good evening. Alright, engine anti-ice on.
Speedbird 986, climb flight level
Engine anti-ice is on. Ouch. Finn asking, don't you enter the transition flight level in the MCDU? No, we don't. We actually keep it on the standard transition altitude.
200 degrees.
Left 200, and then even 8.4.
Enter 993, contact Amsterdam radar 125.750.
Over to Amsterdam radar
And Gaviscon 111 is asking, is it possible that in the real world you might have such a close passage, like with the guy we had a little bit earlier? Well, obviously 1,000 feet is what you would have between the two aircraft, and I have a feeling due to some weather issues or QNH issues in the simulator, we might not have had that, but a little bit less here in the sim. But believe me, when an aircraft is passing 1,000 feet above you, that looks really, really, really close in the simulator. Or in the real world.
Speedbird 949 Lima, descend flight level 140. Lumax 79029er, speed 160 knots, maintain until 4 DME.
And Freddy V, that's a good question. I just learned to fly the PMDG 737. Should I buy the Phoenix A320 or start learning the Airbus with the Flabberwire Neo? Well, here's what I'd recommend you to do. Start with the Flabberwire, see if you like Airbus in general, and if you like Airbus...
19 Lima X-ray, descend flight level 160 to be level by Sabre.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, descend flight level 160, level at Sabre.
Scandinavian 84.
Okay, that's 250 Amber, 250 Magenta, will be 160 in a few moments. Okay, so my recommendation there is go and download the Flabberwire. It is an awesome aircraft and it is available for free. And if you like it, if you think that you are going to fly Airbus for long, then I would absolutely recommend you to get the Phoenix. It is an awesome airplane. The latest update with the version 2, just awesome. Okay, speeds, alt, flight level 160 blue.
We're out of 3,000 feet now for 6 on the Britain's Spark 7 Foxtrot.
Speedbird 1181, London control, maintain altitude 6,000 feet.
Looks a little bit hazy here. I think I'm just going to keep the engine anti-ice on.
KLM 31 Alpha, descend flight level 100, speed 220.
But it's not turbulent, so we can keep the passengers loose for a few moments.
Hanson 9er, descend flight level 150, speed 220 knots.
Looking a little bit up in the chat, I see a small discussion there on the differences between the A330-300 and the A330-200. Well, one of the differences is that for the 300 the center tank is optional, and indeed the majority of the fleet that I'm flying does not have a center tank in the A330-300. The reason for that is that with a normal load of passengers, even with less than full fuel in the wing tank, so the wing tanks can take approximately 78 tons of fuel. Even with less than that, the plane is already at the maximum takeoff weight of 233 tons. So For that reason, many A330-300s don't have a center tank fitted. On the A330-200 that's different, since the maximum takeoff weight is the same as the 300, so 233 tons, and the A330-200, however, has a maximum, or has a typical zero fuel weight that's approximately 10 tons less than that of the A330-300 with a full load of passengers fitted. So, for that reason, the 200 usually has a center tank fitted, while the 300 has not. However, first of all, let's get our speed under control. It is 280 assigned. So let's just get that out.
Alright, over to Heathrow Director 119 second. 119.730.
Alright, couple of guys ahead of us are getting holdings over at Lambourne, so let's see how long that delay is going to be.
Lufthansa 9er descend, flight level 140.
Okay, speed brake coming back in again.
Lufthansa descend, please repeat.
Lufthansa 9er descend, flight level 130.
Lufthansa 9er.
So, Ascot 252, can an A320 be flown?
19er Lima X-ray, descend, flight level 150, speed 250 knots.
Seabird 19 Lima X-ray, descend, flight level 150, speed 250 knots. You still need us to meet the Sabre restriction?
Negative. Brakes, Scandinavian 84 Foxtrot, descend, flight level 160 to be level by Sabre.
Okay, flight level 150 blue, selected speed 250. Thrust idle open descent. Okay, so Ascot 252, as asked a little bit earlier, can an A320 be flown by a single pilot? Well, not legally. Technically speaking, all airliners can be flown by a single pilot, but it would be a significant reduction in safety margins. So for that reason, yes, technically speaking, it is possible. After all, in case of pilot incapacitation, it has to happen. But it's not legal.
Maintain altitude 6,000 feet on reaching.
Sanya Argaev asking in the comments, I want to start to learn Airbus professionally, so what should I start with? I'm thinking of CBT first, then FCOM or SOP, plus CBT. Is that enough? Well, yeah, I would say so. Grab yourself an AFCOM from Google, there are plenty of them available out there, and then go ahead and do the CBTs. That's usually how you start learning it in the real type rating as well. So, that does seem like a good plan to me. And Lockheed, have I ever been plane spotting? Well, not with a professional camera or anything the likes, but I've absolutely been at airports watching aircraft fly. The last time has been 2-3 years ago, back at my then home base Cologne, where there's a beautiful spot at runway 14 left, where you'll see aircraft flying over you just a couple meters high. Engine NTR is off, by the way. So really beautiful. Really beautiful spot there in Cologne. Especially when you have the 747s going over you. That is just incredible.
Lufthansa 9er confirm descent to flight level
1000 to go.
0.
And speed, vertical speed.
London Control Singapore 437 5000.
Alright, so a couple of towering cumulus clouds up there.
437 London Control.
And of course over there, and I have a feeling that's going to be immediately over the airport.
Flight level 130.
Knowing my luck.
75 Charlie.
Beautiful entry to the River Thames over here.
Oh, this just logged off. In that case, Monarch Unicom 122 decimal.
Lufthansa 9er holding at LAM, left-hand turns as published, delay 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Rhino 91 Charlie, wind 130 degrees.
Okay, so in case we need to hold 262 left-hand turns, but we'll see. All star.
Speed 220 knots. Speedbird 1181, climb now, flight level 150.
As soon as we get cleared below 15,000, I am going to turn the seatbelt signs on.
Lima X-ray, descend, flight level 130.
Seabird 19 Lima X-ray, descend flight level 130.
Singapore 372, climb flight level 290.
290.
Vertical speed, alt, flight level 130 blue. Okay. Talk about the devil here I am. Seatbelt signs on. And might as well turn a couple of lights on already. It starts getting dark.
Traffic crossing above. Command 79029 taxi stand 14.
Did you listen to that voice of the controller when the guy said that he's leveling off and he's just like, hey Roger, that's traffic crossing above, in this accent just telling like, yeah thanks, I'm aware of that. Really beautiful, really beautiful. And Sanya, no, I have not flown to Russia in the real world yet.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, hold at Lambourne, left-hand turns as published, speed 220 knots.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, hold over Lambourne, left turns as published, speed 220.
London, hello, Speedbird 53 Foxtrot.
Right, that's 1,000 to go, speed coming down.
380.
Thrust to idle, open descent.
Safsky, we are expecting Logan to hotel for Heathrow.
Oh, Lambourne, hold, and that is 262 left-hand turns.
250 to be level by Logan. 250 by Logan, Speedbird 53 Foxtrot Tango. Scandinavian 84 Foxtrot, descend, flight level
262 left turns, insert.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, descend, flight level 120.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, descend, flight level 120.
Flight
level 120 blue.
Control director 119.730.
Right, two guys in the holding there already.
Contact, thanks you. Good night.
So 119.73, we'll just put that in here already.
At runway 91 Charlie, taxi stand 53 right.
So let's see how long that is going to be for the holding, but let's actually see, what is our scheduled arrival time?
Resume on navigation direct Ratlow.
The scheduled arrival to holding over here, they have not specified the length of the delay, so I don't expect it will be too long, maybe 1 or 2 rounds in the hold. So expect to be in the ground in about 15 to maximum 20 minutes. Should be an on-time arrival. Okay, thank you for letting me know.
Vector London Control, descend flight level 250 to be level by low.
Alright, that's the cabin crew briefed. Speed alt star. So,
767 Vector, fly heading.
Looks like 2 people in the holding.
200 degrees.
One guy here, and that guy's already leaving the holding.
Speedbird.
Alt.
Scandinavian 84 Fox.
So, pretty sure that's just going to be 1 turn in the hold or something the likes. Maximum 2 turns.
London Control, hello, Lufthansa 17 Golf.
So that really shouldn't be too bad.
Lufthansa 17 Golf, London Control, maintain altitude 6,000 feet on reaching.
And Eric Vroom, is the stream lagging only on your side? Well, let me just look around a little bit again. No, the stream does, well, yeah, there's a slight bit of lag occasionally, but overall it shouldn't be too bad.
Logan 2 hotel arrival for Heathrow, descend flight level 280.
Yeah, a slight bit of lag seems to be in there.
On conversion speed 250.
But hopefully that shouldn't be too bad. And Michelle de Monaco, I wonder what PC one needs to have decent FPS while in cockpit with these planes. Well, I for my part would need a little bit better CPU, and I'm actually in the process of buying one, but we'll have to see. I might buy a new CPU next week, but last year I upgraded my graphics card, which I figured would make a bigger difference due to the frame rate generation, and it really did, so I believe I went down the right choice there, because I didn't want to buy a completely new computer all at once. But I have a feeling next week is going to be the time for me to go ahead and get a new computer, or rather a new CPU. And at the moment my favorite seems to be something of the i9 4900 series, but of 14,000 series, but I haven't decided finally yet. I I haven't made the final decision, but it's probably going to be something of the very highest end, because the CPU I have right now used to be new, I believe, 5 or 6 years ago, and when I'm buying new hardware like that, I really want to go out of the problems ways for as long as possible. So chances are I'm probably going to just buy the latest that is available at the best, even though it might cost me $1,000. But we'll have to see about it.
2 kilo, fly heading 070 degrees, climb flight level.
And Lockheed, currently I'm running an i9 9900K, overclocked to 5.2 gigahertz, but
Singapore 437.
that was very, very good at the time I bought it, but by now, you know,
Singapore 437. Seabird 53 Foxtrot Tango.
it's grown a little
Flight
bit.
level 160 to be level by Sabre.
160 by Sabre, Seabird 53 Foxtrot Tango.
Seabird 927 Lima, London Control, hello.
Alright, so, first round in the hold, we're a beam Lamborn, so should be a minute now, and then we make our left-hand turn again, back to the VOR.
Seabird 909 descend, flight level 2.
Then let's see how long that is going to take.
Speed 280 knots.
Kansas 260 on conversion.
Looking at the TCAS, it looks like that guy is flying his second round, so
Tomjet 29 Alpha now.
let's see what this guy is going to do. Whether he is going to fly another round in the hold, or whether he's going to go straight.
Flying further for Manchester.
I'll stay at 120, please. Could you repeat the heading, please?
Tomjet 29 Alpha, it's heading 310 degrees.
Heading 310 degrees, Tomjet 29 Alpha.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, descend flight level 110.
Seabird 19 Lima X-ray, descent flight level 110.
Seabird 19 Lima X-ray, contact Heathrow Director 119.730.
119.730, Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, see ya.
TLM 194, turn right heading 0. Unicom, bye-bye.
Alright, vertical speed, alt, flight level 110 blue.
For November Mike Sierra 200.
949 Lima, call sign to 120.4, goodbye.
Heathrow Director, Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, descending level 110, holding over Lamborn.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, hello to you, Heathrow, it's landing 27 left, less than 5 minutes in the hole there, descend flight level 100.
Landing 27 left, descend flight level 100, Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray. Flight level 100 blue. Alright, less than 5 minutes sounds good, so we're probably going to fly one more round and then we're going to start the approach. That sounds just about right. So ultimately, I do believe it is going to turn out as we said it initially, 2 rounds.
Shuttle 3 Yankee, turn left, heading 085.
Oh, what's the altimeter doing there?
That's 085, shuttle 3 Yankee.
Oh, it's interesting. By the way, QNH 1020, have we pre-selected that?
Lufthansa
Yes.
Niner, turn left, heading 115 degrees.
Okay, so reaching level 100.
115 degrees.
Lufthansa Niner, that's correct. Descend now to altitude 4,000 feet. QNH.
That Lufthansa Niner always says confirm to his messages. That's, I think I'm gonna drop him a message.
Speed QNH
1020.
QNH 1020, confirm.
Seabird 19 Lima X-ray, hold cancelled, after Lamborn, fly heading 265 degrees at speed 220 knots, descend now, flight level 80.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, heading 260 degrees, descend now, level 80, speed 220 knots.
Check that, it's heading of 265.
Heading 265, Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray.
Lufthansa Niner.
Crossed idle open descent, alt, flight level 80 blue.
120.4.
Right, going through 100.
Goodbye.
Engine anti-ice on.
Shuttle 9 Delta, the hold's cancelled, right turn back to Bovingdon, leave heading 120 degrees, speed 220 knots.
Okay, approach checklist.
Say again, Shuttle 9 Delta?
Oh, well,
Delta,
not yet.
hold's cancelled, return directly back to Bovingdon and leave heading 120 degrees, speed 220 knots.
Alright, I think it's going to be all radar vectors, so let's go ahead and extend the center line.
degrees and speed 220 knots, shot 9 double.
CF27 left, and that should be 089.
Descending 110 and hold over.
Okay, insert that.
Scandinavian 84 Fox, Heathrow, hello to you. Descend flight level 100 and the hold cancelled.
1000 to go.
Heading 265 degrees, landing runway 27
Speed,
left.
vertical speed.
Descend flight level 100 after Lamborn, heading 260, landing 27 left, Scandinavian 84 Fox.
Alright, so that guy's going below us. I'm going to reduce that vertical speed a little bit further.
Shuttle 3 Yankee, you can descend now to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1020, turn right heading 125.
So this is exactly the TCAS prevention that I talked about earlier now. Guy is going right below us. Interestingly enough, he's showing minus 1,000 now. Tell you what, I'm going to level off over here. Vertical speed 0. Because that doesn't look right. If he's showing minus 1,000, well, we're in 8,300. That's probably just a problem with the pilot client, but I just don't want to get too close there and cause a nuisance TCAS RA. So for that reason, let's just do VS minus or VS 0 for a moment. And once we're clear, we're going to continue our descent.
Shuttle 3 Yankee, descend now to altitude.
Alright, should be clear now.
Maintain 5 on reaching.
Maintain 5 on reaching.
So let's go down to 80
Shuttle 3
now.
Yankee, thanks. Reduce speed to 180 knots.
Reduce speed 180 knots, Shuttle 3 Yankee.
Shuttle 3 Yankee, call sign to 120.4, goodbye.
So 1204 is going to be next.
Scandinavian 84 Foxtrot, descend flight level 80 and then leave on the heading.
Old star.
Descend 80, Scandinavian 85 Foxtrot, and we'll leave Lamborn heading 265.
And Camyard, how's my FPS now? Well, right now it is okay, as you can see by the clouds passing by, but especially when I'm looking around, that's when it's going down.
0 degrees, descend flight level 70.
Throttle 19 Lima X-ray, left heading 100 degrees, descend flight level 70. And I'm turning, and I'm turning, and I'm turning. So, heading 100 and descend 70. Vertical speed, alt, flight level 70 blue. Especially when I'm facing the airport, the frame rate is really not that good. Which is interesting. I mean, this somewhat has to be related to Streamlabs as well. Because yesterday I flew 5 sectors into and out of Heathrow, and I had, well, not perfect frame rate, but okay frames. But now with the live stream, that is really where the frame rate goes down a little bit.
Less than 5 and hold.
Now AskUp252, in the chat, doesn't it make more sense to start with your call sign so that ATC knows straight away who's calling? Well, according to the AIP, both is possible, so you can literally decide which of the two you want to take. At least that is the German AIP. Some other countries are different, but overall you can't know all the rules of every single country. So if you just fly according to your local AIP, then that is going to be fine. And the German AIP clearly says call sign can be both.
X-ray, turn left heading 095 degrees and descend to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1020.
Turn left 095 degrees, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1020, speedbird 19 Lima X-ray.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, thanks, reduce speed to 180 knots.
180 knots, speedbird 19 Lima X-ray.
Heathrow Direct American 1864, Whiskey 6000.
American 1864, Heathrow, hello to you. You can monitor Unicom 1228, have a safe flight. Bye.
Okay, open descent alt 4000 blue, set QNH.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, contact director with your call sign 120.4, goodbye.
120.4, speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, bye. Okay, QNH 1020 cross check 6900 now. Flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1. Okay, speed is selected 180. Correct, hello, speedbird 19 Lima X-ray.
So 19 Lima X-ray, Heathrow director, hello, turn right now heading 170 degrees.
Turn right heading 170 degrees, speedbird 19 Lima X-ray.
Shuttle 3 Yankee.
Okay, that's gonna be close. That's gonna be exactly 5 miles, I suppose. Flaps 2. Normally I would just have flown the S speed over there and just accept it to be a little bit faster than he instructed. But he's really taking us close in, so if he's doing something like that, then I'm certainly going to fly the exact speed he commands.
Set for Yankee speed 160 knots, still 40 ME.
Okay, approach checklist.
6024, shall
Barrel reference. QNH 1020. Seatbelts on minimum. Barrel 277. Auto brake low. Engine mode selector. Norm. Approach checklist complete. Look at that. Very precise vectoring. Exactly the 3 miles we need. They really know what they're doing here in London.
Go 19 Lima X-ray right heading 240 degrees, one established localize at 27 left, descend 5 path.
Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray right heading 2401 established localizer, descend with the glide path 27 left. Okay, heading 240, lock blue. The reason I'm going only for the lock star, the reason I'm only going for the lock, by the way, is that I'm not receiving any glide slope here yet. Hi, Emmanuel in the machine room. Thank you.
Go 19 Lima X-ray speed 160 knots, 40 ME.
Confirm that's Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray 160 until 4.
Go 19 Lima X-ray AFAM.
Roger that. It sounds like he's saying shuttle instead of Speedbird. That's why I just asked him for confirmation. Alright then, reducing 160. So, says ice not detected, but 8 degrees will just be better safe than sorry. Speed all-star lock.
18505 shuttle 3 Yankee, g'day.
Might as well pre-select that already. On 8505. So that guy's exactly at 3 nautical miles. They are allowed to go down to 2.5 miles here, so I would say that is going to be perfect separation in the end. I really have a feeling that's going to be exactly perfect.
Scandinavian 8
Alt,
for Foxtrot,
glide slope alive.
70 degrees.
Right, 170,
Glide slope blue, Cat 3 dual, autopilot 1 and 2.
Shuttle 9 Delta Heathrow direct to hello, speed 180 knots.
Speed 180 knots, shall I?
Man, what a vectoring. These guys really know what they're doing. They really do. But look at that ground speed, 140 knots. That's really about as slow as it gets, isn't it?
Scandinavian 8 for Foxtrot, turn right heading.
And Moturko in the comments, shuttle is an alternative call sign used for BA sometimes. They are also called company instead of Speedbird. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I mean, I know they use the shuttle call sign on domestic flights, but then they also fly as Sierra Hotel Tango rather than BAW. Glide slope star. Go around altitude 2000 set. Interesting that the 2000 becomes magenta over here. If at all, it should become white.
Spirit 19 Lima X-ray, contact Heathrow Tower, 118.505.
118.505, Speedbird 19 Lima X-ray, have a good one. And then ground is probably going to be 121.705.
20 degrees at 9 knots.
27 left, good land, Central 3 Yankee.
Postman 678, when able, squawk no Charlie. Cafe 283, line up 27 right.
Okay, I think we can turn the engine in the eyes off. Well, no, not really, huh? It's raining everywhere.
November 3 Whiskey Taxi, left Bravo, hold at Titan.
Taxi left Bravo at the Titan of November 3 Whiskey.
China 7290, link 21, link 22, hold Alpha 2.
Link 21, link 22, hold Alpha 2, China 7290.
Postman 678, contact London Control 118.480.
London on 118.480, Postman 678, thanks for your job, bye.
Yep.
Oh, hello, speedboat 19 Lima X-ray, RLS 27 left.
19 X-ray, Heathrow, hello, continue for 27 left, the surface winds 20 degrees at 9 knots.
Continue in 19 Lima X-ray.
2005.
Right, engine anti-ice off.
660, hotel ready for taxi.
And let's turn those annunciators dim.
Sorry, Super 68 Hotel Taxi, second right Alpha.
I'll tell you what, let's do a little bit of hand flying here.
Second right Alpha.
We'll already on the speed brake and turn the lights on.
Chuckle 14, hotel is ready for taxi.
So, here we go.
Shuttle 2 Golf, expect PDC, brake, Shuttle 14 Hotel, taxi left Alpha, hold Pluto.
Alpha to Pluto, Shuttle 14 Hotel.
Cat 1.
Should I have
Takeoff, stand 237, IFR clearance to Myland.
Expect the PDC.
Love it, he is using PDCs, lots of them.
Charlie.
By the way, beautiful look outside, isn't it?
3, hold Alpha 1.
It's really, really beautiful. That's what I love about those approaches to Heathrow.
Cafe 238, 27 right, clear takeoff, the wind's 20 degrees, 9 knots.
Alright then, gear down.
7 right, Cadet 38. Should I have for taxi?
Shuttle 8 Alpha, taxi
Flaps 3.
left Alpha, hold Pluto.
Alpha, hold
Speed check, flaps 3.
Sunset 5 Romeo Lima, line up 27 right.
We're reaching about 4 miles now. Let's start reducing our speed.
The company behind, 521, push approved, face the east.
Oh, that's an interestingly high GS Mini. Didn't expect that, but here we go.
Hello, can I name an 84 Foxtrot 27 left.
78, sorry, Scandinavian 84 Fox, Heathrow, hello, continue for 27 left.
Continue 84 Foxtrot.
Landing checklist, ECAM memo, landing no
4 for Alpha Charlie.
Landing checklist complete. So the wind is going to turn like 40 degrees to the left. We are expecting that.
If it's 6 Delta Pepper, are you able to straight push?
Yeah, we can do straight push, 6 Delta Pepper.
6 Delta Pepper, 623, push through, straight push.
7 left.
523, straight push, 6 Delta Pepper.
Control Yankee right here in November 6.
We've got 19 Lima X-ray, 27 left, clear to land.
27 left, clear to land, speedboat 19 Lima X-ray.
Shuttle 3 Yankee, welcome to Heathrow, left out.
Okay, now the wind is turning.
Alpha for 506, Shuttle 3 Yankee.
Target day, Shuttle 9, Delta Island Eastern left.
I just completely love the looks of these lakes over here in the dawn, or in the dusk. That's just looking really beautiful. Okay, descent rate is checked, correcting.
118.480, Cadet 38.
Land.
The 5 Romeo Lima, 27 right, clear takeoff, the wind's 20 degrees at 9 knots.
Check.
200.
My instruments are lagging a little bit, that makes it a bit hard to follow the glide accurately. Mostly flying by looking outside right now, and just keeping the constant thrust setting.
Behind the departing Lufthansa 320 via Alpha 4, line up 27 right behind.
Behind the departing Lufthansa, line up 27 right, shuttle for 4.
Fibber 834, line up 27 right, caution 1 intersection, departure ahead.
27 right, caution departure at 384.
Spoiler, reverse green, decel.
Fibber 4562, stand 3.
So hard to control the center line accurately in the sim. In the real world that is so easy. Okay, 70 knots, manual brakes.
American 101 Romeo at 340, push and start.
American 101 Romeo, just double check the squawk, 7306.
Apologies for the now, 7306.
Shuttle 4 for Alpha Charlie, 27 right, clear takeoff, the wind's 200 degrees at 9 knots.
After takeoff, 27 right, Shuttle 4 Alpha Charlie.
Lift up to 5 Romeo Lima, contact London, correction, Heathrow Director, 119.730.
119 is 730, medium, thanks for ATC, bye-bye.
Okay, give me taxi now, please. No, give me taxi, because I'm blocking the taxiway.
Station calling, sorry, course only for the taxi.
I'll convocate the runway,
We got 2 on Yankee.
because I don't know where to go.
So the 2 on Yankee, thanks. Left Alpha, hold Pluto.
That's it.
Left Alpha, hold Pluto,
Tower lights, we've got 53 Foxtrot Tango with you 17.5 miles, 27 left.
So it's 53 Fox Tango, Heathrow.
This is really unrealistic. In the real world, when you start vacating the runway, they will always give you a taxi instruction. Because right now, if
hold Alpha 3.
you look at that, I'm blocking the runway because my tail is on it.
6-8 hotel, hold Alpha 3.
And I'm blocking the taxiway because I can't, you know...
19 X-ray, left Alpha, hold Charlie Yankee.
Left Alpha, hold Charlie Yankee, speedbird 19 X-ray.
Hello, speedbird 953, heavy.
Alright, off you go.
10 miles.
953.
We'll put the APU master on, start the APU in a minute or so, and then we will obviously do single engine taxi.
Continue for 27 left, speedbird 953, heavy.
Super 83, correction, Super 834, 27 right to give the takeoff, the wind's 200 degrees at 9 knots.
Okay, so we are now on Alpha.
Shuttle 2 Golf, left Alpha, hold Pluto.
And then I hold Charlie Yankee. Where is Yankee?
Heathrow Tower, good evening. This is Speedbird 768 at stand 224, type 737-700, request IFR to Gardermoen.
So it's 768 Heathrow, hello, expected.
Ah, Yankee is the last one, okay. So straight out to the end.
Reckon 101 Romeo, thanks, push and start approved, face the north.
So, 2 minutes, starting APU. After landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear off. After landing checklist complete.
Wind 200 degrees 9 knots.
Fat by Fat UK, you name it.
Shuttle 2 Whiskey.
Inibils Heathrow plus VATSIM plus OBS equals low frames. You're absolutely right on that.
526, push approved, face the east.
Push and start approved, face east, Shuttle 3 Whiskey.
China 7290, line up 27 right.
Line up 27 right, China 7290.
Heathrow Tower, Shuttle 18 Victor. When are we expecting the PDC? Rough estimate, if possible.
Shuttle 18 Victor, I thought I sent you one. Stand by, I'll send you another. There was
still not received in the Cockpit.
British Airways 4562 requesting taxi.
Did he just call himself British Airways?
Super 4562, taxi second right, Echo, hold Echo 2.
Right, Echo, hold short, Echo 2. British Airways 4562.
Okay, so that's 3 minutes.
834, Heathrow
APU
Director,
running.
19730.
Elect pump on, engine 2 off.
Shuttle 4 for Alpha Charlie, Heathrow Director, 119730.
119730, Shuttle 4 Charlie.
Shuttle 9 Delta 27
We'll hold
left,
short over here.
Good line, 27 left, Shuttle 9 Delta.
Scandinavian 84 Foxtrot, welcome to Heathrow, second right Bravo for 225.
Right, set the brake, lights off, and then we just gotta wait over here. Suppose we're probably waiting for one of those gates over here. Maybe for that guy doing his pushback.
Link 21, link 22.
He seems to push right onto our direction.
Link 21, link 22, hold Alpha 2, Lufthansa first gate.
China 72927 right, clear takeoff, the wind's 200
Well, let's see.
degrees.
Schedule is in 4.5 minutes, so I'm pretty sure we are still going to be on time.
Super 956 behind the departing A330, line up 27 right behind.
And Eurocontrol line's asking, nice captain, are you a British Airways employee? No, I'm not.
Super 190 X-ray, just make the right turn and hold at Hanley, please.
190 X-ray, right and turn and hold at Hamley. Right, where on earth is Hamley? Gonna be over here, suppose?
Super 4562, right Bravo, hold Titan.
Right, Bravo, hold Titan. British Airways 4562.
Shuttle 8 Alpha, able Alpha 4.
Okay, Hamley is over there in the front.
Shuttle Alpha, hold Alpha 4.
Hold Alpha 4, 8 Alpha.
Heathrow Tower, FedEx 977 was told to hold a Titan, is mistakenly at Alpha 2.
FedEx 977, absolutely no worries.
Okay, so hold at Hamley, that's here the apron entry. I really wish these were on the moving
Tower,
maps,
speedbird 953.
and not only on the static maps.
953, just vacating 27 left, clear to land.
Sorry, 27 left, clear to land, speedbird 953.
No worries. China 7290, contact Heathrow Director 119.730.
119.730, thank you. 790, really.
Yeah, good day.
Speedbird 909. We can take Alpha 5.
7909 Heathrow, hello, continue for 27F, the wind's 200 degrees at 9 knots.
Continue approach, copy, wind speed 909.
Shuttle line Delta left Alpha for 507.
Alpha 507, shuttle 9 Delta, thanks, have a good one, bye-bye.
Interestingly enough, my frames are now a lot better after we came back than they were when we departed here earlier. It really became quite a bit better.
Alpha Charlie behind departing traffic, line up 27 right behind.
Behind departing traffic.
Okay, so Hamley's right up here at the whole throttle line. No sign, however. That's interesting. Would have expected a big red sign saying Hamley on here.
Left Alpha, hold Pluto, shuttle 3 whiskey.
American 101, we're on the air attack.
Speedbird 918, request high for Speedbird under no AS.
Alright, brakes set, lights going off again. So that guy's going. Maybe the guy behind as well. Another guy coming in behind us already. Just look at that. Isn't it beautiful with all those A320s in here?
Still 6 Papa, ready for taxi.
Really love Heathrow. I really do love Heathrow.
Sorry, so 6 Delta Papa, left Alpha, hold Pluto.
Left Alpha, hold Pluto, still at 6 Delta Papa.
Okay, so...
Speedbird 953, we've vacated 27 left.
Let's see, for the taxi, maybe?
953,
Suppose we're still waiting for the second guy there. Is that A320 Neo?
Left Alpha,
yeah, that is.
Alpha, then Charlie for stand 542, Speedbird 953, thanks very much.
956, contact Heat Crescent London, control 118.
So let's see which of the gates they're going to give us. And Fat by Fat UK, love the de-icing point names at Heathrow. Oh yeah, Vader is just cool.
American 101, we're on the air attack.
American 101 Romeo, right Bravo, hold at Titan.
And Fat by Fat UK, in real life also love...
19 Lima X-ray, straight ahead for 521.
Straight ahead, 521, speedboat 19 Lima X-ray. Right, 521 is literally the one just slightly to the right. Well, let's just see that we can get a parking system here. That's going to be quite a bit of strolling now.
Vacating November 5 whiskey.
So 53 Fox Tango, thanks, left Alpha.
Is there any shortcut to get to the later gates here, other than clicking next page and waiting for that billion years until GSX had loaded every time? Is there like any shortcut where you can just tell it, I want gate 521 and that's it?
FedEx 977, line up 27 right course.
Here you go, 521. Follow me, no thanks.
FedEx 977, line up 27 right.
And here we go.
Lining up 27 right.
Alright, the docking system is turning on.
Right to take off the surface winds 20 degrees at 9 knots.
Okay, take off 27 right, shall I Alpha?
Hey, lights off.
956, if I haven't already, you can go to actually Heathrow Director 119730.
Still showing red, that means in the real world we would have to hold here. But I have a feeling... Yeah, here it is. A320.
Sorry, Phoenix 210, apologies, I get your clearance now, sorry.
No problem for Phoenix 210.
Chuckle 14 Hotel, able Alpha 4, if that helps.
Shuttle 14 Hotel, hold Alpha 4.
Too far, yeah, you me too. Cabin crew, all doors and park.
Speedbird 768 ready for pushback.
Alright, so we've made it. And just a minute delayed. That is alright, that's not too bad.
Civil 768, 224, push approved, face east.
Push approved, pace east.
KLM 683 Heathrow, hello,
Parking
approach
checklist.
27F.
Park and brake chocks set, engines off, wing lights off, fuel pumps off, park and checklist complete. Okay, so number 2, we have made it.
989, vacated November 6.
That's it.
7909, welcome to Heathrow, left down.
Ground from cockpit.
Yankee.
Hi there, so please confirm the chocks are in place. Yes sir, chocks are in place and power is available. You can release park and brakes. Park and brake released. Roger. So why is GSX not asking me for deboarding? Has it automatically commenced? Yes, okay. That's awesome. So, we have made number 2. Let's have a quick look into the fuel page. So look at that. Another 40 kilos of fuel saved by doing single engine taxi on the right hand side there. Maybe even 60 kilos if we keep in mind that the APU is using a bit more there. If you look at the total difference, it's 80 kilograms. So that's certainly worth something. Alright, there is also a company message in there. Let's have a look into the ATSU. Received messages, arrival message. And that's 31. Okay, so 1 minute delay on block. We are going to remember that already for the next sector. Why is this telling me diverted? We did not divert. We're in Heathrow. Strange. Alright, anyway, we made it. Let's just go into the sim setting here for a moment, because we don't want catering on... we don't want catering before we are going out for the next sector. We really don't need to cater before every single sector, do we? Alright, so that is flight number 2 done. Let's go ahead then and plan the next one. So next call sign is going to be 976 Kilo. And it is still available. Awesome. Alrighty, so what messages did I miss? The Southern Aviator says, always find the nose wheel steering on the Phoenix way too sloppy. Not sure if that's a real thing. Honestly, it probably is a bit of a real thing. I do like the nose wheel steering. I mean, of course it would feel better if you had a proper moving tiller, but I do believe it is okay. I really do believe it is okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and prepare for the next sector. Here we are once again in Simbrief. And I just gotta drink something. Certainly talking far too much while drinking far too little here. And I'm talking water, I'm not talking anything else, just to be sure here. We're not flying Air France, we're flying British Airways. That means we don't drink on the job. Alright, that's far better. So let's go ahead now and plan the next flight. So it's going to be the Speedbird 976 now, from Heathrow to Hanover. And in Hanover we are also looking at an event, so it is quite a popular route that we are flying today. So Hanover, a little bit longer flight time this time, which is very good. Means that we are actually going to be able to have a little bit more time in flight. I promised to show you those food pictures, so I still intend to keep that promise. Okay, passengers, I tell you what, let's make it completely full. 168, and we're gonna make it zero fuel weight, 59 tons. 27 right as departure runway. Landing, I don't know, 27 left most likely at... Well, we're coming from the north. Gotta be 27 right, I suppose. So let's go ahead and keep that. Then a quick look into AD Glass, seeing if there is any real-world routing available, which there is. Throttle 390. Wow, they must have been pretty empty. almost the same route, and that is looking very good. Alright, so do we need any extra fuel? Honestly, don't think so. But we might just extend the taxi time a bit. Give me 20 minutes over here. That's probably more realistic. Okay, looks like... oh boy, can't even talk anymore. But that looks like otherwise it is a very good flight there. And Fatboy Fat UK, if you use the INI manager to install the GSX full profile for Heathrow, you will get a menu to choose the terminal before the gate. Helps a lot. Indeed it would. Strangely enough, I did use the GSX profile from the INI Builds forum. Obviously from the forum rather than the... oh boy, what am I even talking? Obviously I downloaded the GSX profile from their forums, not from the official INI manager. If that makes a difference, might have to check it out for the next flight, that's for sure. But okay, for now, we do have a flight plan. And okay, the INI manager one is more realistic, okay. Well, then let's go ahead, pre-file the flight on VATSIM. That took a time to load up. They do probably have a rather high server load at the moment. Okay, flight plan filed. Thank you. What about our deboarding? How's that looking? In progress, okay. I don't think we can import the next flight before they are done with the deboarding, can we? I mean, I picked that information up somewhere, but I couldn't verify it. I really tried to, but I couldn't find anything about it anymore. So, can I import the next flight in the EFB before I am going to take the or before the deboarding is finished? And Alex M, what do I think about the Phoenix flare mode on landing? It is okay. It actually is okay. Of course you can flare the airplane if you want to, but remember you're not supposed to flare aircraft into eternity, you're supposed to fly them onto the ground. So, yeah. Alright, 976 kilo, Heathrow, Hanover, alternate Frankfurt. That's quite a far alternate, but so be it. Estimated time en route 1 hour and 5 minutes. Off-block time probably 30. Oh no, probably on the hour. Did I actually plan on the hour in SimBrief, or do I have to revise the plan? Now plan 05 in SimBrief. That's okay, 5 minutes difference, not gonna make a difference. But I want it to be correct. Let's go into SimBrief one more time. Keep in the schedule. Probably the only thing pilots do every day and still manage to get wrong all the time. Right, and tell you what, if we're in SimBrief already, let's also change the alternate to Bremen. Might be a little bit nicer and closer, therefore requiring less fuel. Alright, calculating that one more time. And Ninja Plays, it's written in the Phoenix Discord, issues or something. Wait until GSX deboarding is complete before importing your next flight plan. Alright, that makes sense, thank you. Okay, here we go. So, new flight plan is created. Then let me just pre-file that, hoping that ATC has not yet changed our plan. Yeah, flight plan filed, okay. That is awesome. Alright, perfect. So that is done. Then let's go ahead and start preparing what we can prepare for now. How's the deboarding going? Alright, almost done. 10 passengers to go. Frame rate has gone really bad again. So be it. Can live with that. It will get better again. Okay, what else can we do? Quick check of the brake temperatures here. 165, that's fine. We don't need a brake fan then. Now tell you what, let's go into the settings here for a moment. Cabin. Disable the cabin, please. Any difference in the frame rate? Not really. That's... I mean, we had really good frame rate when we taxied in. Why are they so shitty right now? What has changed? And why is that stupid thing telling me too far? It's not too far. Look at that. It is in fact not far enough. It should be over here. Sometimes this sim is really... Sometimes I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. Okay, well. So, deboarding is finished. Then import next flight. Heathrow to Hanover, off block in 18 minutes scheduled. Well, that's gonna be interesting, but we'll give it a try. Alright, let's see. Weather. Overnight we're getting fog, but for the evening for our arrival time it's awesome. And the same for our alternates. Perfect, then we don't need extra fuel. So, what do we need then? 5,000 kilos. Should be plenty. Or is it? Alternate and final reserve is just 1.8. That might be a little bit too little. I might want a bit more than that. Using 2,700, that would mean landing at 2.3 tons. Well, let's be honest here, that's a bit too little for me. 2.3, let's make that 2.8 on landing. So we're just going to take 500 on top. That means we're going to take 5,500 kilos. Just to be on the safe side there. Right, so planned gross weight is 64.5. So Heathrow 27 right. That's all looking good. Let's calculate 65 tons. And we know we can depart with that. So Alpha 4 for the performance. Surprise, it's working. Flaps 2 takeoff. Nah, not really, huh? Let's make that 1 plus F. Here we go. That's looking nicer. Alright. So that is all looking good. And Fly to Live in the comments, where did you get the schedule from? Well, I created it by looking at Flight Radar 24. I looked at the airports I wanted to fly to, and then I just looked at British Airways flights and went into the pages for the different aircraft, and in there you can get the schedules. Or rather, you can get what's filed, and that usually equates to the schedules. Okay, so not all that much that we can actually do over here right now. Alright then, onto the FMS. I just love it how easy those Airbus setups are. And the Southern Aviator, think I'm next to you, just came in from Basel and now going to Madrid. Nice! And Ninja Plays, is flying 4 back-to-back sectors realistic? Seems to be quite a large workload. Yes, that is absolutely realistic. Indeed, those 4 sector days are a typical short-haul pilot's day these days. Sometimes even 5. In Lufthansa you typically fly either 3 or 5 sectors. In many airlines, however, where you do home-base flying, so always inside and out of the home base, 4 sectors is actually the standard amount of flights that you do every day. Okay, so Heathrow 27 right, and which sit do we actually have? Brookmans Park 7 Foxtrot. Okay. Here we go, insert, then we also got to create a new emergency point there. So, LHRX4. Insert that, and that's off. Heathrow 27 right, /269/25. New PBD point, store that. Secondary flight plan. Copy active. LHRX4. And here we go. Oh, misspelled that. LHRX4. That's what we're looking for. Alright, holding over there, 269, right-hand turns, looks okay, and then immediate return to Heathrow, going to set that up for an ILS onto 27 left. Like so. Extended centerline, 269 radial, and LHRX4. Okay, awesome. So, conventional backup, let's see what we got there. Brookmans Park 7 Foxtrot departure. So, Heathrow, departure, Brookmans Park 7 Fox. Well, that was close at least. So we can get rid of those arrivals, don't need those anymore. But we do need this, and we'll go for the night charts. Looks a bit nicer. Okay, so straight ahead 3D London, then a right-hand turn in onto Burnham, and then right in onto Chiltern, then thereafter Brookmans Park. So it's going to be London on NAV2, Burnham on ADF1, Chiltern ADF2, Brookmans Park on on VOR1. Okay, so BPK. In here, London is in here already. Then Burnham, Bravo Uniform Romeo is going to go into 1, and Charlie Hotel Tango, Chiltern is going to go into ADF2. Setup initially is going to be ADF1 VOR2. With that we can fly the first part of the SID conventional, and then once we have conducted the right-hand turn, we just need to switch him around into VOR1 ADF2, and then we can fly the second part of the SID. So, easy going, I'd say. And Cuckoo, hi, nice to see you in the comments. And Ninja Plays, I entered 55 miles distance for the engine out. Did I? LHRX4. Oh yeah, 55. Well, let's edit that. Why can I not change that? Oh boy, in the real Airbus you can easily change that. Okay. Well, in that case, delete all, confirm, delete. Now, what has it done to... Oh, interesting, it kept it. Shouldn't have happened. It should have told us pilot element retained. And that should not have happened either, it should have removed the hold. Okay, well, then we just redefine it. So, LHRX4. Here we go. EGLL. Very well spotted, by the way. Very good job. That's exactly how the first officer should work. 27 right / 269 / 25. Alright, that's better now. Yeah, this time it is correct. Awesome. So back to the secondary. LHR. Man, it's skipping so many of my inputs. X4 in a here, and then we are going to add a hold. 269 right-hand turns, and the rest is still in there. And then also we go on to the fix info and do that again on page 2. Well, just delete that and reinsert it. Here we go. So, quick look at the plan to make sure that it's correct indeed. By the way, in the real world it should also show us the waypoint outside of the arc here. For some reason it doesn't do that in the sim. But here it is, and this time it's definitely correct. Okay. Awesome. CM Films. Servus Emanuel, Grüße aus Wien. Hi, Grüße. And SoCal Gaming, man, I want to talk for a bit, because I was flying into Munich, my friend. Had to focus so I would not get kicked in the nuts by the German ATC. Yeah, that's true. And Fat by Fat UK, did you see that Navigraph announced that annotations are coming to charts? Finally we'll be able to draw the taxi route on. Oh, very nice. That's really something you, that's really something that we are waiting for. And the Hitman in the comments. How do you have such a lot of time if you are a real-life pilot? Do you fly once half a year? Well, it's quite simple. Number one, in the real world, you don't fly every day, and you also don't fly 5 days a week. Well, in some airlines you do, in most airlines you don't. So, long haul, you're doing between 3 and 4, sometimes 5 trips a month. But that means doing 8 flights. 6 or 8 flights. So, I guess you can figure the rest, huh? And occasionally there seems to be something that's called holidays as well, but I know that that is not something that conspiracy theorists like to hear. Alright, so, we do have that stuff in, so let's continue with our performance then. 58.5, I believe, and 25. Man, once again it took incorrect numbers. That's really nasty. Alright, 5.5 tons of fuel, and then what do we have for the rest of the figures? Okay, should have been 59.0 fuel. Well, we'll change that in a moment. And we have 0.3, 0.8, 1.1. Alright, so that's better. So, wind data, request, and then finally performance. Alright, here we go. Flaps 1 and 63 degrees. So, flaps 1 and 63 degrees. And the speeds, 41, 41, 42. Engine out, 1580. Again, it missed a number. Why is it doing that? Alright, that's looking good. Wind data uplink, thank you. What does the extra fuel say? Exactly 0. Well, fair enough. Okay, so, we've got all that stuff in now. Don't need any speed reduction or anything, after all it's not following it anyway, as we figured. So, how is the boarding progressing? Looking quite good. Just waiting for the fuel, and then we... for the payload, and then we are done already. That is awesome. Okay, so I'm just quickly going to prepare our PDC request, and thereafter we'll see about the rest of the briefing and stuff like that. Okay, so information Foxtrot, runway 27 right as departure. Data link clearances are available. Okay, so let's go for that. Third time has to be the charm. We did file 2 data link clearances already and nothing happened, so let's try one more time. Pre-departure clearance. So, information Foxtrot, sending this one to Echo Golf Lima Lima. And we're at gate 521. Okay. Good afternoon. Alright, sending that out. And as we wait for the clearance to come in, I will take a short moment to just take a quick break at the loo, so I'll be straight back for you. Alright, straight back and just in time for the data link clearance to arrive. Yeah, thank you. By the way, another feature of the data link. If you only got page 1 open of a clearance you get, you should not be able to send the answer. You need to scroll through all the pages. And that is what we are going to do now. So, Roger, send, print. Okay, so, clear to Hanover, runway 27 right, Brookmans Park 7 Foxtrot departure, and that's confirmed, squawk 2176. Yeah. Alright, when ready, call 118.505, and if unable, call voice. Thank you. By the way, we did acknowledge it, so we should not have gotten the beeping sound any longer. As soon as you acknowledge it, the sound should stop. Okay, so all the setup is done over here. Refueling is done as well, so might as well turn the seatbelts back on. And the fuel pumps. Here we go. Okay then, let's go for a briefing. First officer, that's your turn. Okay, so Heathrow, runway 27... What's that? Runway 27 right, Brookmans Park 7 Foxtrot, climbing 6,000. MSA is 2,200. Extra fuel and time, says 0 in here, but we took 500 kilos. Okay, so I don't see any hotspots for our taxi. Stop margin for the rejected takeoff is 1,000 meters. Engine outset straight ahead 25 miles. For any return or diversions, Heathrow is our best option, and we are under the maximum landing weight. There is nothing special, there is nothing non-standard in here, and I don't see any threats either. Any questions? No? Awesome. Then let's do the cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 5,480 kilogram balanced. Seatbelts on. ADRs. nav. Barrel reference. QNH 1020. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Alright, so what's the status of the ground services? They're done. Very good. Well then, let's get GSX to prepare. Always a good indicator. If they pull the ground power off, that's the signal that they start preparing. Obviously, need to set the park and brake before that. Here we go. Now they're preparing. So 118505, and then we can go for our clearance already. Or for our pushback clearance, I should say. And we'll quickly say hello to the passengers as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome aboard this British Airways Flight 9762 to Hanover. My name is Emmanuel and I am your captain on this Airbus A320 aircraft. With me on the flight deck, lots of lovely first officers who are going to accompany us on our flight today. We expect the flight time of approximately 1 hour and 5 minutes at a cruising altitude of 37,000 feet. We would like to say thank you very much for being our guests today. Sit back, relax and enjoy the flight with us, and if there is anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our charming cabin crew. The cabin crew will shortly point out the safety features of this Airbus A320 aircraft. I would like to ask them for your full attention, as that is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the passengers sitting around you. Once again, thank you very much for being our guests today, and welcome aboard. Alright, so that is our passengers dealt with, and we do a company message. That's hopefully going to be the load sheet. Oh, that's plenty. Okay, preliminary load sheet, looking good, accept that. Then we've got a telex, which is vPilot relayed, connected to VATSIM. Then we've got the pre-departure clearance, and we've checked that. And finally there is our load sheet in compliance with edition number 1. Okay, 59 tons is checked, 31.6 CG. Always the same. Would be nice if they brought a little bit of variation into that. So 5.5 tons of fuel, that matches, and that's a takeoff weight of, a takeoff CG of 30.1 and a takeoff weight of 64.2, 64.3, close enough. Okay, and we know that 30 CG, down trim 0.4, once again. Alright, and the final thing here, let's put 400 meters of takeoff shift in there as well. Okay, the load sheet is good, we're going to accept that. We've got full house, 168 plus 6. Man, 6 infants. Poor cabin crew. Okay, so that's all looking good. Then let's go ahead and call for our pushback.
Takeoff winds 180 degrees, 9 knots. Shuttle 3 Alpha Sierra, contact Heathrow Director 119730.
119730, Shuttle 3 Alpha Sierra, bye bye.
Heathrow Tower, good evening, Speedbird 9R76 kilos, stand 521 with PDC, push and start.
Call you shortly, break Shuttle 3 Tango 27F, go to land.
Okay, we called for pushback 3 minutes.
210 behind departing.
3 minutes past the schedule, so 3 minutes past. We had 1 minute of on-block delay. That's within 3 minutes, so any delay we're getting now is going to be ATC delay. And
correction, 521, push approved, face the east.
521, push approved, face east. Speedbird 976 kilo.
So 1-2 Papa, got your clearance now, I'll send you a PD.
Alright, continue pushback. That's facing east on Yankee, I suppose.
Taxi left Alpha for 518.
Left on Alpha for
Alright.
518. Vivo 7 Whiskey November, cheers that. Can we have Alpha 5 at all?
Ground from cockpit?
Be my guest.
Ground from cockpit? Go ahead. So, please confirm ground checks complete and the airplane is ready for push. Roger, checks complete, ready to push. Okay, park and brake is off, clear push, face east.
Push, correction 309, push approved.
Roger, facing east. And stand by for engines. Roger. E4 start checklist. Park and brake, off, takeoff speeds and thrust. 141, 141, 142, flags 63, windows closed, and the bacon is delicious. E4 start checklist complete.
B92 Alpha Hotel, 27F, good land.
Another company message? Now what is that? That's probably going to be the camel stop.
Kilo, contact Heathrow Director 119730.
Ops. ADC received. Yeah, thanks. That's a little late.
Left Alpha, link 56 for 505.
505, link 56 and left on Alpha, not a problem.
Right, 1973 is going to be our departure as well. Okay, can we start engines? Yes, sir. Roger. Engine 1, starting engine number 1 only. Okay, clear 1. Engine 1 start.
Shuttle 18 Victor, holding Alpha 4.
Shuttle 18 Victor, Roger. Brake, Darcy 082, push and start approved, face the east. Pushback approved.
Push complete, set brakes please. Park and brake set.
Phoenix 21027 right clear, take off the winds 170 degrees at 7 knots.
For takeoff runway.
And Michelle 25 asking in the comments, hi, are you planning a tutorial on the Phoenix soon? Yes, I do.
Line up 27 right behind.
Line up behind the departing traffic, line up behind for 18 Victor.
Shuttle 13 Kilo with me.
And Sir Kilt Gaming. I love flying in Germany. If I was going to list top VATs in control, Germany number 1, UK number 2. Germany gets the win because of their super high standards. Yeah, I'll probably put the UK as number 1 and Germany's number 2. But absolutely agree.
Shuttle 13 Kilo with you at 27 left, 3 miles.
Shuttle 13 Kilo Heathrow Hello, 27F, cleared land, the winds 170 degrees at 7 knots.
Okay, good start in engine number 1, then let's do the single engine taxi out guideline. When engine 1 is stabilized, thrust bleed open, APU bleed off, APU keep running. After start, normal procedures except ecom status apply.
Condor 293, push and start approved, face the north.
Push and start approved, facing north.
Beeline 2 Alpha Hotel, second right onto Bravo, stand and Kilo.
We're going to keep that on for the single engine taxi. Okay,
and Kilo, stand 220, Beeline 2 Alpha.
Speedbird 85 Quebec.
Looking good, after start checklist.
Quebec, thanks, hold. Are you able to fall?
Anti-ice, off, ecom status, checked, pitch trim, 30%, rudder trim, neutral. After start checklist complete.
Report heading to departure on 119.730. Bye bye, have a good day.
Yep.
Speedbird 976 Kilo, request taxi.
Speedbird 976 Kilo, taxi left Alpha, hold Pluto.
Alpha hold Pluto, Speedbird 976 Kilo.
Shuttle 18 Victor, 2
Alright, that's going to be first left.
Wind 170 degrees at 7 knots.
Looks like clear takeoff, shuttle 18 Victor.
So, clear left side, clear right side, pretty much.
Number, Heathrow, hello.
Off we go.
Continue 27F, number 2, the wind's 170 degrees at 7 knots.
Continuing approach, number 2.
785 Quebec via Alpha 4, line up 27 right.
So we do know where Pluto is. Alpha's first on the left. And off we go. So, brake check.
Papa, taxi left Bravo.
Pressure 0.
Titan.
Left Bravo, hold Speedbird 12.
Tower Speedbird 890, just for your information, the China cargo plane is pushed back onto Bravo. We're holding behind it.
0890, roger, no worries.
The Southern Aviator says in the comments, the UK is a hub for newbies, which can make things a bit of a challenge, but the controllers deal with it amazingly.
Shuttle
Yeah,
18
I do agree. I do agree.
119.730.
So, 10 knots onto the left-hand turn.
119.730 for shuttle 18. Thank you very much for your service, mate. All your own, ground and tower. Thank you very much, mate.
No worries, all the best.
So, hello, Speedbird 909, uniform 7 miles, 27 left.
Short 909, uniform Heathrow, hello, continue for 27F.
Circles Gaming, that's a good one.
6 Alpha November,
Here's a random question. I've recently really got into European television. Any recommendations of good German TV shows you enjoy? Well, honestly, I don't have a TV since 15 years, so I'm afraid not so much. I'm afraid not so much. Sorry.
Tower 7506, approaching Titan. And the Dave and 506, thanks. Taxi link 21 and link 22.
Well, if there is something you want to watch, then it's on the website of German television channel ARD in their online database called Der Schwarm. I really like that one. There's an English version of that as well called The Swarm. Kinda current and kinda nice. Certainly worth a watch. And, well, if you're wondering why I'm knowing that one, well, we do have it in our in-flight entertainment in the A330. And when I'm flying as a deadhead crew, which happens every now and then I do really enjoy watching stuff like that. It's interesting. Look at the frame rate now and compare that with the frame rate at the terminal. It was superb frame steer in the turn. Absolutely awesome. Sometimes I just don't understand this simulator. Well, so be it.
Ship 34 Kilo Heathrow, hello. Stand 507, push approved, face the north.
Push approved, face the north. Good 348 Kilo.
Jonathan G. Have you dealt with Samuel on London Control much? If he's busy, I think he roasts forks to mess up, or don't listen to his instructions. Well, I do remember one lovely instruction from him when he had a guy who didn't listen to him at all, and apparently he had the Coxie VOR on his route, so he just went like, oh, thank you very much, and now proceed direct Kilo Oscar Kilo. I really laughed my back off when I heard him say that. That was just superb. That was just really superb. And good morning, Silas. Nice to see you here.
Second right Bravo, hold Kilo.
German flight sim is asking, hi, what exactly is the brake check? What do you do and where do you look to see if the pressure is zero and what does it mean? Should the pressure be on the brakes when you apply them? Well, few things for you to notice here. We do the brake check, not because we... Whoa! Look at that! Cabin pressure! What is that doing? What is that thing doing?
And there's another station calling again.
Look at that! Differential pressure 21.8 psi, cabin altitude minus 46,000. Whoopsie!
Tennessee 082 heavy.
I have a feeling we can taxi right to the hangar.
Michael Hurst, for clearance to Dublin as filed, ramp 505, type A320.
Okay, tell you what, I've got no idea what the Phoenix is doing here, but certainly shouldn't do that. Let's try something. If I open that window now, is that going to equalize?
The wind's 170 degrees at 7 knots.
Well, I can't even open the window.
Twist land to down Bravo.
It's locked out.
Shuttle for Delta, 27 right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, well, what if I turn APU bleed back on? That gonna fix it? Yeah. What's that? The cabin just ascended 40,000 feet in a second. What happens if I turn APU bleed back off? Oh, now it starts messing. Interesting. So that is definitely a bug that we have there. That is definitely a bug with a single engine taxi out.
Tower shuttle 1-2 Quebec.
Okay, tell you what.
15 A320 with Golf 1020. Request IFR 2.
Look at that! Cabin rate of descent minus 10,000 feet a minute.
Shuttle 1-2 Golf. Sorry, 1-2.
That's lovely. That's really lovely. Okay. I'm gonna reduce my speed a bit because we still got an engine start to do. We're gonna ignore that for a moment. Let's go ahead and do the engine start of the remaining engine.
With PDC.
So, for engine 2 start and when taxiing in a straight line, yellow electric pump off, APU bleed on, engine start selector after 10 seconds, ignition start. Okay, so we just gotta time those 10 seconds.
0423 requesting push and start.
Which we should have by now. So, ignition start. Let's get rid of that thing now. So, engine 2 start. Well, that is a lovely bug that we have there. That is a really lovely bug.
Yep.
Okay, Fairings 423, expect a BDC.
And Ascot 252, you're absolutely right. The fuselage would have exploded with that. But the Southern Aviator, the window was locked because of the differential pressure, I guess. Well, no. Since the cabin was below the sea level, well, honestly,
London Control 120.
we'll just leave it at that. We'll just leave it at that, honestly.
Skydiving 506, 27 right, clear takeoff, the wind's 170 degrees at 7 knots.
Clear takeoff, 27 right, Scandi 506.
So I'm on Bravo Golf, you are clear to land, surface winds 170 degrees at 7 knots.
So down Bravo.
Okay, engine shows avail, so we start the chrono for 2 minutes. Okay then, when engine 2 is stabilized, that is the case right now. Start selector norm, APU as needed, off, and cross bleed auto, after start normal procedure apply. I'm gonna turn off pack 2 here, and that's it. Alright, that's Pluto coming up over there, in the front.
25 X-ray, hello, continue approach for 27 left, the surface winds 170 degrees.
Okay.
Continue approach, Shamrock 25 X-ray.
Well,
Turkish 6 Alpha, November.
no auto brake yet, but a flight control check indeed. So,
sorry, Turkish 6
full up,
Alpha, November, my apologies. Second left on
full down,
for
neutral,
242.
full left,
Second left on Lima, and up
full right,
no worries.
neutral,
And Speedbird 90
with the rudder,
holding Hawker.
full left,
299 uniform,
full right,
taxi Alpha and
neutral.
Yankee for 51, correction 520.
Alpha Yankee.
Alright, that should be Pluto just here. Yep, there it is. Alright, over here.
Okay, 2 stations, number 902 Bravo Whiskey, Heathrow, hello, 27F, continue approach.
Continue to Bravo Whiskey.
Shamrock 25 X-ray, 27F, clear to land.
Alright. So, just waiting for the cabin now.
Skydiving 506, contact Heathrow Director, 119.730.
Can we hear what's going on in the back?
Scandi 506, contact
yeah,
Heathrow
Tom.
Director, 119.730.
Well, tell you what, let's do the taxi checklist down to the ECAM memo already. So, flight controls, checked, flap setting, Conf 1 plus F.
7A is right.
Radar and predictive wind shear on an order. Engine mode cell. Norm. Hi, thank you.
Speedbird 2 Alpha Mike.
Okay, so they are ready.
Shipper 2 Alpha Mike, Heathrow, hello. Continue for 27 left. Your number
Okay,
3,
and
wind
ECA memo.
170
Takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete.
Continue for 27 left, Speedbird 2 Alpha.
So we've got 2 minutes.
Condor 2.
So we are ready for departure.
Dynasty 082, taxi link 21 and link 23, hold Alpha 1.
Link 21, link 23, hold Alpha 1, Dynasty 082 heavy.
Super 90, correction Super 91 Bravo Golf, continue on Alpha for 511.
Alpha 511, Super 91 Bravo Golf.
Super
Shuttle 1 Quebec, taxi
hold
Alpha 6.
3.
Beeper 976 kilo, taxi Alpha 3, and we're fully ready.
Roger.
Shuttle 1 Quebec, taxi.
Alright, straight out to the left, hold short, where the stop bar is illuminated. Probably one guy in front of us.
Alpha 6, do you want to swing
and we just got out that we're ahead of the Dynasty over here.
Correction, Shuttle 1 Quebec.
Otherwise we could have let the engine shut down for a bit longer.
Link 58 Alpha, hold Alpha 6.
It's always not that easy to guesstimate, but...
Link 58 Alpha, hold Alpha 6, Shuttle 1 Quebec.
Okay, German flight simmer. I'll explain you the brake check when we're airborne, okay? Can you ask me when once we're above 10,000 feet?
27 left, clear to land, November 9, 2 Bravo.
Condor 293, 27 right clear for takeoff, the wind's 170 degrees, 7 knots.
Okay, Alpha 3 next to the left.
Shuttle, correction, Shamrock, T5 X-ray, welcome to Heathrow.
And after Exilas, asking, what is the biggest difference between IAE and CFMs? Well, the biggest difference probably is in the amount of idle thrust you have available. So on the IAE engines, you've got a lot more idle thrust than on the CFMs, which makes it a bit more of a challenge to fly the plane, as it descends a little bit worse and it
continue Alpha, hold Alpha.
Descends a little bit worse and it also taxis quite a bit better, so faster. And if you combine the two, first of all, you need quite a bit of... That was not for us, was it? So if you combine the two, you need to be rather careful with your brake management. I mean, look at that. We had a 40-minute turnaround, and after this taxi, we are already at 130-degree brake temperature again, so that's going really quickly. Now, the other thing is that the plane doesn't descend as good, and then obviously there is the simple fact that you got a slightly different display layout. So, depending on what you're used to, I'm flying both. I'm flying an EPR-driven Rolls-Royce A330 and an N1-driven General Electric A330. Doesn't make much of a difference, if I'm honest. So,
Dynasty 082 behind the departing British Airways A320, line up from runway 27 right.
Oh no, the Dynasty goes before us. I don't like that. Because if a 777 goes ahead of us, that means as much as another 3 minutes delay at least. Could easily have delayed the second engine start then, for a little bit longer even.
British Question Scar, Type A320, rank 505, Speedbird 82.1.
237, question RFR22, Manchester.
Jonathan Bowman, what is the difference between... what is the reason for not doing the flight control check until engine number 2 started, but not delaying flap deployment? The reason is simple. With a flight control check, you really want to be sure that everything works exactly as it should. And, well, that is not... In order to check that, you want all hydraulic systems operating normally. Because the flight controls are the one most important system you have on the entire airplane. Now, the flaps on the other end side, if they deploy, they deploy. And that's it. You know, as long as they work, you don't have to worry about that. Also, I'm not 100% sure about the A320. On the A330, at least, the engine number 1 would power the green and the blue hydraulic system, and that would be sufficient to operate the flaps, since the green system can operate both slats and flaps, while the blue and the yellow system only operate slats or flaps, respectively. Now, on the 320, that might be a little bit different. Small difference between the types I'm flying, so... can't really comment on that. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is a difference like that as well. Okay, so the 777 indeed goes ahead of us. I don't like that. But we gotta live with it. We're probably the number 2 behind them.
Hold short of Yankee. Left Alpha, hold short Yankee, Speedbird 2 Alpha Mike.
Either Tower, good evening, Speedbird 99 and Mike, star 329, type 8, ready for push start. Speedbird 99 Mike, Heathrow, hello, stands 3, correction 329, pushing start approved, secure H1.
Wisehead in the comments, hi, been watching your videos for a few months, this is the first stream I've seen from you, great stream so far, keep up the good work. Thank you so much, that's really appreciated. Indeed, I would like to stream a little bit more than I get to do recently, but it's just too much flying and too little time available if I'm honest. So I'm really happy. Today my girlfriend is out, so...
Keep it rolling, left Alpha.
My girlfriend is out, I've got a couple days of annual leave, so I'm really happy I got the time available here.
All brakes come on.
No worries.
Yep, no, sorry about that. Apologies.
No problem. Skyway, correction ship at 5 Golf Mike, 27 Alpha, clear to land.
And German flight simmer, you think that it's a pity that there is no wake turbulence and especially no wind shears. I agree with you. I fully agree with you. Alright, so the 777 is gone. How about lineup clearance then?
Ship at 96 Echo Heathrow, how do I expect PD soon?
Heathrow Tower, Series 165, stand 237, aircraft type, Boeing 737-800, ready for pushback and start.
Skyways 165, thanks, stand 237. Are you able to face the north or do you require to face the south?
There is nobody on the runway.
Speedway 5 me, Skyways 165.
Skies 165, roger.
That is not a situation a controller should aim for. Line us up.
Speedbird 976 kilo, line up from my 27 right.
Speedbird 976 kilo, line up runway 27 right. Cabin crew, prepare for departure.
Speedbird 2 Alpha Mike, continue Alpha and Yankee.
Line up checklist.
521.
Takeoff runway. 27 right via Alpha 3. TCAS, Tara, PAX 1 and 2, off. Lineup checklist complete.
Dynasty 082, contact Heathrow Director 119.730.
Contact Heathrow Director 119.730.
That's a little bit bright for my taste there. That's better.
Get 1008 taxi, straight ahead, hold Sierra Bravo 3.
The approach sector is clear.
Heathrow Tower, Skyways 165.
Approaching 27 right.
Intentionally.
Roger, north, Skyways 165.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 239, heavy, information Golf, 078, 10, gate 544, QH1020, Crystal Alpha.
Man, look at those clouds and the color on them. Beautiful.
On runway 27 right.
Fully intentionally.
Sorry, Speedbird 69 Lima, Juliet again.
Did we get clearance? That's a bit late. Sorry.
Ninja plays. Do I see right that you have an ultra wide monitor? No, I got a 16:9. I used to have an ultra wide, but didn't really like it.
Kilo 27 right clear, take off the winds 170 degrees at 7 knots.
27 right clear, take off speedbird 976 kilo.
Shuttle 1
okay, are you ready?
Departing company 320 from full length.
Take off.
Via Alpha 6, line up 27 right behind.
Behind the departing company from full length, line up from weight 27 right via Alpha 6 behind, shuttle 1 to Quebec.
Ah, Speedbird 69 Lima Juliet, I see the problem.
Manfact 63, SS runway 8 blue.
Anyway, so.
Thrust set, checked.
That's right, that's mainly my fault. Turn right, heading right, correction, turn left, heading 220 degrees.
Left 220 degrees, 600 Juliet.
Looks like our speed indication is lagging again. We have 100 knots ground speed already. The ground speed seems to work. Well, does this help any?
The 69 Lima Juliet climb to altitude 4,000 feet.
Okay.
4,000 feet, 69 Lima Juliet.
Well,
69 Juliet, apologies, contact
E1, rotate.
119.730,
09730, no worries, 693.
Positive climb, gear up.
Speedbird 82 knots, Mike.
Speedbird 82 knots, Mike, taxi left Alpha, hold Pluto.
Left and up, and then where's the holding point?
No.
Sorry, 82 knots, Mike.
It's the hold of Pluto, like the planet.
AP1.
Great, 6 Mike Charlie, sorry, hello, continue for 27 after surface winds 170 degrees and 7 knots.
Frost time, climb A thrust.
38, Roger, liner.
Pack 1 on.
Speedbird 113, stand 538, push and start approved, face the north.
Push and start approved, go face north. Speedbird 113.
7890, line out from 279. The station volume for clearance. Stand by, send you PDC.
Come on. 2 on. Okay, flap 0.
Okay, 1 right, thanks. By Sierra Bravo 3, cross 27 left, taxi right Alpha, hold at SAT.
Look at that city. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that a totally awesome view here?
To the 1 Alpha, hello, Roger, I shall send you PDC.
Really love it. I really, really love it. Okay. 14 degrees, we don't need anti-ice.
8 push and start approved, face the north.
Push that approved, if not, Speedbird 99 might push back on Golf,
Speedbird 99 Mike, taxi right Foxtrot.
Speed vertical speed.
Bravo, hold it Titan.
Foxtrot
approaching.
Right, Bravo, hold it Titan. Speedbird 99 Mike.
Echo Tower Skies on 65, ready for taxi.
Alright, turning to the right, then we can switch over the Nav 8s.
Sorry, Skies 165.
The Chiltern and Brooklands Park active now. What do you think? Has he forgotten us? I'd say so, huh?
Speedbird 6 Mike Charlie, 27F, clear to land. Speedbird 1 seat back, 27 right, clear for takeoff.
1,000 to go.
70 degrees at 7.
So, still a little bit of daylight. Wow.
Speedbird
Speedbird 976 kilo, passing 5,000.
976 kilo, apologies, 119730.
119730, 976 kilos, yeah.
Kilo Bravo, time.
Golf Victor Alpha, hello to you, landing 27 left, confirm your aircraft time please. Citation 700, Golf Kilo Alpha. Golf Kilo Alpha, thanks for that. Continue towards Bovingdon and there is no delays. Continue Bovingdon, Golf Kilo Alpha.
Heathrow direct, good evening, Speedbird 976 kilo, 5,700, climate 6,000, Brooklands Park 7 Foxtrot.
Speedbird 976 kilo, hello to you, there's nothing to affect you, so monitor Unicom, bye-bye.
Monitor Unicom, Speedbird 976 kilo. Well, that was lovely. Okay, thrust time, open climb, alt 16,000 blue, and we'll go over to Unicom, into the silence.
Shamrock 7 Lima Papa, reduce speed now to 220 knots. After Ockham, fly heading 080 degrees.
Alright, silence. So, set standard. Standard cross check, passing flight level 69. Now. Checked. Alright, so. We're out. Finally. Sector number 3. So let's have a look at what you guys wrote in the chat in the meantime. Starting bottom to top. So Circles Gaming, here's another question for you. What is one thing that really annoys you that other pilots might do? Example, A320 sim pilot can't stand it when someone touches the FMC without asking first. Well, honestly, that is not a problem in my opinion. What I really hate is if I'm pilot flying and I've made myself a mental picture of the flight path, and then the colleague just asks for something, like, say for example, I've planned my descent so that I know ATC is gonna turn us in a couple miles, and then he says like, yeah, request a base turn now. And then I'm like, dude, you see that we're 2,000 feet too high for that, right? Nope, obviously not. Okay, so passing 100. First of all, lights on. Probably the most important thing here. Okay, those go off. Let's keep the seatbelts till we're through the cloud layer over there. No restrictions here anymore anyway, so we can get rid of all that. And then clear and copy. Oh man, so much work on that FMS. So much easier in the real world when you got 2 hands for all that stuff. Alright, cruising 37, optimum 36, maximum 384. Sounds perfect to me. So Nova 27 right is what we're looking at, 370 nautical miles, climbing 370, sounds good to me. Awesome. And let's dim it down 1 step. That seems to be good. Honestly, this really seems to be very good, doesn't it? Alright then, all the way up to 370. Maybe make the route a little bit nicer, direct to Ratlow. Tell you what, direct to Ratfall. Or is it? Nah, Ratlow. Take Ratlow. Here we go. Alright, there was a guy on TCAS there a moment ago, but looks like he's not affecting us. Okay. So that's it. Then name howitzer. What is the most amount of legs you've done a day in the sim, maybe as a challenge? Well, good question. I believe 7? I think 7 or 8 when the Captain Sim 757 came out in P3D. It was like, yeah, finally a 757, and I had 4 days off in a row, like I usually have, or had. Unfortunately, don't have anymore. Climb. That was just great. That was really just great. But, you know, on days where I'm doing really intensive beta testing, I might do 5 sectors, but that doesn't happen often anymore. So why is that? What do I prefer, Airbus or Boeing? And what do I miss from Boeing that I wish Airbus would have? If you do miss anything from Boeing, that is. Well, I honestly tell you I like the Airbus a lot better. It's a much more pilot-oriented aircraft. With the Boeing, you just notice that they built an awesome airplane, and then they remembered they had to put a crew in there. So the 737 is just a really cramped aircraft, and I honestly would not know what I would prefer about it. The Airbus on the other hand side, you've got space, it's a lot more comfy to sit on, and obviously you just got that thing between your legs here. And I don't think that's something that only female pilots are going to appreciate, but male pilots do as well. So that is really my preference here. And do I miss anything from Boeing? Well, not really. Well, if I need to pick something, then the slightly larger distance the thrust levers would travel between minimum and maximum thrust. So on the Airbus you only got about half the distance of a thrust lever movement that you had on the Boeing. That was nice. You could control the engines a little bit more precise than you can on the bus. Does that matter a lot? Not really. The good thing though is that my airline lets us choose whether we want to fly on auto thrust or whether we want to use manual thrust. So I do use both depending on the situation, but manual thrust can be a bit tricky, like when your speed goes off too much and I move my thrust levers about the same distance as I did on the 737 to get some 3% more N1, then in the bus I end up easily getting like, yeah, 10%, 15%, and then the speed totally runs away. So that's just something to get used to. By the way, going through a couple of clouds here, so engine anti-ice is on again. So yeah, that's my take on that one. And Fatboy Fat UK. 320 Sim Pilot says that the Airbus FCU is a masterclass in design, and I think he's right. The push-pull thing makes it able to be simple while still doing complex things. I fully agree with that. It's so much better than on the 737, where you accidentally hit the button next to the one you wanted to push, and you accidentally selected something completely different. So that's really nice on the Airbus FCU. On the other hand side, though, it can be a little annoying to pull those things from time to time, especially in turbulence. And Circles Gaming, yeah, I do apologize for that. I do know it hurt some of the 737 fans, but it's just reality. I do apologize. And Wisehead, one last question. How comes, at least in Europe, that A320 pilots barely use the wing lights? Well, the thing is, what would you use them for? The only reason to use the wing lights is to check if there is icing on the wings. Now, let's turn those on and have a look at what we are going to see. As you can see, not a lot. You can see a little bit out there, but why would you look at the wings when you got the ice detector right in front of you? So if we just turn that thing on, you can see that we have a light on the ice detector here. If there is ice building up over here, then there is also ice building up on the wings. If nothing builds up over here, then we know for sure that nothing is building up on the wings. So why would we use the wing light? On the 737, however, it was pretty similar, you know. You could always see the wipers in front of you, so you didn't need to look at the wings. And Ben Rumberg, what am I using for AI model matching? I'm mostly saying, or right now I'm testing FS traffic from Just Flight, because FSLTL just had a huge performance impact on my computer, and yeah, and the AIG models, I don't know, they're good as well. They probably had best performance yet, but I need to play a little bit with that once I get my new CPU, which should hopefully be soon. Alright, we slowly start seeing some stars again. Let's turn the lights off for a moment. Yeah, still inside clouds, but we should be out of them soon. And it is staying smooth, so seatbelt signs can go off. And Ninja Plays, does my airline still have A330s with the old CRT screens? No, they don't. The original A330 did have those screens, but my airline doesn't have any with those. We only have the new ones. Alright, out of the clouds, engine anti-ice off. And the most important thing, what you do usually already when you are passing 2,000 or 3,000 feet, seat to the back. Right, this is a much more common seating position for cruise. A much more common seating position. So, since we're going across a couple of different FIRs this time, let's also bring up the en route chart. And obviously, we do want to zoom that out a bit. Alright, and once this is set in the A330 operation, you basically go to a zoom level like this, and you start watching the world go by for the next 10 hours. I just love it. I just completely love it. Maybe we zoom in a little bit more. Something like this makes it nicely visible where we are in relation to the different FIRs. So that looks about good for me. Okay, so, all of that done, let's have another look into those comments. So, yeah, Maurice de says, you name it, just make sure your seat rocker switch isn't loose. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I've heard a different story of what might have happened on that 787, but it is just rumors. Rumors are that they either had a passenger or a flight attendant in the cockpit, and that the captain was looking back, you know, like this, with his seats with his legs folded on top of one another. And then he wanted to move forward a bit to create a bit more space in the aft part of the cockpit. I do that all the time in the Airbus, but when you do that in the Boeing, where you got the control column in front of you, yeah, down you go. So there are rumors that something like that might have happened, but whether they are true or not, I can't tell. So Celt Gaming, Emmanuel, how bad do you think TFDI messed up for limiting their access to their plane? I just think they really missed their window, especially with the 777 on the way and the A300 already out. Why the MD-11 then? Well, I think TFDI messed up pretty badly. I mean, the thing was supposed to be out a long time ago, and they just decided that they are going to rewrite major parts of the airplane from simulating things in the sim to simulating them on an external client, similar to Phoenix is doing it. That means that they lock themselves out of marketplace and out of the Xbox market, and that is going to cost them a ton of money. So I really have no idea why they do that. In my opinion, it's just plainly stupid and wasting money. They're literally wasting money on that stuff, and it means the plane is no longer going to come to marketplace. So, well, doesn't make sense to me at all. So I really have no idea what's going on with that MD-11, but honestly tell you, I think they are not on a good track anymore. And Greg, where do I fly mostly? Well, not sure whether it's, well, it's probably the Caribbean actually, Dominican Republic. So loads of flights to La Romana, to Punta Cana, occasionally others as well. Then I'm in Cancun quite a bit, every now and then also to the USA, but unfortunately by far not as much as I would like to. And well, Windhoek is also a favorite. Well, not my favorite, but my airline's favorite. And Fat Boy Fat UK, have you ever read the novel Airframe by Michael Crichton? No, I haven't. And Fly 320, hi, thanks for joining the live stream. What flight are we in at the moment? We're on the way from Heathrow over to Hanover. By the way, talk about Hanover. ATC is booked to come online in 15 minutes, so let's see, estimated time of arrival is exactly past. Well, that's awesome. A little bit delayed, unfortunately, but it does mean that we will arrive with full ATC over there. A380 Captain, am I a pilot for Discover? Well, I'm not going to answer that question directly at the moment. I hope to be in a position where I can answer that soon, but not for now. And Eric Virum, what's my favorite destination? Good question, honestly. I think it varies. You know, I do love to fly to Punta Cana, especially because we have a lovely crew hotel at the beach over there, and I'm spending countless days at the beach over there, which is really nice. I mean, that's paid holidays as part of the job, really. But, you know, flying always to the same destination might be a little bit much, so a little bit of a mix really makes it nice. Like some Florida, some, you know, some Las Vegas would be nice as well. But it's a good mix that makes things become great. And for that reason, I don't think I have a favorite destination at the moment. I mean, the Maldives are obviously really nice. Mala is an all-time favorite, but how often do you get to fly that? Once a year? Because everyone wants to fly that. And Flight 320, why aren't you allowed to tell us your airline? Well, the reason is the social media policy. So, if I tell you I'm working for this airline now, then if I publicly say, like, yeah, I'm flying for this airline, then the airline says, if you identify as an employee on the social media profile, then you also need to obey the entire social media manual, and that, amongst others, does not allow to show primary flight displays and navigation displays. So you get to see where that problem goes. And apparently they don't make a difference between simulation and real world there. I mean, I don't even understand why they don't want us to show PFD and ND in the real world, which is the reason why I'm not showing you any real world footage at the moment. Because, you know, I mean, you guys let me know, would you be interested in a video with a GoPro just showing the outside view, nothing of the inside? Because I could always make that, but I figure my channel's audience would probably like to see the tactical decisions and stuff like that, like see the displays, follow along with the decision making and stuff like that. That is more like where I see my channel. So, mach als da. So, you know, and most importantly, the social media manual says that I would not be allowed to talk about anything negative. So, I couldn't talk about bad air traffic control and all that lovely stuff, and for that reason I prefer not to officially identify as an employee of a certain airline at the moment. Alright, so, so we made it all the way up, and Sir Kel's Gaming. I think the reason people always want to have pilot streamers save their airline is so they can replicate their flight in a sim, which is cool. I do agree with you. I do fully agree with you. But, you know, unfortunately, can't really comment on that. And DT content, what was your most difficult landing and where was it? Well, good question, honestly. I don't remember any particular one, if I'm honest. I mean, obviously I could take some gust 30 crosswind now, or some particularly bumpy landing, but honestly to tell you, ever since I'm flying the A330, I haven't done any particularly difficult landing. The A330 is such a forgiving plane, and I've landed it in a 30-knot crosswind, and honestly it felt like a 10-knot crosswind on the 737. It's a great aircraft. Really easy to fly compared to the 737. And yeah, that, you know, that means something. And Booba Gump. Oh boy, now now we're going southbound. If you need to go to the toilet, are you allowed to go to the back of the plane? Yes. And Ninja Plays, Eurowings captain flying for the A320, makes really nice cockpit videos to YouTube from his flights called approach and departure videos. I wonder how he got permission. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about as well, cause I really love that channel and I would absolutely love to do the exact same thing. But he's probably on the PR team of the airline, I guess, and it's probably official PR of the airline. That is kinda what I expect, but I don't have any inside information, so don't quote me on that. It's just what I'm expecting, but something like that would surely only be allowed if you got official permission from the airline. You can't just step into your plane and do something like that. I'm 100% sure that every airline's social media manual is going to forbid doing something like that. Obviously, you can always record something and then bring it to the social media team, ask them like, hey, can I release that? I've thought about doing the same, but I'm actually playing with a GoPro occasionally, but haven't come up with anything good yet that I would want to go to the airline with and tell them like, hey, can I do that? No. Alrighty, so that much on this topic. Name Howitzer. He might show exterior footage sometimes, but he doesn't actually say he identifies as their employee, although I wouldn't recommend A330 driver to try that. Yeah, And Fatboy Fat UK, he also has permission to display the Lufthansa charts on his videos, which surprises me. Well, honestly, I think that just comes with it. I really think that just comes with it. When you do a channel like that, and you do get official airlines permission, then they are going to allow you to use the EFB as well. And Fly 320, did you ever have an emergency situation in real life? Well, not an actual emergency, no. I had a couple of cases, one recently on a flight over Africa, where a passenger got really ill, but luckily we had several doctors on board, and they were able to attend him and stabilize him, and we could continue to our destination without the need to declare any medical emergency or anything the like. So you do have passengers feeling not so good occasionally, especially the larger the airplane gets, the likelier it gets that you have a passenger like that. Interestingly enough, it is still a lot more than it used to be in my previous 737 operation though. I think it's just the fact that there is more elderlies flying with us than in my previous airline, and those elderlies obviously also have issues more often. But apart from that, in terms of technicals, well, stuff happens occasionally, but, you know, the vast majority of these things just clears itself away again. Like, when the Airbus makes bing and you get some ECAM indication, you know, I'm usually like, yeah, does it need immediate attention? No? Okay, let's give it a minute. If it's still there, then we start working on it. And, you know, that usually goes rather well. Some things do happen, but an actual emergency, never. I mean, the closest I've had, I would say, is a night flight over the Atlantic, 300 miles off the coast of Ireland. We get the lavatory smoke indication in the cockpit. You know, I've been sitting there, like this, hat on the FCU, looking up in the stars, and the captain was rather relaxed at the time as well. And then all of a sudden you get the continuous repetitive chime and a red message on there, and you're like, oh shit, I need to do something now. And then it's, okay, lavatory smoke. Yeah, give that a while, let the cabin crew do their job. And guess what? Some idiot used an intense amount of, just used an intense amount of perfume in the lavatory, and that triggered the smoke detector. Had that twice now, every time it solved itself. And Sir Kel's Gaming. It is ironic, the guy taught me what I know about the 737 flies A330 now, and the guy who taught me the A320 is flying 787, and they both love their new planes. Oh yeah, I know whom you're referring to, and it is really... Well, let's try to analyze why that is. Why is it happening at this time? The reason is quite simple. Because right now is a very good time on the pilot market. If you're a pilot looking for a new job right now, there are dozens of offerings. I mean, Lufthansa Cargo is hiring direct entry FOs on the 777 right now. That is a direct entry into the Lufthansa company. When have we seen that the last time? 15 years ago? 20 years ago? That goes to tell you something. And why sad? When I flew with British Airways, I saw one of the pilots leave the cockpit to use the loo, but before he left, the flight attendant entered and stayed in the cockpit until he returned. Is that some protocol? Yes, a lot of airlines are doing that ever since the German Airways, or the German Wings crash, where a pilot was alone in the cockpit and apparently deliberately... Traffic. Oh, shit. Okay, TCAS, I have control. Well, that is an RA, but it doesn't say so. Okay, anyway. It's people at 9076 Kilo TCAS RA. Just broadcast that on Honeycomb. Well, this is strange. The guy's above us. Why is TCAS telling me... TCAS tells me he's below. But he was above us, wasn't he? What the hell? Speedbird 976 Mike, clear of conflict, returning to flight level 370. Okay, thrust idle, open descent, AP1. Mach vertical speed. What on earth was that? Alt star? Mach alt cruise. Okay, so this was interesting. Several bugs at once. Several bugs at once that we just had. First of all, the aircraft was indicated 1,000 foot below. Where is he actually? Do we still see him? No, he's gone. Okay, so the aircraft was indicated 1,000 foot below, but looking outside he was clearly above us. Secondly, we got the traffic, but a few moments, normally you get that 40 seconds before a potential collision. But then 20 seconds before, you should have gotten a resolution advisory. And you got the red text over here, and we clearly had the resolution advisory on the vertical speed indicator, but we did not get any oral RA. It should have said climb, climb, but we didn't get that. But it clearly showed us the RA on the vertical speed indicator. That is a very, very huge bug. And I'm definitely going to write something up about that after the flight. So that's definitely something going into the tag log. Because that TCAS is broken. That TCAS is clearly broken. Alright, I'm gonna send Phoenix a bug report, because that is a major bug. That is really a major bug. And contact me from Ryan Radar. No, Maastricht, 124435.
Excuse the traffic, KLM 192, Fleming, south.
Maastricht, hello, speedbird 976 kilo, flight level 370 inbound UCD.
Speedbird 976 kilo, Maastricht, hello, identify.
976 kilo request?
Go ahead.
Did you see that conflict I had about a minute ago, slightly outside your airspace, with another aircraft?
I observed it just as I logged on, but what information do you want?
Just wondering at what altitude you saw him, because our TCAS gave us some conflicting and contradicting information there. We're just wondering at what flight level you saw him.
I cannot remember that. If you have the call sign, I can give the current altitude I see then.
No problem then. Alright, so that much about it. So, looks like ATC just came online, 1901. That's what I call German punctuality. And we do have a message in the ATSU, let's just see that. So, received messages. British Airways Ops, send ADC delay 2 minutes. And the telex, please contact me. Okay. Let's do the delay real quick, and then we do the rest afterwards. So delay allocation start, I'd say we put that all down on 1 minute late inbound and 1 minute ATC startup delay. So, delay of inbound flight, OAD. Gonna be 1 minute. OAD. And another 1 minute. What's that? ATC startup delay, AMC. Alright, send that out. And then we can also go ahead and grab the latest weather. Okay, weather data, Hanover, 280 at 4, Kavok, 6 degrees, 1021. And no sig. So, 1021, 6 degrees. I don't even remember the wind anymore. Enter destination data, yeah, working on it.
Lufthansa Takeoff Yankee, flight level 370, inbound Airnet.
Lufthansa Takeoff Yankee,
so, information Oscar from 1820. Well, that is rather old, 40 minutes old. Romeo and use 27 left and right, dependent parallel approaches in progress, report preferred Romeo and initial contact, transition level 60270 at 5, slightly variable 6 degrees 1021. Okay, so it's 270 at 5. Let's just update the latest wind here as well. Quotenwagnerianer, I looked it up for you, Amy. He was at flight level 380, Echo X-Ray Sierra 45 Golf Hotel was his call sign. Your TCAS should not even have reacted with 1,000 foot separation. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. If he was at 380 and we've been in 37, that would match the picture we had outside the window. Remember, we saw him clearly above us. So if our TCAS instructed us to climb, then we actually caused the conflict ourselves by an incorrect TCAS indication. I tell you what, TCAS off. Well, let's make that TA only. Maastricht, speedboat 976 kilo.
Speedboat 976 kilo.
976 kilo, just to advise you, our TCAS is inoperative now.
Gotcha.
Okay, that TCAS is broken. We are not going to use that RA mode anymore. That is definitely going to go onto the MEL. So, TCAS on the MEL is a category Charlie item. That means they have 10 days to repair it. Thereafter, the aircraft becomes unairworthy.
Hello, identified. Climb to flight level 300. Proceed direct to Lutir.
Okay, wind data uplink. Is that here? Yes. Perfect. Alright, quick PA then. Ladies and gentlemen from flight deck, this is your captain speaking. We will start our descent towards Hanover in a few moments, remaining flight time about 25 minutes. The weather over there is currently clear skies, temperature of 6 degrees, and with that we would like to say thank you very much for choosing British Airways today. Hope that you've enjoyed your stay on board and wish you a very nice day, or if applicable, a nice and safe onwards journey. Thank you for your attention, and we hope to see you again in the future. Okay, so we can pick the runway ourselves. What are we going to do then? I would say 27 left is probably the best option, as it provides the shortest taxi, but 27 right does as well. I'll tell you honestly, let's take 27 right. And then we've got the Nienburg transition on here. Insert. That looks about good. Let's go ahead and grab a couple of charts. Circled Gaming.
6 kilo, descent to flight level 310, descent rate 2000 feet per minute or more.
People at 976 kilo, descent level 310, 2000 or more. Vertical speed, alt, flight level 310 blue.
Lufthansa 2 Golf Yankee, descent flight level 250, given rate.
At given rate, descent level 250, Lufthansa 2 Golf Yankee.
Eurowings 76 Mike Kilo, descent flight level 370.
Go, Zulu 27 right, here it is. And for the sake of it, I'll also take the 27 left chart, because you never know what you might get in the end. Airport chart and parking stands. Awesome. So, 27 left there, coming from Nienburg. So that's pretty much this. Easy going. 379 the minimums. And for missed approach, what do we need? Straight ahead to 1 demi west of Hotel Bravo Delta. Then turn left, heading 181, intercept follow radio 303 inbound Saarstedt, climbing 4000. So, Hotel Bravo Delta on 2 and SAS on 1. And they do say follow radio 313 inbound, so that's a 123 course. Like that. Okay, Hanover 27.
Kilo, descend to flight level 250, reach latest best Gapco rate is yours.
Deeper at 976 kilo, descent level 250 to reach at Gapco rate is ours. Okay, flight level 250 blue.
Raymond radar 128.760, ciao ciao.
Raymond 128.760, Lufthansa 2, bye bye.
Yeah, 258 is the expected level of the plane, so 250 ain't too bad. Alright. Descent. So let's continue in here. Minimum 379.
Speed at 976 kilo, contact Raymond radar 128.760, bye bye.
128.760, speed at 976 kilo, bye now.
One 135.650, bye-bye.
135.650, Scandinavian 1.
Flame radar low, speedbird 976 kilo, descending flight level 250 to reach at Gapco.
Speedbird 976 kilo, bring radar hello, identified, descend flight level 110.
Descend flight level 110, speedbird 976 kilo. Speed. Alt Magenta, flight level 250 Magenta. And 110 is up in here. Okay, so that stuff is in 2800 for the missed approach. 1 engine out acceleration. How's our fuel looking? 20 minutes extra. Awesome. Secondary flight plan, just copy the active, that's it. Okay, so let's do a little bit of mathematics here.
976 kilo, direct to Nienburg.
Direct Nienburg, speedbird 976 kilo. Do you need us to reach 250 beam Gapco?
As 976 kilo, you can expect level 110 at Nienburg.
Roger, 110 at Nienburg, speedbird 976 kilo. Alright, so that stuff is in, and then the plane can do the rest itself. Okay, there is a TCAS target in the front there, showing at our altitude, but he's clearly above us, you can see that. He's clearly above us. So again, let's just ask him though.
Information, Charlie current, expect ILS from 827.
So he's showing at around flight level 307. Let's ask the ATC when we get the chance what altitude he's at actually.
From the 6 kilo Papa Bremen, hello, identified. Initially direct to Tolta.
Speedbird 976 kilo request.
10.
Descending level 110, Lufthansa 220.
Speedbird 976 kilo request.
Go ahead.
What's the altitude of the aircraft that's just passed the beamers?
Speedbird 976 kilo, traffic is position 6 o'clock, distance 13 miles, indicated is level 310.
Roger, thank you so much. And our TCAS is considered inoperative then, Speedbird 976 kilo.
Okay, Roger.
Okay.
German flight 4335.
Definitely something wrong there.
5,000 feet. QNH 102.
Okay, so, Yeah, suppose we continue with the setup then. Actually, our setup is mostly done, so only thing we need here, 3,200 meters runway. Exit is about half the way down on Kilo. Yeah, tell you what, we are going to use config 4 for that, auto brakes low, and idle reverse.
Of the 6 Kilo Papa, direct 572.
And just received a message on vPilot here from Scandinavian 1621. I knew I recognized your voice on the frequency. Love your vids. They help me so much. Well, thank you very much. Alright, so, since that is now done, let's continue with our approach briefing.
110 to 80 operator conversion, 6
Yeah, FO, it's your turn.
Speed to 80 Nautilus, Lufthansa 2
Alright, so the MSA for the approach is 2,800 feet. We're going to receive radar vectors most likely after Nienburg, but we do have the standard approach in there. For an ILS approach, Zulu 27 right, minimum's 379. Go on trajectory is to the left side out and climbing... I don't remember that, but to the left, does that make sense? No, it doesn't. 27 right, that's to the right. I was wondering about that, but it makes sense. We looked at the wrong chart. So 369. Yeah, incorrect minimum as well. We messed that up. So 369 going in here, and that is definitely 27 right. This is also 27 right. And that means for the nav setup, we need straight ahead, passing 600 or 0.8 Hotel Alpha Delta. Whichever is later, turn right, heading 356, climbing 3000. At 5.8 Hotel Alpha Delta, turn right, 093 to Zeller NDB, climb 4000. Okay, so we need Hotel Alpha Delta. And Charlie Echo Lima. Like that. So then it's going to be VOR1, ADF2. Like that. Okay. And then we don't need this anymore. So now it makes more sense. Now it certainly makes more sense. Alright. So go-around trajectory is to the right-hand turn, initially 3000, later 4000. Extra fuel and time. What do we have down there? 20 minutes. Okay, so guidance for the approach is going to be an ILS. Landing flaps full, stop margin is about 1000 meters. Idle reverse, auto brake low, planned runway exit Kilo to the left, and we don't have any hotspots. Nothing special, nothing non-standard. Any threats? Yeah, T-class in-op. And what can we do about that? Well, we're going to inquire about any traffic that we see in our immediate vicinity that we cannot see. And yeah, that's it. Alright, so, anything else? No? Great, briefing complete. And there are a couple of company messages. Let's see what we got there. Telex. The Scandinavian. I read him out already. And another one from him. You mentioned me just as I came on the live. Gonna focus on approach now, safe landing in Hanover. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And since you're now watching, thank you for the message as well. Alright, cool. So that's it really. All we could do about this one.
6 Kilo Papa, contact arrival, 119er, 490, tschüss.
119er, 490er, Lufthansa 6, tschüss.
Speed 176 Kilo, call arrival, 119er, das ist 490, tschüss.
119er, das ist 490, Speedbird 976 Kilo, see ya.
6 Kilo Papa, we have correct, inbound 572.
Lufthansa 6 Kilo Papa, Bremen 9 identified. Descent flight level 100 and requested runway.
27 left.
So, Quebec it is.
Lufthansa 6 Kilo Papa, expect ILS Zulu 27 left. Descent flight level 100.
Crawford, Pendular 100, Zulu approach 27 left.
Hannover, good evening, speedboat 976 kilo, level 176, descending 110 in Mount Nienburg, information Quebec, request 27 right.
Speedboat 967, correction, 976 kilo, Bremen mode identified, expect ILS Zulu 27 right, fly heading 090.
Expect ILS Zulu 0, correction 27 right, fly heading 090, speedboat 976 kilo.
Genommen Lufthansa Takeoff Yankee crossing level 160.
Thrust idle, open descent heading.
0 and Delta Victor 572, speed 280 knots or less, information Quebec and request 27 left.
Fast melt on,
Takeoff Yankee,
and extend the center line.
Expect ILS Zulu approach 27 left, descent flight level 100.
CI 091 looks about right. Okay, insert that. And here we go. Right, let's see where we're going to reach the level.
FedEx 53993, contact Bremen radar.
Right to the airport. Okay, easy going.
FedEx 53993, contact Bremen on 128.760.
128.760, FedEx 53993.
And Fat by Fat UK just found someone else reporting the TCAS issue on the Phoenix Discord. A few minutes ago had a TCAS incident and we were both aircraft Phoenix B2.
Kilo descent 4000 feet, QNH 1021.
Speedboat 976 kilo descent 4000, QNH 1021. Okay, set QNH. QNH 1021 cross check passing 14,500. Now, checked. 4,000 blue. So, reaching it over there means we might have to expedite the descent a little bit. But let's see where we're going to be being the airport. If we're like 8,000, we should be good. I'm just going to help it a little bit.
Lufthansa 6 kilo Papa, descent 5,000 feet, QNH 1021.
And Fat by Fat UK, that is interesting. Responses on the Phoenix Discord to the TCAS array problem were basically that TCAS array direction is a coin flip as there is no communication between aircraft. Well, I don't agree with that. Because why would you make a coin flip if it is very clear where the other airplane is? The other airplane clearly was indicated above us, so the only RA that we would get is a descent. If the other airplane is above you, and you're both in level flight, you're never going to get a climb array, you will always get a descent array. So, I can't really agree with that sentence. Really can't agree with that.
Lufthansa 6 kilo Papa, speed 250 knots.
256 kilo Papa.
Lufthansa 2 Golf Yankee, descent 5,000 feet, QNH 1021.
And Fat by Fat UK just found another threat on it. The original poster opened a ticket with Phoenix and was told the team is aware of the issue and are working on a fix. Okay.
976 kilo, contact director on 119.605, ciao.
119.605, speedboat 976 kilo, ciao. So 119.605.
Good evening, Hanover approach, runner 287.
Alright, take it evening, speedboat 976 kilo.
Speedboat 976 kilo, director could expect 27 right.
27 right, speedboat 976 kilo. Oh, 10,000. GPS primary, accuracy high. Approach checklist.
976 kilo, turn left by 5.
Left by 5, speedboat 976 kilo. Barrel ref, QNH 1021. Seatbelts on, minimum, Baro 369, auto brake, low, engine mode selector, norm. Approach checklist complete. Hi, Emmanuel in the machine room. Thank you.
Left, descent, correction, descent 5,000 feet.
Descent left, descent 5,000 feet left and Takeoff Yankee.
Alright, so altitude-wise we are looking good. I rather make it a little bit steeper towards the end than flying a level segment here. So let's see, we're going to lose about 3,000 feet until we're abeam. That gives us 5,000 on the abeam position. Yeah, tell you what, a little bit of speed brake, but just a little bit. I just love how effective the speed brake is on the 320.
976 kilo descent 3,000 feet.
Speedbird 976 kilo descent 3,000 feet. 3,000 blue. Gonna reach that abeam, it says. Yeah, that's more than fine. Okay, so that should be all we need. Speed brake is back in. 3,000 to go, about 10 miles to fly, I suppose. And if it's less, then we can always just help it a bit. Airplane is automatically starting the deceleration, that's fine.
3,000 feet, speed 220.
Is that Lufthansa anywhere on our TCAS? It's probably broken anyway, but just want to be sure. No, don't see him anywhere. That's fine. And Fatboy Fat UK, the coin flip response wasn't from a Phoenix staff member, so it was probably nonsense. Yeah, it was. Well, at least measured by real standards, it surely was. Not sure if the Phoenix works like that internally or not. Can't comment on that, but I surely can't imagine it.
So 6 kilo Papa, turn left heading 340.
So, heading 340 for the Lufthansa. That probably means he's already on an intercept heading. Oh well, so be it. We might just come in after him then.
976 kilo, turn right heading 180.
Right heading 180, speed at 976 kilo. Alright, that much about it, so we are going straight in.
6 kilo Papa, continue left and heading 300, cleared islet runway 27 left. Maintain speed, call it slower.
Oh, that's the Lufthansa. Alright, so we're going in between the two. Awesome. There comes the glide slope.
Turn right heading 050.
Right turn heading 050, Lufthansa 220.
Speed, vertical speed. Not sure why the 500 here is flashing.
6 kilo Papa, speed 200.
206 kilo Papa.
Right, there's the Lufthansa. There's the second Lufthansa, coming up just in front.
Banana 76 kilo, turn right heading 240, cleared ILS, runway 27 right.
People at 976 kilo, right heading 240, cleared ILS 27 right.
6 kilo Papa, maintain speed 170 knots, operator.
Yeah, 3 dual, autopilot 1 and 2, lock star, and glide slope blue.
6 kilo Papa, correct. Contact tower 120, 180, bye bye.
So 120, 180, we'll set that on the standby as well.
Zatuga Yankee, turn left heading 360, speed 200.
Left turn heading 360,
flaps 1.
Speed 200.
Speed check, flaps 1. Lock. Alright, let's do a little bit of manual flight here.
Cleared ILS, runway 27 left, descent 3000 feet.
With a left heading 300, descent 3000 feet, cleared the ILS 27 left, Lufthansa, Super Yankee.
Last lap start.
Speed 976 kilo, speed 170 knots, maintain until 5 miles final.
170 until 5, speed at 976 kilo. Flaps 2.
Hanover director, Turkish Airways.
You could have told that a little bit earlier, then we would not have to use the speed brake.
Start your descent to 4000
Fly slow,
feet, please, and expect 2
and let's go around altitude 3000 set. I'll tell you what, 7 knots more is totally fine for me.
Speed 976 kilo, contact tower 120.180, schnell landen wir.
120.180, speed at 976 kilo, see ya. And for target evening, speedbird 976 kilo, Zulu 27 right.
Speedbird 976 kilo, Hanover Tower, good evening. Traffic, VFR, any traffic circuit on the 27 right. Wind check 270 degrees 3 knots.
A negative contact, speedbird 976 kilo. Can you guys see the VFR traffic anywhere? Sure enough, I cannot. Okay, gear down. Manage speed. Flaps 3. Speed check, flap 3. Flaps full. Speed check, flaps full. Landing checklist, ECAM memo, landing no blue. Landing checklist complete.
Bird 976 kilo, traffic, VFR in die right. Downwind, runway 27 right, wind calm, runway 27 right, clear to land.
Runway 27 right, clear to land, speedbird 976 kilo. I still don't see that VFR traffic, but so be it. Shouldn't be our concern.
Verlängern leichten Gegenanflug, Piste 27 rechts, der darum
checked.
Lufthansa, correction Lufthansa 6 kilo Papa, contact Hannover, ground 121, decimal 955, schönen Morgen. Lufthansa 2 Yankee, wind calm, 127 left, clear to land.
Okay, everything good, everything stable. Lovely approach. Basically, don't need to do any inputs at all on the side stick. Wind is slightly from the right.
Wind calm, runway 27 left, clear to land.
Land. So those landings where the wind is calm are usually those where you make the hardest of all. Because you're just so relaxed on the approach that you somewhat lose a bit of a focus. But we'll see what's going to happen.
Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
Come on. Spoilers.
Delta, Romeo, Yankee, fliegen Sie rechten Queranflug.
Interesting, we're getting rollout only on the left side there? That is definitely not correct. Okay, reverse green, decel. Manual brakes. Gonna catch that exit. 70 knots. So this is the moment where we should get taxi instructions.
China Southern 88 Tango, Hannover Tower, good evening. Taxi, holding point runway 27 right.
Instead he gives the taxi out. That is not how you should do it as a controller. I mean, I don't care, I'm just going to turn onto the left side here anyway now. But technically speaking, that's not how it's supposed to work.
China Southern 88 Tango, cross runway 27 center.
Hannover Tower, good evening. Turkish 8 Zulu Foxtrot.
Turkish 8 Zulu Foxtrot, Hannover Tower, good evening. Traffic, VFR and the right traffic 727 right, number 2, continue.
Traffic inside number 2.
Okay, that runway is vacated, then let's go ahead with the
after. 976 kilo, taxi by Golf and Foxtrot, hold short off taxiway Mike, cross runway 27 center.
Taxi Golf Foxtrot, hold short Mike, cross 27 center, speedbird 976 kilo.
Delta Romeo Yankee für Tiefanflug.
Alright.
Delta Romeo Yankee nach dem Tiefanflug fliegen Sie in die Rechtspassen, das ist das Vorsim rechts. Wenn still ist das Vorsim rechts, frei zum Tiefanflug. Nach dem Tiefanflug fliegen die Rechtspassen der Piste 27 rechts, Piste 27 rechts, frei zum Tiefanflug.
Okay, so Golf
contact, Hannover ground 121, decimal 955.
Foxtrot is the first, then hold short Mike and crossing the center runway.
Bird 976 kilo, contact over ground 121, decimal 955,
121, 955, bird 976 kilo, see you later.
Delta 1 Lufthansa to Helsinki.
Okay, so first to the right over here. Starting APU. Norfolk ground hello, speedbird at 976 kilo, turning on the fast jump.
Speedbird 976 kilo, Norfolk ground, good evening, continuous taxi via Foxtrot and Foxtrot 1, hold short of Delta 1.
Foxtrot, Foxtrot 1, hold short Delta 1, speedbird 976 kilo. So Fox 1, short Delta 1. Okay, and Delta 1 is where? Well, Fox 1 is the one below over here, and Delta 1 is down here, okay. So, 3 minutes in, where is the APU? Available. Wonderful. Engine 2 shutdown. Elec hydraulic pump on. So, Delta 1 probably coming out of the apron over here.
Lufthansa 2 Golf Yankee, now your gate is blocked. Taxi to gate 6 via Delta 1, Foxtrot 1 and Alpha 1.
Okay, there comes the Lufthansa, probably waiting for him.
Speedbird 976 kilo, give Lufthansa Airbus A320 Neo wave on your right to left on Delta 1. Thereafter, continue taxi to gate 17 via Foxtrot 1, Charlie, Alpha, Alpha 2 and Alpha 1.
Speedbird 976 kilo, number 2 beyond the Lufthansa A320, taxi gate 17 via Foxtrot 1, Charlie, Alpha, Alpha 2, Alpha 1. Okay, here comes Lufthansa, who forgot to turn off the strobe lights. So how the hell is that gonna work now? So, Foxtrot 1, Charlie, it's down here, Alpha, where is Alpha 2? We're going southbound over here, but where is Alpha 2? Can't see that anywhere on this chart. I bet it's probably one of these connecting taxiways here. Okay, so we're gonna turn left over here. And then just gotta find Alpha 2. Let's see if we can find that in any of the paper charts. Yeah, Alpha 2 is over here, okay. And gate 17 is then off to the right. So basically he just wants us to pass the beam this terminal here. Maybe a guy pushing back or something the likes. That would be most likely, I'd say. Okay, so next taxiway to the left, and then GSX. Seriously, it's not even loading the menu anymore. I love this program, do we? Okay, so we turn left over here. I can't even find that stupid Throttle process in my taskbar anymore. It's probably crashed altogether. Try that again. Start Throttle for MSFS. Okay, so to the right over here, and then our gate is on the left-hand side. So that's 15. And we're going to gate 17. Alright, so this is number 16. And then 17 is going to be on the left. Gotta be that one over here. And it's so incredibly dark over here, I am going to keep the lights on.
India, Mike, another ground, good evening. Taxi via Oscar and Mike, hold short of runway 27 center.
So GSX, what about a marshaller? Aha! Something is happening. I'm impressed. So gate 17, no. Come on. Almost there. Is it going to... Come on. Yeah, thank you for literally nothing. Self-parking. Okay. Oh, self-test. Why the fuck is it performing a self-test? Okay, I don't care. We are going to stay right where we are. Cabin crew, all doors in park.
Hanover ground, November 7-3.
Alright, silence. Alright, we made it over here. 2,420 kilos of fuel. What the? Why did that GSX window open? And what have we clicked? That's unbelievable. This program is such a piece of shit. Man. Trying to switch off the seatbelt and the stupid GSX thing goes open. Hate that program, man. So, parking checklist. Park and brake trucks. Brake set. Engines. Off. Wing light. Off. Fuel pumps. Off. Parking checklist complete. Alright, so... we have saved 120 kilos by doing single engine taxi. That is not bad. Not bad at all. 120 kilos. And if we look at the amount of fuel on board, 2,420. Well, we took 500 extra, otherwise we would have been here with just 1,900 kilos of fuel. I am fairly happy that we took that extra fuel. So, what does the ATSU say? Received message, arrival 1940. When were we supposed to be here? At 19:30, okay, so we're running 10 minutes late. Well, let's see what they are doing. Have they even connected? Yes, they are deboarding, okay. Well, well. APU off for a moment. Hour and 7 flight time, that is quite alright. Okay then, let's go ahead and prepare for the return sector. Standing by for sim brief over here, which is lagging a little bit. And obviously our call sign on the way back is going to be 9077 Juliet. Well, let's log on with that. It's a little bit strange that you are supposed to turn the transponder at 2000 only after you have done the parking checklist, but that's what the procedure wants, so that's what we do. Alright, and it looks like the IRSs are a little bit drifted there, so tell you what, 1, 2, 3, wait 30 seconds, then we're going to do a full IRS alignment. Start that timer down there. Okay. So that much about this. All right, then let's go ahead and prepare our next flight plan. Here we are, sim brief to go. So British Airways 9077 from Hanover to London Heathrow. Our alternate, I can tell you already, is going to be East Shetlands. Aircraft type is an A320, and that's going to be with IAE engines. Golf Echo Triple Uniform, no fin number, speed bird 9077 Juliet, cost index 20, then passengers, let's use a little bit fewer than usual, 130, zero fuel weight, 55 tons. 27 left, 27 left, looks about right. Scheduled block time, that is supposed to be 1 hour and 40 minutes. And the routing, well, let's go ADGLA, let's take a real world one, 977 Juliet from 29th of February, VAXAF, blah 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 to Logan in flight level 380, looks good to me. Alright, let's generate that, see what we're going to get. RN6 flight time, flight level 380. Looking good. The only thing I need to change real quick is the ATC fuel, because into Heathrow I absolutely want to have some. And that late on a Saturday evening I probably want to bring even 20 minutes of ATC fuel. Just for the sake of it. Alright, so off-block time is supposed to be 2000 on the hour. We're going to apply that. Why did it change the alternate? There was absolutely no reason to do that. Here we go. Okay, so I do believe that is it. Generate the flight. And pre-file. Okay, so flight plan is filed, everything is done, and that is it. Okay, so, then, what are we going to do? First of all, align the IRSs again. 1, 2, 3. How's deboarding going? Still in progress. Man, they are slow today. Of course, when you're running delayed, since we are supposed to be on the way again in 13 minutes. Hint, I don't see that happening today. But on here at least we can continue already. So, flight in it for the next one. And here we... Come on, go. Speedbird 977 Juliet from Hanover to Heathrow, hour and 6 minutes, looking good. Weather, request, Echo, Golf, Lima, Lima. Send that off with the METAR and the TAF. Then we are going to request Echo, Delta, Delta, Victor with only the METAR. And finally we are going to request our alternate as well, which is East Shits. And here we go. And now watch the lovely Phoenix bug. I clicked weather request several times, and for some reason that seems to open a new window or something, because now I can click return, nothing, return, nothing, return, nothing, return. Aha! Okay, so weather data for our destination is looking good, and the forecast is looking good as well, even though I don't believe that it is this short. I do believe that they only allocate one page and ran out of space there. Okay, next side, Hanover is still good, QNH 1022. Here we go. And East Midlands is looking good as well in light rain. Welcome to the UK. But apart from that, everything is looking good. Right, how's the deboarding? Almost done. That is excellent. And Eric Room, would setting the IRS on the sequence of 1, 3 and 2 method up being left to right order, is there a specific reason for the order in which you select the IRS units to on? Well, yes, the reason is that you want to get it into the correct muscle memory. You always want to associate the left side with number 1, the right side with number 2, and the middle side with number 3. That needs to be completely clear, so that you don't turn a wrong unit off in case you do get incorrect indications. The reason why you've got number 1 on the left side and number 2 on the right side is that ADR1 feeds the left instruments and ADR2 feeds the first officer's instruments, and ADR3 actually just feeds the standbys. So that's the reason why they are mounted the way they are mounted. And Shadow the Boss, hello, new to the channel. Hi, nice to see you. Alright, so we've got all that stuff done. So how's the deboarding going? That done, finally. Okay, import next flight. No clue why it's set diverted. We were certainly not. 10 minutes to run. We are definitely going to be late, but so be it. Alright, so 130 passengers, just 500 kilos cargo. And in terms of fuel, I'll tell you what, we're going to make that 6.3, then we can fly a slightly higher cost index. Alright, load via GSX please, and off we go. It might just about be a quick one, because as long as there is no departure delay, we shouldn't take too long to load the airplane up. Okay, so fueling is still in progress, so we are not going to touch any of that stuff yet. Well, we don't need this anymore. And then we don't need the ALS either. Initial climb, I believe, is either 4,000 or 5,000. We'll see about that later. Down here, nothing really we need to do. Let's focus on 2,000. TCAS set above. Oh yeah, we do need to do something, and that is advise ATC that we don't have TCAS when we get the clearance. But we can certainly do that. Okay, so then let's go into the FMS. We're going to start with our inner request. Nav accuracy downgraded. That's all clear, all associated with the realignment of the IRS. Okay, Speedbird 977 Juliet is what we got. Cost index, I tell you what, I'm going to put 100 in there. And then flight level 38. Come on. 380 I set. That's better. Okay, no idea which runway they're going to give us. I suspect 27 left, but could really turn out to be any of those. But let's have a look. So we're looking for a VAXF departure. Seems to be these guys down there. And, well, that's to the left, so probably runway 27 left. Is there an on-off chart for these things? Yes. Awesome, then we'll take this one. So that's going to be VAXF 1 Foxtrot then, off 27 left. So many runways here, no idea why. But okay, here we go. So 27 left, VAXF 1 Foxtrot. Insert that, secondary, copy active. And we can create the emergency waypoint one more time today. And this time we're going to do it right. So, new waypoint, Hotel, Alpha, Juliet, X-Ray, 4. No, 5 actually. Oh boy, they have too many runways here. So, Hanover, 27 left, /270/25. And this time it's certainly a 25 over there. Alright, so cool. Gonna take that one. Then secondary, copy active. And we go for Hanover X5. Here we go, and to the holding, 270. And that's gonna be left-hand turns this time. Okay, and immediate return, Hanover is a good option, so we are going to go for that. And in that case, we'll do the same thing again. We'll take the longest runway, which is 27 right, and that's it. Okay, so fix info is gonna be 27 left again. On a radial 270, and then we also take the Hanover X5 point down here. Okay, so what do we need on the radios then? Where is the conventional chart? Here it is. So straight ahead, 5 DME Hotel Bravo Delta, and thereafter it's RNAV anyway. Okay, well, so be it. So Hotel Bravo Delta, gonna go into here, and we'll keep it there. The other one can do whatever it wants. Alright, so Hanover 27 left is coming into here, and then we said we are at 55 tons, I believe. Let's just check that again. Yes, 55. So 55 tons and 25, and we said 6.3 tons of fuel. And then, let's see, 0.3, 1.2, 1. So 0.3, 1.2, and 1 is already in here, 13 minutes extra. Let's see how much of a difference the wind is going to make now. Not that the numbers are reliable anyway, just remember it's at 13 minutes, and once we're in the air we're going to get a much longer flight there. So a few comments there. Shadow the Boss, do you have any plans for long-haul flights? Well, as soon as the 777 is available for streaming, I am rather sure I do. But only then. Okay, what was our takeoff weight again? 61, yeah, 61.5. Should be a safe take. Did I just hit reset? Quarter. Okay, so Hanover, we'll do that again. 27 left, dry. 61.5. What is... Bliat! We'll try that one more time. Hanover, 27 left. 61.5. This time we don't hit enter, even though I don't know why the enter button exists then. Do we have any intersections here? Yeah, bravo. Nah, tell you what. Let's go full length. Config 3. Absolutely not. Config 1, 57, 34, 35, 35. That looks a lot nicer. 1, 50, 7, 134, 135, 135. No, not 2, 1. And 135. So, engine out acceleration is going to be 1700, and that's it. So, fueling 6.3 is completed. Okay, so, how's the boarding going? Are they doing anything? No, nobody's moving. No, because they're all on board already, just waiting for the luggage. But the fueler is still connected, so we are going to wait for a little longer time than for our luggage. Okay, well, in that case, let's go ahead and send our PDC request already, so that we're in the system. So, gate number 17, sent to Hanover. If you're a delivery controller in Frankfurt, then you now know which airline I fly for by reading that. Okay, and ATIS, we have offline. I don't believe you. Here we go, Sierra. Alright, send that out. Okay, so, Arti Fassar asking in the comments, hi, I want to ask you one quick question. Can I please see your display brightness? Okay, well, here you are, about in the middle. And for the eCams as well. Works pretty nice at night, and really reflects the settings I'm using in the real plane very, very well. Okay, so several things here. Load sheet, and that is preliminary. Let's see. Golf Echo Triple Uniform, Hanover to London, 2 and 4. And zero fuel weight looking good, takeoff fuel looking good. What else do we have there? Passengers 130, underload 6,000 kilograms. And that is zero fuel weight limited. Looks good. We can accept that. So, telex. Connected to VATSIM. Ah, here we go. Okay. Request being processed. Stand by. Close that. And here we go. PDC number 2. So we're going to confirm that. Wilco, send, and print. Okay, so PDC number 2, Speedbird 9077 Juliet, that is us. Cleared to Heathrow. Off runway 27 right. Why 27 right? Yeah, shut up, man. Shouldn't do that. Via Vaxev 1 Sierra, squawk 2123. Limited by a mean departure interval, next frequency 120405. Request startup 120405. Gute und moin. Nice, they actually read the comment. Okay, so different departure runway, off we go. Do all the stuff again. 27 right. Vaxev 1 Sierra. Insert. Why is our arrival in Heathrow not in? Did I not do that? Vaxev Roros, is that correct? Oh, shut up. Okay, Vaxev Roros. Okay, that is correct. So this can go. And for our arrival, what do we have there? Logan, okay. So probably gonna be 27 left, Logan to hotel. like this, and the Lamborn transition. Here we go. Alright, so that stuff is now in. VAX F1 Sierra. Let's see that chart real quick. Should be the same one as far as I'm aware. So, the conventional stuff is unchanged, and the ANAV stuff... I'm going to check that now. So, Delta Victor 204 above 2600. Thereafter Delta Victor 206 and VAX-F. Alright, looks good. Okay, so then, 27 right, VAX-F 1 Sierra, and that's confirmed now. Squawk 2123. Right, next frequency 120.405, request startup on that frequency.
Lufthansa 2.
Just gonna do it like that. We'll add that last 0.5 in a few moments. Alright, so that is done. And clearance confirmed. Okay, thank you. So, 27 right, then we gotta do a new takeoff calculation. So everything should stay pretty much unchanged. Let's just quickly see. We should have a load sheet by now. We should know what our takeoff weight is going to be. ATSU, ASC menu, received messages. No final load sheet. Alright, then we're just going to take those previous 61.5 tons. Do we have any intersection? No, we're not going to take Lima, so here we go. Flaps 1, 60 degrees, speeds unchanged. Tell you what, confirm, and 60. That saves me having to type in the speeds again. Now we just need to create a new engine out waypoint, and then we've got it. Almost there. Hannover X6. 27 right / 270/25. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, PBD, store, secondary, copy active, 27 right. So Hannover X6. Gonna go right into here. We'll add the holding 270. Right turns is correct this time. Okay, then from there, new destination Hannover. And we're gonna stick with the ILS Zulu 27 right. And final thing is gonna be in here. Hannover 27 right, 270, and the emergency point in here as well. Alright, looking good. So it seems like we are completely done. The boarding was complete already as well, so might as well just make the PA first, and then we are going to go ahead with our briefing second. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening from Flytech. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel. In the name of British Airways, you're all very warm welcome aboard our Airbus A320 on our flight to London Heathrow. Flight time today an hour and about 5 minutes, depending on traffic, and we're cruising at an altitude of 38,000 feet. Would like to say thank you very much for being our guests today. Sit back, relax, enjoy the flight with us. If there is anything we can do for you to make it more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to contact any of our charming cabin crew. The cabin crew will shortly perform the safety demonstration that is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the passengers sitting around you. So I would like to ask you to pay your full attention, and with that, welcome aboard. Okay, so these guys are catered for. So what are we waiting for? Luggage, I suppose. Yeah, loading the last couple of bags now. That is awesome. Well, in that case, let's go ahead and do the departure briefing. Alright, so takeoff runway 27 right, VAX F1 Sierra departure, climbing... I didn't actually check that. 4,000. And contact Bremen immediately after takeoff, 1949. Aircraft loaded, perfect. In that case, let's start the ATU. Okay, so climbing 4000 MSA 2800, extra fuel and time is 16 minutes. Is that including the winds? Yes, perfect. And here's the final load sheet, but let's finish the briefing. So no hotspots for the taxi, stop margin for an RTO is now about 500 meters, engine outset straight at 25 miles, climbing 3000. For an immediate return, Hanover is available and is probably the best, longest runway in the area. Nothing special, nothing non-standard, and I don't see any... Well, yes, one threat is the TCAS that's not working, so we are not going to go into TARA mode, we will use TA only, and have to visualize that the altitude indications are going to be incorrect. Okay, any questions? No? Awesome. Then, cockpit preparation checklist, please. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 6,300 kilogram balanced. Seatbelts on. ADIRS. nav and baroref. QNH 1022. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Alright, let's get startup clearance. APU avail.
Wings 3 Hotel Tango, read back, correct.
Hanover delivery hello, Speedbird 977 Juliet, stand 17 request startup with PDC.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, Hanover delivery, good evening. Startup approved for push Hanover ground on 1-to-1 decimal 955, goodbye.
Startup approved to 1-to-1 decimal 955, Speedbird 977 Juliet, see ya. Okay, startup is given. Then let's do the load sheet, and we've got 55.0, which we have in here as well, and 28. Hey, finally a non-standard trim. Okay, so that's 61.1, and in here we have got 61.1 as well. 130 passengers plus 5 infants, 27.3. Alright, so 27.3 is about up 0.2.
554 Hannover Tower, guten Abend. Taxi to gate 4 via Alpha and Charlie.
Okay. So that's looking good, and we are like 10 minutes late now. Should be alright. We'll be able to catch up with that. Hanover ground, good evening again. Speedbird 977 Juliet, stand 17, request pushback.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, Hanover Tower, correction Hanover ground, guten Abend. Pushback approved, face west.
Push approved, face west, Speedbird 977 Juliet. Ground from cockpit. Go ahead. So, confirm that all ground checks are complete and the airplane is ready for push. Affirm. Alright, so push approved, face west, park and brake set. Release park and brake, please. Park and brake released. Clear the push. Roger. And before start checklist. Park and brake. Released. Takeoff speeds and thrust. 134, 135, 135, flag 60. Windows. Closed. Beacon. On before start checklist complete. Okay, ground, let us know as soon as we can start our engines, please.
Evening. Gateway to Lufthansa Airbus A320 crossing left on Alpha, joining Charlie.
We do have another company message. What is that about? 2 times operations. ADC must equal 10 minutes. Please resend. Yeah. And 2 times even. Wow. Okay, so be it. Okay, we are reaching the line, so engine 2 and 1 in that sequence. Starting engine 2. Engine 2 start. What's our brake temperature, by the way? 200. 10. Okay, that is rather warm. As soon as the ground crew is clear, I might run the brake fans for a bit. Okay, still pushing. Rather hard to see occasionally. What if we dim that down a bit? Yeah, doesn't make it much better. Then we'll leave it bright so that the ramp agent can see a thumbs up. Okay, push completed, set park and brake. Park and brake set, clear disconnect, clear sign. Actually, stand by for engine number 1 start. And disconnect all the ground equipment, please. Yes, you can slowly see it's getting late. Slowly but steadily. Priam has asked what airport scenery this is. This is Hanover by Just Sim. Alright, ground, starting engine number 1. Engine 1 start. Clear 1. Right, that brake is still set. And they are removing the tug now, okay. Taxi shouldn't take all that long, so I'm not going to go for single engine taxi out on this one. So it's adding fuel now. Just switched number 2 to VOR over there as well, since we don't need any NDB for our departure. Okay, ground, we've got 2 good starts. You're clear to disconnect. See over the clear sign on the right hand side, please, and have a wonderful day. Oh, there she is already. Running away. Awesome. Okay, that engine is available.
End of ground, Lufthansa 828 for push.
Lufthansa 828, another ground. Pushback approved, face south, line behind.
After start checklist. Anti-ice.
Facing south, line behind.
Off, ecam status checked, pitch trim 28%, rudder trim neutral. After start checklist complete, flight control check. We just wanted to turn on the brake fan here. So, full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, and the rudder, full left, full right, neutral. Speedbird 977 Juliet, request taxi.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, taxi via Alpha 1, Foxtrot 1, Foxtrot and bike, hold short off, runway 27 center, give way to Eurowings Airbus A320, currently on Alpha 1, joining Alpha 2.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, taxi Alpha 1, Foxtrot and Mike, hold short 27 center, number 2 behind the Eurowings. And just confirm where he's coming from again?
He is currently on your 12 o'clock on Alpha 1, will join Alpha 2 in front.
Roger. Okay, so he's basically going into here, so we just gotta stand here for a second longer.
Taxi via Alpha, hold short of Alpha 2.
Taxi Alpha, holding short Alpha 2, Condor 5-4 Whiskey.
Scandinavian 2406, request pushback.
Yeah, let's zoom that back in. So, in terms of our taxi route, fairly easy. Straight at Alpha 1, into Foxtrot 1, then hold short of runway 27 center, which is over here. Easy going. So, the Eurowings is gone. Brakes off. Brake check. Pressure 0.
Eurowings 1 Alpha Bravo, contact Hanover Tower 120, decimal 180, Hamburg.
120,
okay, 120, 180 will be next. So, where's that guy going? Probably gonna turn left now, I suppose, if he's going that
Condor
slow.
5 for Whiskey, taxi to gate 15 via Alpha 2. Give way to
Oh yeah, that's the
British
Condor
Airways
incoming.
A320 crossing right to left on Alpha 1.
Yeah, no need to tell him to give way anymore. He's never gonna be that quick on this taxiway.
On my nose, Condor 5 for Whiskey.
Alright, let's clear the apron first, and then we're going to do all the rest. And look at that, 2 more British Airways. Must be a rather popular route today. I mean, no surprise, they are flying this one like, what, 6-7 times a day? Okay, that Lufthansa's got the beacon on already.
Scandinavia entry, correction, KLM 37 Tango, Hanover ground, good evening.
Okay, from here we go the second taxiway to the right.
Give way to
Fox 1, not Lima 1.
British Airways A320 on Alpha 1, joining Foxtrot 1.
Okay, where's that guy?
KLM 37 Tango taxiing
No
to
idea.
stand 7 via Charlie and Alpha 1 and giving way to the traffic now passing in front.
Lufthansa 5 Kilo Fox, Rodriguez taxi.
Okay, Fox 1, here it is.
5 Kilo Foxtrot.
Then we got a hold shot somewhere over there.
2 step left via Lima 1.
Okay, no
Charlie
changes to the
and
departure
Alpha,
briefing,
give way
and
to KLM Boeing
that's
737 on Charlie, joining Alpha 1.
just standing by for the cabin.
Can I say again, sorry for 4 Kilo Foxtrot. Lufthansa 5 Kilo Foxtrot, taxi to winning point runway 27 left, via Lima 1, Charlie and Alpha, and give away to the KLM Boeing 737, currently on Charlie, turning right on Alpha 1.
We give way to the Boeing 737 on Alpha 1 after we Lima 1, Charlie and Alpha 2, holding point 27 left. 5.
Okay, so taxiway Mike is coming up. So we go over to the right over here.
We're ready for taxi intersection, Bravo please.
Lufthansa 88, taxi to holding point runway 27 left, via Lima 1, Charlie, Alpha and Bravo. Give way to Lufthansa Airbus A320, crossing right to left on Lima 1.
Yeah, Lufthansa is inside, already passing. Anyway, taxi Lima 1, Charlie, Alpha, finally intersection Bravo, holding point runway 27 left, Lufthansa 88.
Okay, so we're on mic and then hold shot runway 27 center.
Condor 5 Whiskey and schönen Abend auch. WinWings 3 Hotel.
Hi, Emmanuel here.
Pushback to face east on Alpha 1.
Thank you.
Big Bird 977 Juliet, contact Hannover Tower 120.180 Roche
120.180 Speedbird 977 Juliet, see ya. Hi, good evening, Speedbird 977 Juliet on mic, holding short 27 center.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, Hannover Tower, hello. Taxi calling from runway 27 right via Mike and November, cross runway 27 center.
Taxi holding point 27 right, Mike November, cross 27 center, Speedbird 977 Juliet.
And Tower, good evening.
Okay, taxi checklist. Flight controls.
27
Checked.
left.
Flap setting, conf 1 plus F.
KLM
Radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto, engine mode selector, norm, Ecam memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Alright, so we'll be behind the Lufthansa there.
Delta 4 Quebec via Lima.
Yankee Romeo November X-ray Quebec wind 26 degrees, 5 knots, runway 27 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 27 right, Yankee X-ray Quebec. Lufthansa 5 Kilo Tower, hello, Lufthansa 5 Kilo Foxtrot, John Alpha.
Lufthansa 5 Kilo Foxtrot, Hannover Tower.
Alright, so holding over here.
674, we cleared for the takeoff.
Lufthansa 674 negative.
Roger.
And that is a perfect example of what you should never do. Are we cleared for the takeoff? No. And you will never ask that question either.
Delta Golf Hotel, taxi via Lima, hold short of Mike, cross runway 27 center.
You know, if you ask the question like that, like, are we cleared for takeoff? First of all, the word takeoff is only to be used for an actual takeoff clearance, so you never use that. And the other part of the thing is that when you ask the question like that, like, are we cleared for takeoff, or confirm cleared level 150, for example, that leads the controller to say, like, yeah, of course. But with that, you put the controller clearance in the mouth. You don't do that. You would ask him something, you know, if you're holding short of a runway, you would say something like, holding short runway 27 right. And then the controller would be like, yeah, roger. Or the controller would know what you want, so he would just tell you, yeah, you'll get your clearance a little bit later. Okay, so that Lufthansa is lining up.
Delta Golf Hotel, contact
Brakes off.
Ground 121 955,
So departure 11949.
27 left, clear to land, KLM 784, thanks.
Hannover Tower, moin, Eurowings 44 Bravo, Alice Zulu 27 right.
Eurowings 44 Bravo, Hannover Tower. Yankee Romeo November X-ray Quebec, taxi via Lima, hold short of Mike, cross runway 27 center.
Lima, Mike, hold runway 27.
Or to finish the example that we've just been talking about, if you are asking the controller about, if you're asking the controller, for example, for a clearance or to confirm the cleared altitude, then you would say confirm cleared altitude or flight level, but never confirm climbing flight level 150. That is absolutely not what you do.
And for your information, Lufthansa 834 immediate.
Okay, so
Eurowings 1 Alpha Bravo, line up runway 27 left.
Line up 27 left, Eurowings 1 Alpha Bravo. Tower, good evening, Ryanair 5 Tango Foxtrot, fully established ILS 27 left.
So then,
Ryanair 5 Tango Foxtrot, Hannover Tower head.
Just standing there, waiting. That's what pilots do best.
KLM 784.
But we should just about be alright. We've got an hour and 5 flight time. Our scheduled arrival time is 21:40, so we got 10 minutes for the taxi in. Should be okay. Unless we gather too much delay now, we should be good to go. Okay, so one more guy landing. Our brake temperatures are good now. That brake fan really did a great job. I'm gonna keep it running until we actually start the lineup procedure. Gotta keep that in mind. And of course the TCAS, which we must only switch to a TA only.
Yankee X-ray Quebec, contact ground on 121 decimal 955.
121 955, Yankee X-ray Quebec, bye bye.
And Eric Vroom, what would you ask on final, not being sure about clearance for landing? Well, I would probably just go for confirm our clearance, or just say short final.
Departure ahead, expect late clearance, Ryanair 5 Tango Fox.
Alright, that departure gotta be us. And we are certainly prepared for it. Can we see the arrival anywhere? Nah, not really. He's not landed yet, that's for sure. Oh, there he comes. Alright. So, just tell me your lineup, please.
Eurowings 1 Alpha Bravo, wind 26 degrees, 5 knots, runway 27 left, clear for takeoff, no delay.
27 left, clear takeoff, no delay, Eurowings 1 Alpha Bravo.
Oh, the guy's going around.
Eurowings 4 Bravo going around.
Eurowings 4 Bravo. Eurowings 1 Alpha Bravo, hold position, I say again, hold position, cancel takeoff clearance.
Oh no. Just turn the go around to the right, man.
I say again, go around.
Go around, Ryanair 5 Tango Fox.
He should just have sent the go around out with a heading to the right.
Heading 180, Ryanair 5 Tango Fox.
Yeah, and now the Ryanair gets a hard left turn. Chaos. Complete chaos. But lovely to watch. Can I see anything? No, huh? Just can see that guy taxiing. Well, that's too bad. Would have been nice to witness that.
Hannover Tower, guten Abend, Rookie 179er, holding short off runway 27 center.
And now everyone is waiting because these guys are coordinating. But giving that aircraft, you know, rejecting that aircraft's takeoff, that was just, he was surely in the high-speed regime by then. Personally, I would not have stopped for that, even if ATC told me. If I'm in the high-speed regime, then, well.
119-490 is heading Ryanair 5 Singapore.
Now, flying ATC, yeah, you're right. If it goes on like this, I will probably not get the delay in again. And Felis, how often do pilots really use TOGA takeoff? I fly quite often in the Phoenix and really never got a TOGA takeoff from the performance calculator. Is it really that seldom? Yes, it is. And now the next guy lands on 27 right. We could have been airborne by long. So yeah, you basically, you very, very rarely need TOGA.
Cover us 3903.
Expect clearance in a few seconds with no delay. Well, that's interesting.
Last station, your call sign again, please.
Osprey 9003 Victor.
Osprey 9003 Victor.
Bella asking in the chat, since when do I do lives? Well, every now and then.
Number 2, 9003 Victor.
And Einfach Odin, could you send your Phoenix A320 cameras in the Discord? I don't need to there, I'm just using the standard views.
Hannover Tower, guten Abend, Rookie 179er on Mike, holding short of 27 center.
Rookie 179 Hannover Tower, hello, sorry for delay. Taxi via Mike and November, cross on...
So, how long are we gonna stand here?
Taxi via
Look at
Mike
that,
November,
300 kilos taxi fuel gone.
Center, Rookie 179er.
Tower 9, dahinter die Scandi 2406.
Scandi 2406 Hannover Tower, hello. Taxi to in front runway 27 right via Mike, via Mike and cross runway 27 center.
27 right via Mike, cross 27 center, Scandinavian 2406.
Hannover Tower, Lufthansa 1 Alpha Echo 27 left.
Lufthansa 1 Alpha Echo, Hannover Tower, hello.
So for how long are we standing here? Did anyone start a stopwatch?
Bravo, Victor, X-ray 903 Victor, wind 27 degrees, 5 knots, runway 27 left, cleared to left.
27 left, clear to land, Osprey 903 Victor.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, line up runway 27 right.
Line up 27 right, Speedbird 977 Juliet. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Only took ages. Okay, lineup checklist. Takeoff runway 27 right. TCAS, TA only. Packs 1 and 2 off. Lineup checklist complete.
KLM 1915, taxi left Golf, hold short of runway 27 center.
Left and Golf and...
Man, this thing got so much power, it's getting so quick.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, wind 27 degrees, 5 knots, runway 27 right, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
27 right, clear takeoff, Speedbird 977 Juliet. Alright, takeoff. Manflight 60 SS runway, A thrust blue, thrust set.
27 degrees, 5 knots, runway 27 left, clear to land. Preceding aircraft just about to vacate.
Look at that, our speed indication is completely botched again. Ground speed works fine though. 100 knots. Checked. Gonna use the standby to rotate.
55 or 39003.
Okay, V1, rotate. Positive climb, gear up. Nav, checked. AP1. With the inoperative TCAS, I want to be able to have a good look out.
602. Direct Delta Victor 602, FedEx 102.
Hannover departure, good evening, speedbird 977 Juliet, 1500 climbing 4000.
605. Blocked. FedEx 192, Director call sign only 119605. Director 119605, FedEx 192.
Come on. First climb, A thrust. Hannover, good evening, speedbird 977 Juliet, 2300 climbing 4000. Top 0.
77 Juliet lang, Bremen identify, climb level 100.
Climb flight level 100, speedbird 977 Juliet. Okay.
Von Alpha Bravo,
Flight
Bremen
1 coming on.
28760.
10,000 blue.
Bremer, the 325 requesting flight level 130 for flight level 110.
So see, it was rather busy here, and that's the reason why I just turned on the autopilot straight away.
100, flight level 100, 325.
Juliet 954, fly heading 095. Juliet 954, heading 095.
Alright, well, instruments are a little bit laggy today. Not really sure why. If I'm looking into my task manager, then it seems that OBS is actually taking some 40% of my computer's CPU power. That is well.
Frequency we were given star hotel Lima
is that standard?
Papa, but we don't have that on board. Currently we have
Then a cross-check passing level 55.
Delta star.
Now, checked.
Is that going to work, or should we get back?
Come on, dude, make it short.
This 225, fly heading 280.
Approaching.
Heading 280, this 225.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, contact Bremen 128760.
128760, speedbird 977 Juliet, see ya.
Juliet 954, descent 5000 feet,
QNH 12876.
Juliet 954, descent altimeter 5000, 1022.
Bremen low, speedbird 977 Juliet, 80 climbing level 100.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, Bremen radar identified, climb flight level 200.
Climb flight level 200, speedbird 977 Juliet. Crossline climb flight level 200 blue.
674 monitor Unicom 122.8 for money.
122.8 Lufthansa 674. Have a great evening, bye bye.
Oh man, the Germans, the master of delays again. I really get the feeling they all learned their delay at Deutsche Bahn. Alright, so we're approaching and passing 10,000. Everything is smooth.
Die Lufthansa 107.
Die Lufthansa. Very important.
The 107 Bremen radar identified.
Alright, so...
Alpine 2 Mike India, contact Bremen radar 119.1.
Then, clear and copy.
119.490. Alpine 2 Mike India, bye.
Condor 5 November Papa, which routing can we expect after Whiskey Sierra November?
Condor 5 November Papa, after...
So, cruise 380, optimum 370, and maximum 398.
After Whiskey Sierra
Hannover... Oh no, actually Heathrow is what we're looking for. 27 left, I suppose. But they might have changed it again, we'll see about it. Okay, so, arrival time, 37. Yeah. Not much we can do about it anymore, huh? Flying cost NX 100 already. And since we don't have any problems with the curfew, I really don't see why we should fly any faster than this. Is there going to be any passengers who has connection flight problems? That is what we check now. So if we had a problem like that, I would now go into the warning connection lost and show you have an active internet connection. I do, my friend. Authentication to online service succeeded. Okay, thank you. Alright, so what I would do in a situation like this now, where a little bit of that delay is anticipated, is I would go into the ACARS and request what is called an arrival PIL passenger information list, and that would basically tell me any connecting flights that the passengers on board my flights have. And let's say there was a passenger that's got a really tight connection that he might otherwise miss. Then I might, for example, not climb to flight level 380, but simply remain in flight level 300, or maybe even level 280, where my airplane can fly the fastest. But since we are arriving so late in Heathrow today, where I don't think there are going to be any long hauls departing after that, I don't see any reason to do that. I mean, we might be able to shove off a minute or two, but that's really all we're going to gain for it, so that comes at a huge fuel cost, by the way, easily 300-400 kilos. So we don't intend to do that today. Alright, so that much about a little bit of basic theory there. Always interesting when you take all these real-world considerations into account in your operation, but that's what it is. Yuri, thank you so much. Climb flight level 240, speedbird 977 Juliet. Flight level 240 Blue. Yuri, thank you so much for the 99-cent donation. That's really appreciated, thank you.
1312, state your position. Ah, there you are.
So, Flight Pilot 02, can I make some tutorials about what we need to know when Indy builds A320neo releases? Well, I don't think you'll need to know anything. Anything that thing can do, the fly-by-wire A320neo can do, so just go for that.
Jet 150 due to separation, turn right heading 080.
And Jordi, I've been wondering for a while how it's possible that you have so much time to make videos while also being a full-time airline pilot. How many times a month do you fly on average? Well, on average it's 4 long hauls per month, which makes it 8 flights, and...
977 Juliet, contact Maastricht radar 124.435.
124.435, speedbird 977 Juliet, cheers. Maastricht hello, speedbird 977 Juliet, passing 193, climbing 240. So, connection, notification, Echo Delta, Yankee Romeo. Maastricht hello, speedbird 977 Juliet, passing flight level 200, climbing 240. Ah, I think I got the frequency wrong, it should be 435. Let's try that again. Maastricht leaving speedbird 977 Juliet, level 206, climbing 240.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, hello, time to flight level 380.
Climb flight level 380, speedbird 977 Juliet. Flight level 380 Blue. And lock on accepted. Alright, so Jordi, as I mentioned, on average it's 4 trips per month, and usually between the trips there is either 2 or 3 days off. So on those days, you know, I record like 5 videos or something, which I can then release over my next flying cycle. And on the layovers, I sometimes bring my laptop to record a little bit as well, depending on the actual layover station. So if I'm going to the Caribbean, then I will sure enough lie at the beach and look at the ladies. But if I'm going to, you know, somewhere in Africa, then, except for going on safaris, which does get rather expensive over time, I would usually just bring the laptop and maybe record a little bit over there as well. And Yuri, do you do a lot of night shifts? Yeah, I would say about every second flight.
2,000 feet per minute or more.
Current unit, Maastricht Center. So yeah, I would say about every second flight is a night flight. I mean, that's the thing of flying long haul. Usually you either fly to your destination through the night, if it's going eastbound, or you're flying back through the night if you're coming from a destination in the west and then return home. So one of the two is usually a night flight, and then of course there is the flights going to Africa, which are usually going through the night as well. And Lockheed, it's a PC laptop. I'm gonna do a separate video on that very soon. I know I'm saying that for a while, but I promise. And Matthias Domenico, what a weather in Stockholm. Okay. Do they have weather there? Let's have a look. Menu, weather, ESSA. Send that request.
Lufthansa 24, contact Raymond radar.
Weather data.
126,
Oh, that's nothing. Come on. 2,700 meters, visibility, light snow, few clouds 900, broke 1,500. That's easy going. That is easy going. Alright, so. Most important thing of the flight, put the seat back, and off we go. Flight Pilot 02, do we get the EFB from the airline, and do we have it with me all the time, also when we're home? Yes. So we do get the EFB from the airline. It's just a normal iPad Air 4. And yes, we do take that home with us. So we basically do all the maintenance on the EFB as well, do the software updates and so on. And obviously we do take it home as well, because there's things like all our manuals are on the EFB, then all the, well, basically all the good stuff is on the EFB that you need. The e-learnings, the manuals, and so on. Proceed direct to UpNet. Wilco. Send.
Maastricht, schönen guten Abend, Lufthansa 8, Foxtrot, Foxtrot, with you, flight 2, Bordeaux. Lufthansa 8, Foxtrot, Foxtrot, Maastricht, follow it in.
Okay, direct to UpNet. By the way, this is unrealistic. It shouldn't ring that tone anymore if we've already acknowledged the direct. So as soon as that is acknowledged, we shouldn't get that ring sound anymore, because the system knows that we have acted on it. Alright, direct to insert, close that up, and here we go.
Langley Buffalo, Stephen 905 Charlie.
Stephen 905 Charlie, Maastricht, hello, scope 1000.
Jordy, what is my preference if I get to choose long flights or short flights? I imagine both options have many advantages and disadvantages. You're right about that. It's honestly a question that's very hard to answer. Right now I'm really happy flying the long hauls, because it means that there is a lot less times that you're getting messed over. Like all those ground delays, all those flight delays, and everything that's going on with that is... yeah, that is just something that can get really annoying. Imagine you are working 5 days in a row. If you do that on a short-haul job, then you might do 4 sectors every day, ending up with 20 flights. That is 20 slots, that is 20 times passengers who don't show up on time at the gate, whose bags needs to be offloaded, that is 20 times dealing with shitty weather on the approach, that is 20 times where you need to do stuff that you can do wrong. So overall that is 20 flights, and after those 5 days you are completely done with. That much I can tell you from 5 years experience doing that stuff. Now, after that, if you're doing a long haul on a 5-day trip, day 1 you fly to your destination. Let's just assume that it is a nice place in Florida. Now, day 2 and 3 are going to be local days, so you will just spend your time there, doing nice stuff, sitting at the beach, going shopping, all the lovely stuff you can do. And then on day 4 in the evening, so you again have half a day at the local place, then on day 4 in the evening you're going to be fetched from your hotel, you fly back home, you land somewhere in the morning, and you're back home. That is so much more relaxed. Obviously, after the night flight back home, you will be rather done for, and you do need those off days that you have afterwards. But honestly, in the meantime, you had a great time in those two. In the meantime, you had a great time on those 2 off days, and that is really the big difference between long haul and short haul. Once you're in the air, it's usually rather relaxed, and you know, you've got time that you can spend at your destination. You get to see the things, you get to do stuff with your crew, all the good stuff that you don't have on short haul, where you just go from one flight to the other. And Scott Brandenburg, $10.67 donation, 737 plus 330 equals 1067. Love your videos, very helpful and fun to watch. Stay safe flying. Thank you so much, Scott. That is really appreciated. Thank you so much. And V1 Aviation, how was your first solo flight? Was it exciting? Well, my first solo was actually on a glider. So I did 3 years of glider flying before I went to powered aircraft. And of course that was exciting, especially since, you know, in gliding it's only like 2 or 3 months that you do it before you are allowed to fly solo. And when you do that winch launch, you know, you're sitting there praying that you're not going to get a ruptured rope pulling you up. But obviously you are going to practice that a lot beforehand. So that was really exciting. But strangely enough, I do have to say that there is only one single picture of it that I do remember. And of that picture I can't even say if it was the first or maybe the second or third, which you do straight away thereafter. So yeah, that's just been 15 years ago from now. That was 15 years in the past. Man, don't think about that. That's really strange. That is really strange. That it's been so long ago. But well, here I'm sitting, A330 pilot. Who would have thought that? If somebody told me back then. Flying the A330 to the most beautiful destinations there are. I mean, yeah, I did something right. That's what I can tell. That's what I can tell for sure. I did something right. Alright, Lockheed, leaving for today. Hope to see you live again soon. Fantastic concept. Thank you so much. Hope to see you on a live stream soon again as well. I do have 2 weeks of holidays now where I didn't plan too many things. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to do another live stream or 2 in those 2 weeks. Hopefully with the 777, but who knows. Matthias Domenego, is it more important to butter the plane or to land precisely on the landing zone? Can pilots do both at the same time while respecting the poppy lights? Well, buttering the landing is absolutely not important at all. In fact, all the manuals are going to tell you not to do it. So, to answer your question, landing precisely in the landing zone is the absolute priority. And if you are not able to land that plane in the touchdown zone, then you go around from it. Never hold it off the ground in order to make the landing a little bit smoother. Just fly it onto the ground. And yes, in the real world it is pretty easy to fly the plane down on the poppies and then land it precisely on the markers. That is pretty easy. But I do have to say that the poppies in Microsoft Flight Simulator are not good. They are really not good. Neither is the glide slope. Both usually bring you in much too high over the threshold. So just listen to your radio altimeter. When you are exactly over the threshold, that's when it should say 50. If it doesn't, and you are mostly at like 70 or 80 in the sim, then you know that you are much too high. And in the real world, that would be 4 wides. No further ATC available, monitor Unicom 122.8. Bye. Okay, Wilco, send, close. Alright, 122.8. Little bit of silence. I kill you! Yeah, I watched that stuff. As a kid, I watched that stuff. Alright, so a little bit of silence. That's always something good. Where is our top of descent? Coming in at 150 miles. That's fine. We'll just keep climbing up. Just gotta relax a little bit. You know, this is pretty much what I meant earlier. Like, this is the 4th flight of the day, and of course it is rather exhausting to do so many flights. And this is just the standard that you do in the real world. The only difference is, we just did 4 short flights, so this would have been a relaxing day in a short-haul pilot's life. You might very well also do 4 2-hour flights and not 4 1-hour flights. And that's quite a difference. That is really quite a difference. If you do those 4 long flights over and over... Okay, lock off. Thank you. Close. If you just do those 4 flights over and over and over, you know, that is not good. That is really not good. That is very exhausting. And Echo Charlie, in real life, Poppy and Glideslope are fantastic. In Microsoft Flight Simulator, it is a nightmare. I fully agree. G Walker, I started watching stream, had to go out, and it's still on. Yes, it is. I wonder how long it's going to be in the end. I mean, that surely has to add up to some 9 hours, maybe 10? I mean, who knows? Who knows? Well, one thing I can tell you for sure, I'm not going to do a 5th sector today. Certainly not. 4 has to be enough for one day. And Taser XI, what doesn't help is when Poppy and Glideslope don't quite line up. Yeah, that is another one of those points in MSFS. You get the idea already. There are improvements possible, let's call it like that. And Kaelum asked a little bit earlier, what was your hardest part of training from PPL to ATPL? Well, most certainly the ATPL theory, because that is just so much stuff. And while flight simming really helped me there, because I could just associate a lot of the stuff that we learned in theory with practical images of what it looked like in the simulator. That's 1000 to go, by the way. Flight simming really helped me there, but, and this is really a big but, there is also a lot of, let's call it, useless theory that you have to learn. For example, why do I need to know the amount of fire extinguishers necessary depending on the amount of passengers on board? It's quite easy. If I'm missing a fire extinguisher from my standard airplane configuration, then what I'm going to do is quite simple. I open the MEL, I check how many I need, I check if there is any limitation in place. I need to do that anyway, because my operator might be licensed different than the standard EASA Air Ops, but I still need to learn that stuff by heart in the training. Or I still need to be able to calculate a grid course and so on, which is just, you know, I'm flying long haul now. I'm doing these things now. But we never calculate that stuff manually. Okay, Mach Alt Star. Indeed, we are not even allowed to do it manually. We have tables for that, and we would absolutely use those tables. Mach Alt Cruise. By the way, why does it give a box around the Mach again? We had that already when it went in Alt Star. Another bug. Alright, so definitely the ATPL theory is the hardest part of the training. V1 Aviation, you should be proud of yourself, but do you wish to fly some general aviation again? Well, maybe a bit, but not too much. Like, I might go flying gliders again at some point in the future, but it is such a time-intensive hobby because you need to spend the entire day at the field. It's not like you come there, you fly for an hour and then you go home. No, you come there at 9 in the morning, you go back at 8 in the evening, and that's your entire day spent. So yeah, not sure if I want to invest that time, but we'll see about it. Then, Tutor, will you check out the fly-by-wire A380? Tomorrow 14 UTC is the demo flight. Well, tomorrow 14 UTC I will be at the FS weekend and hopefully get to see it live. And Manuel Infirma, I've been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis right in the middle of my CPL training. Until then I've done everything right, but life just decided otherwise. I'm really sorry to hear that, my friend. I'm really sorry to hear that. Well, who knows? Ultimately, if you end up in a very good career, otherwise you might even get an easier life than what you would have had as a pilot. Nonetheless, I do hope that you got some of your money back. Really sorry to hear that. Marty says, "You're awesome, Emmanuel. You give out very valuable and understandable information about aviation on your channel, and it helps out a lot. Well, thank you very much, my friend." And V1 Aviation, you will be at FS Weekend in Lelystad tomorrow? Yes, I will. Alrighty, company message. That's gotta be the company asking about why we are late. Wanna bet? Let's see. Received messages. Yep, that's ops. Send ADC delay for 10 minutes. Well, guess what? We've been 10 minutes late inbound, so it's just gonna be a late inbound flight. Easy explanation there. 10 minutes. And that is on late arrival of aircraft. Where is that? Here we go. OAD. Delay of inbound flight. And here we go. Alright, so that stuff is sent. Then 106 miles to run till our Tapa descent. I tell you what, I'm just going to make use of that time and I will quickly head out to the lavatory. So I'm right back for you guys in a few moments. Bear with me for a minute, I'll be straight back for you. Alrighty, straight back, and got myself a little Kinder Pinguin to eat as well, because, well, we are sitting here for a little while already, and it is sure enough time to eat at least a little bit. Yes, pilots do eat. I know passengers never really realize that pilots eat, but yes, we are human. We do need to eat occasionally. I'm gonna tell the next guy who is gonna complain that I go to the galley occasionally in flight to grab myself some food. And yes, that actually happens. I've had a passenger who demanded me to go back into the cockpit rather than get myself some food. I was like, okay, if you don't mind that I'm starving in there, not a problem at all. It's just a 12-hour flight, you know? And Persimo G37. Hi Amy, could I ask for a hint on where I can find information about real-world track data to paste it in the SimBrief later? I've done an entire video on that. Just go on my channel, on the main page, and then you've got that search symbol on the right-hand side there. And just enter SimBrief in there, and you will find a complete SimBrief planning tutorial on how to make your flights more realistic. And in there, a couple of things like where to get the real-world schedules, where to get the real-world routes, and so on. Really a recommendable video. I do that in every single flight, and that is why, at least for the vast majority of flights, like 95% of flights that I do on the channel, they are all real-life routes, call signs, schedules, etc. Okay, now comes the really hard question. One stay is asking, what do you prefer, Kinderpingui or Milchschnitte? Honestly, when I've been young, I've always been a Milchschnitte guy, but my girlfriend kinda got me into the Kinderpingui these days, and since she likes those most, that is what we usually have on stock in our fridge. So, if you want aviation, bon appetit, merci. At what time will you be at FS weekend tomorrow? I think the entire day, so I plan to leave home at like 7 o'clock. It will be a 3-hour drive, so I hope to be there at 10, and then be there for the entire day. Okay, so the Topper descent is slowly coming in, or as we say, the Feierabendbanane. Yes, that's the one for the Germans among you. And Robin Hanke, Kinderpingui or Maxi King? Most certainly Kinderpingui. Now we're talking the real deals, are we? By the way, what are my VOR receivers doing here? Are they both failed, or why don't they tune to anything? Tune to Lamborn, but not receiving it. Superb. Not. So let's have a look at Heathrow. I'm afraid we gotta do some work again. See, that is why I like the long hauls. That is really why I like the long hauls. I would have 8 hours for eating now, before I'd have to do some work again. And G Walker, hope the PNDG 777 has at least 4 times time acceleration. Don't think I could take a 14-hour stream. Well, you can be sure we are going to do one long haul in real time. But yes, it can do 8x easily. However, be aware that when you go over 4x, Microsoft Flight Simulator starts to struggle and the frame rate is going really down. 4x works very nicely, but 8x, the plane can take it, but MSFS starts to struggle. You can try that on the 737 as well. The 37 features the same time acceleration system as the 777 does, and it handles it likewise. Alright then, company message. That's probably just going to be the thank you for the ADC delay, but let's check it anyway. Yeah, ADC received. Perfect. Alright, we flew that same arrival earlier already, so I'm not going to bother checking the... I'm not going to bother checking all the waypoints and stuff. We know they are correct, because we've flown the same thing today already. Need London VOR then for our missed approach. Gonna tune that. Heathrow 27 left us in there. Performance. Yeah, 0.8, 340. That is a bit much. Let's say 0.8/330. We don't want to overspeed the plane after all. so minimums 277. Yes, I slowly start learning those by heart. Then let's see. 170 at 8. Temperature 10, QNH 1020. So 1020. That's got to be 10 degrees and 170 at 8. Alright, config 3 again. We just do the very same thing that we did earlier already. Here we go. Right, 2100 for the engine out acceleration. Fuel prediction, look at that, 25 minutes extra. And here we go. Okay, so what's gonna be our landing weight? 3 tons, so minus 800, so 58 tons. Let's calculate 58.5 in case we get some good shortcut. Low auto brake, idle reverse, auto thrust off, flap 3. Sounds good. 2000 meters. Easy. Okay. Ready for the briefing whenever you are. MSA 2100, loading to tail arrival, ILS 27 left via Lambourne, minimum 277, go around straight out 1 mile left turn out, and climbing initially 2000 after 60 me 3000, extra fuel 20 minutes. Perfect, it will be the ILS approach. Landing flap setting is config 3, stop margin 2000 meters, reverser idle, auto brake low. Planned runway exit is to the right side, whichever we make, and I don't have any hotspots. Well, special or non-standard operation, we don't have a fully operational TCAS, so it's gonna be TA only. That means we gotta be especially careful when we are in the high traffic environment of Heathrow. But it's legal, we can do it. We just gotta be especially careful in the radios for aircraft that are getting cleared onto our same altitude. And that basically covers the threats as well. Anything? No? Awesome. Then let's go ahead and do PA. Ladies and gentlemen, very good evening again from flight deck. This is your captain speaking. We are going to start our descent towards Heathrow in a few moments. Remaining flight time, depending on the traffic, between 25 and 35 minutes, which means that we are going to land on time. We would like to thank you very much for choosing British Airways today. Hope that you've enjoyed your stay on board, and we look forward to welcoming you again on board of your future British Airways flight. Thank you very much for your attention, and we wish you a nice evening in London, or if applicable, a nice and safe continuous journey. Alright, that's everyone dealt with. So then we can sit back again and do the important things, which is talk about anything but aviation. Alrighty, so top of descent in 30 minutes, so easy going, yeah? And G Walker, I am absolutely planning for real life routes on the 777 as well on my videos. There are a couple really nice short ones, like Dubai to Muscat, for example, or Dubai to Doha. And there's also some really nice long ones, like Sydney to Los Angeles as well. So whatever you want to do, you will find something in there for that airplane. Alright, so, then Wisehead has been asking, is flaps full only for short runways? No, it basically comes down to the individual tactical decisions. So, usually flaps 3 is the default option, because it uses less fuel, but you would do the calculations, and if you've got a runway like London Heathrow, let's have a quick look into that. Where is that chart even? Did I even prepare a chart? Probably didn't, huh? Oh yeah, here it is. Let's take that airport chart for a moment. Alright, so you got a runway like this over here. Landing on 27 left, it's 3,658 meters long. And now when you look at the runway itself, then you got a plan where you will exit it. Now, we know that Heathrow is a very super busy airport. That means we're going to take the first runway exit we can get. And that basically leaves us two options. With a wide-body aircraft, I would plan for November 7. Over here, which is like 3,000 meters down the runway then. But with a narrow body, like the A320, we have to take either November 5 Whiskey, which is maybe 1,600 meters down the runway, or November 6, which I would expect over here at about 2,000 meters down the runway. And then we pick a landing configuration which suits those particular exits. Now November 5 Whiskey, well, that's 1,600 meters. That is very, very tight. The plane can do it. Let's say if we go for flaps full, medium auto brake, you can see 1,300 meters, so easy going there. But we don't want to do that, so let's take low auto brake, because that is really a lot less expensive for the airline, because the brakes don't wear down that quickly. And then we can take flaps 3 versus flaps full, and when making that decision you can see flaps full flaps 3 gives me 2,000 meters, while flaps full gives me 1,859. So flaps 3 actually works pretty nicely to catch that exit. Now, since we do prefer to use flaps 3 over full anyway, because it saves a little bit more fuel, that is what we're doing. And that is how I made that decision to use the flaps 3. Now, when you fly into an airport a lot, then at some point it really becomes self-explanatory, and at some point you just know which settings work for which conditions. You still do the mathematics, obviously, but, you know, that makes it easier. And regarding the question from Matthias down there, how do you know in real life which exit to take? Well, there is also some information usually in an airfield briefing. So, normally, either in the general part of your charts there will be some information, or in the airline's own briefing. So, first of all, let's start our descent over here. We'll start at level 300. We're gonna do this slowly. So yeah, that is all stuff that you would take into account. So, descend all flight level 300 blue. And Wisehead, thank you very much for the kind words. That's really appreciated. Okay, so we are finally going down. Then Andrew posted a little bit earlier. I haven't flown in VATSIM for a number of years, and now after having social anxiety, I find myself incredibly nervous to try an online flight. What's a good way to get back into it? Well, there are first wings events, or so they call them. One of them actually is this evening in South America. And on those events, they particularly focus on people with little experience and encourage those people to try and fly on those events. That is probably what I would suggest you. As mentioned, there is one going on, should start about now, in South America. Certainly worth checking out. And apart from that, just pick maybe not London Heathrow or Frankfurt or Airport or JFK, Los Angeles. Don't pick those airports, but maybe pick some more remote airports, say like East Midlands, and do flights like East Midlands to Leipzig. You know, pick some secondary airports and start flying at those. And with the time you will get more comfortable doing all these things. Now, I would probably suggest you to try... Well, have a look at the ATC booking and see where there are controllers online in areas that are not as highly frequented, and then just do a couple of flights over there. Now, I do have a VATSIM tutorial series on my channel as well. British AFGeek also has a very nice tutorial series that I can recommend to check out. the two of us have rather different styles to teaching VATSIM, so it's definitely worth checking out both of us and not just a single one of them, which I can wholeheartedly recommend you to do. And ultimately, there is only one way of losing the fear of the push to talk button, and that is just by doing it. As I mentioned, pick a quiet, nice frequency, maybe not in the evening, but pick an afternoon or a noon when there is not that much traffic, and then you really can't do that much wrong. And probably put in information that you're a newbie in the remark field of your flight plan as well, so that controllers know and can take, you know, that little extra minute. I would say that's probably a good way to start. I would probably say that's a good start to fly on VATSIM. Alright, so approaching level 250, and it does look like it's getting a little dark outside. I can't really tell. Yeah, I think we are still quite a bit above the clouds. Nonetheless, fasten belts can come on already, because at this speed, 330 knots, things are gonna go quickly. So, Heathrow Director is online, 19.73. Let's go ahead and tune that already. Here we go. Sometimes it's really hard to see outside at night, but hey. And Matthias, have I ever encountered emergencies in real life during my pilot journey? Well, I listened to, I believe, 2 emergencies, but I've never had one myself. The worst I've had was a passenger that we really thought would force us to land in the middle of nowhere. But ultimately, we had a couple doctors on board, they stabilized him, and with their advice, we continued to our destination. But that was probably the worst I've had. Well, and a false alarm that indicated a fire alarm in one of the lavatories, but turned out that it was just a passenger who's really overdone it with the perfume, and that perfume caused the fire detector to trigger and gave us a fire alarm. I was at night in the middle of the Atlantic, 300 miles off the Irish coast, so, well, that stuff happens. But an actual emergency, no. And indeed, going by statistical data, it's only every second pilot that is ever going to have to shut down an engine in their career these days. Only every second pilot. Imagine that. And V1 Aviation, do I think that the Boeing 777X will be a success? I'm very sure about that, provided Boeing doesn't fuck up, which I wouldn't be too surprised about. I mean, they are working their backs off in order to get things running properly now, but you know, that latest AD on the 737 MAX, that it has the possibility for spoiler hardovers, which in some occasions can be so severe that they cannot be countered with the flight controls. I don't know what to think about that. I really don't know what to think about that. And I'm absolutely not going to be surprised if the 777X has similar problems. So, I'm sure 10 years after the maiden flight it is going to be a very good airplane. And Wisehead, yeah, I did hear about the nosedive on the 787. Honestly, I have my own theory of what happened there, and I don't think that that involves any technical problems. I'm pretty sure that only involves a pilot operating the controls of his seat while not taking into account where his legs are. Alright, so Heathrow Director wants to speak to us. Heathrow Director, good evening, Speedbird 977 Juliet, approaching level 160.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, Heathrow Director, hello, report your aircraft type information, Charlie, Karen.
320 and full Charlie, Speedbird 977 Juliet.
977 Juliet, thanks. Leave Lambourne heading 270 degrees, descend flight level 80.
Leave Lambourne heading 270, descend flight level 80, speedbird 977 Juliet. Okay, so flight level 80 blue. So that Weasel 250 restriction is obviously going to mess us. Speedbird 977 Juliet, any speed restrictions?
No speed restrictions, just if you could be 220 knots at Lambourne, that'd be great.
220 at Lambourne, speedbird 977 Juliet, thank you. Alright, then we're gonna delete that Weasel restriction. Invalid delete? Are you serious? Do we really have to do it like that on the Phoenix? Not very realistic.
Speedbird, sorry, FedEx 567.
Alright, here we go.
Hello, cleared, Basil.
So then 220 over Lambourne. We can absolutely do that. Speed. Alright, that's a couple of clouds coming up, but 12 degrees, so we don't have to
FedEx
worry about
567, read back, correct. Break. Echo Golf Delta, report your passing altitude.
TDM Golf Delta passing 1,700 for 6,000.
Echo Golf Delta, thanks. Climb now, flight level 150.
Right, thrust idle.
Flight level 150, Golf Delta, thank you.
Suda 963 Charlie, descend flight level 70, turn left heading 190 degrees.
Alrighty, approaching level 100. I'm just going to wait a little bit with those landing lights because they do cause quite a bit of drag and I don't want them out at 340 knots. Do I want to turn those lights off? No, not really, yeah. Just can't see anything. In the real world I would absolutely turn them off, but in the real world you can still see what is in your cockpit a little bit better than. Nonetheless, gonna dim those floodlights a bit. That's better.
Cleared Los Angeles, Compton 3 Foxtrot departure, Squawk 5017.
Compton 3 Foxtrot departure, Squawk 5017.
Version 7 Bravo, correct. Brakes to bed 963 Charlie, 21 miles touchdown, 27 left. Descent altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1020.
Why is that? Saying in the comments, I remember that the last time I've flown an A320 there was a swastika drawn on the armrest at my seat. What the fuck is wrong with people? Yeah, that's exactly the question. I mean, the worst I've had when I flew a Ryanair 737 was that somebody took an adding and wrote "pay your taxes" in red on the wall of the plane. And, you know, I had a good laugh at that, but what the hell? Okay, engine anti-ice is coming on.
4,000 feet, QNH 1020, you have 2 miles touchdown, 27 left.
Okay, GPS primary accuracy high, anti-start selector is in norm.
So 98, Heathrow direct, hello, standby. Brace to 97 Papa from Alpha 4, 27 right, clear takeoff, winds 170 degrees, 7 knots.
From Alpha
So 10 miles to run, we'll let the automatics handle this.
That's for 963 Charlie, your range is 18 miles to touchdown, it'll be runway 27 left.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Stupid, 908 cleared Cologne, Sterling 2 Foxtrot departure.
Okay, company message, what do they want that late in the approach? Relax.
So 908, read back
just the
correct.
contact
Brakes to bid 963 Charlie, turn right heading 250 degrees, when established localizer, 27 left, same glide path.
Hi, Emmanuel here. Thank you. Okay, 1,000 to go. Vertical speed.
Echo Golf Delta, further climb 1 Unicom, 122.8, good evening.
Over to Unicom, 122.8. Have a good evening, thank you for your time.
No worries.
Jake, yeah.
With 322 Alpha, hold
Jake,
Alpha
the F Jake. Are we on the final leg? Yes, we are.
Hold on for 2-0 to go.
Okay, so speed reduction towards 220. Well, the plane's gonna do that automatically now. And Darkish Coffee, how much hope do I have in the Arrows of Frankfurt scenery coming out? Well, I am sure it is going to come out eventually. But I don't think it's going to be very soon. Like, maybe in a year's time or so. I don't think we're going to see it before FS 2024, honestly.
Speedbird 57 kilo, hold Alpha 3.
Alpha 3, Speedbird 57 kilo.
And A380 captain, why don't you turn the cabin call option off?
Charlie,
actually did.
To the left, clear to land, winds 170 degrees, 7 knots.
Emmanuel, in real life, when you get those late messages, do you ever just want to be like, because I feel like it, that's why? Oh yeah. Okay, so heading 270.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, descend flight level 70, turn left heading 190 degrees.
Turn left heading 190 degrees, descend flight level 70, Speedbird 977 Juliet.
Director, good evening, Speedbird 438 Whiskey on 518 A320, ready push.
Okay, 190.
438 Whiskey, Heathrow Director, hello.
Level 70.
Brief face north.
By the way, why when we went on heading did it try to increase the speed again? That's another one of those nonsense points. Okay, 1,000 to go, thrust idle, descend alt, flight level 70 blue. Extend the center line, please.
Papa, report passing altitude.
Passing 3,800,
97 Papa, thanks, climb now, flight level 150.
Hello, level 150 to the mountain.
Speed 733, Heathrow Director, hello, leave big in heading 270 degrees, descend
Speed old star.
Speed 977 Juliet, 21 miles touchdown, 27 left, descend altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1020.
Descend 5,000, QNH 1020, 27 left, Speedbird 977 Juliet.
Speed 57 kilo, via Alpha 3, line up runway 27 right.
Thrust idle, open descent.
Speedbird.
Let's help the plane a little bit. Okay, set QNH.
608, push and start, please.
567, stand 608, push and start, approve, face east.
QNH 1020, cross check, passing 6,700 now. Checked. Approach checklist.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, turn right heading 240 degrees, descent altitude 3,000 feet, when established localizer 27 left, descend glide path.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, turn right heading 240 degrees, descent 3,000, when established localizer, descent with the glide path.
Speed 57 kilo.
Okay, heading 240, 3,000 blue.
Sorry, right, clear takeoff.
And I think we don't need those speed brakes anymore.
We have a takeoff, Speedbird.
Engine NTIs off.
Speedbird 97 Papa, further with Unicom 122.
Dome light also off. Lovely view on the city of London, isn't it? Block blue. Okay, approach checklist. Barrel ref. QNH 1020, seatbelts on, minimum. Barrel 277, auto brake, low, engine mode selector. Norm, approach checklist complete. Look at that, man. Look at that.
200, Speedbird 28.
Just beautiful, isn't it?
322 Alpha, report your passing.
Just really, really beautiful. Huge city, London. What a huge city.
Climb now, flight level 140.
Climb now, flight level 140.
Okay, glide slope is alive. Cat 3 dual, autopilot 1 and 2, glide slope blue. 1,000 to go. Doesn't look like there is any traffic there, is there? Nope.
Speedbird 733, range 32 miles to touchdown, runway 27 left, descent altitude 5,000 feet,
speed vertical speed. Let's try to make it as much of a CDA as reasonably possible
1
here.
miles to touchdown, 27 left, descent altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1020.
So the approach phase is active.
1020, Speedbird 28.
Speedbird 733, turn right heading 110 degrees.
Right heading 110,
Not a lot of traffic anymore at this time. When I saw that there was only Director online, I really thought it would be a lot worse, but looking at this, 21:30 local. In Germany, that is when the rush hour would begin, 21:30 local.
Stay firm.
But I suppose we're just a little bit behind that.
Bluebird 28, turn right heading 230 degrees, descent altitude 3,000
Right, 12 miles
feet.
out.
When established localizer,
Speed is managed.
then glide path.
Turn right,
Local live.
230, descent 30.
Lock star.
And,
Alt star.
sorry, 30 even, when...
Right, there's the next guy coming behind us.
Speedbird 28.
Speed 28, thanks. Speed 180 knots or greater.
180 or greater, Speedbird 28.
Speedbird 733, speed 180 knots or less. Speedbird 57 kilo, contact land control,
Lock.
129.430,
Flaps 1.
goodbye.
Speed check.
129.430 for Speedbird 57 kilo, thanks, good night.
Fly slope star.
Speed 963 Charlie, welcome to Heathrow.
Go around altitude
Taxi
2000
left
set.
Alpha, stand 515.
Alright, looking good. Going to do this a little bit earlier. Also, I do want to go manual. Fly slope. Flight director's off, bird on. Speedbird 977 Juliet established.
Speedbird 977 Juliet, runway 27 left, clear to land, winds 170 degrees, 7 knots.
27 left, clear to land, Speedbird 977 Juliet. Flaps 2.
Speed 733, turn left heading 290
Speed check,
degrees,
flaps 2.
descent altitude 4,000 feet, when established localizer 27 left, same glide path.
You're down.
Left heading 29 degrees, descent 4,000 feet, and
When established on the localizer, descend with the glide path.
when established on the localizer, descent with the glide path.
Flaps 3. Speed check, flap 3.
Speed 322 Alpha,
Landing
Federal
checklist.
Unicom 120.
Decam memo.
Malay, goodbye.
Landing no blue. Landing checklist complete.
Speed 28, when established, speed 160 knots or greater for 4 GME.
Alright, looking good. Everything's established.
160 or greater.
Everything is done.
For Speedbird 28.
Checklists are complete. A little bit high on speed, correcting on that.
Speedbird 438 Whiskey,
That is
taxi Alpha,
just
hold Pluto.
beautiful.
Alpha Hold Pluto, Speedbird 438 Whiskey.
Approaching 27 left.
Intentionally.
Heathrow direct, Speedbird 195 with you. Speedbird 195, Heathrow director, hello. Report your aircraft type, information Charlie,
Right,
Cameron.
getting a little bit to the
Information Charlie,
left
we
here.
are type A320 Neo, Speedbird 195. Sub 195, roger, turn right heading 060 degrees, and descend flight level 70.
So minus
Okay, the wind is shifting to a slight tailwind here.
70, Speedbird 1.
500.
Check.
FedEx 5673, taxi.
FedEx 567, I can offer you 27 left if you like, if you'd like for departure.
That's just perfect for FedEx 567.
FedEx 567, thanks. Pre-cleared, Derling 2
Oh,
Golf
my
departure.
instrument starts
Anyway,
lagging
taxi
once
Sierra,
again.
hold Sierra 1.
So we're mainly left on a visual here.
Golf departure Sierra, Hotel 01. Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Recharge. 5.
Speedbird
Okay,
998,
spoiler.
stand 512, push.
Reverse green, desal. Okay, not this one, but the next one. Manual brakes. Alright, and here we are.
Swift 195, 32 miles to touchdown, runway 27 left, descent altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1020.
So, made it!
4,000 feet, QNH.
That's it, 4 sectors!
19, H Pascal should be about 195.
Just tell me where taxi now.
1020, the QNH.
1020, should be about 195.
Keep it 977 Juliet, vacating.
For 977 Juliet, welcome to Heathrow, taxi, left Alpha, stand 514.
Left Alpha, stand 514, speedbird 977 Juliet, good night.
Good night, brake speed 28, runway 27 left.
Alright then, onto Alpha, stand 514. That's got to be towards the end initially. We'll just take up that taxi and thereafter we are going to deal with the rest here.
2105, that's fine, there's no speed restrictions from me.
Alright, thank you. Yeah, should be about 195.
RN6, that's about as good as it gets for this one, is it?
Flight level 110 descending 70 inbound vessel.
Postman 6788, Heathrow director, hello. Leave Lambourne heading 270 degrees, descend flight level 80.
Okay, so we made it. We're all the way down. Once again, the instruments were lagging as hell. Thank you so much for that, Phoenix. Not. But well, we made it. That's the important thing.
Flight level 70, Logan 2 hotel with information Alpha.
So 514, right there in the middle.
170.
Let's see if GSX works. Yeah, just gotta stroll ourselves all the way down. God, I hate this thing.
Academy 5 Alpha, we should look up on 01.
Alright, that's Bravo, so we're looking for the one
Leave
thereafter.
Lambourne heading 270 degrees, descend flight level 80.
Unbelievable here.
Lambourne, descend
Okay, 514.
270 degrees and descend flight level 80, Academy 5 Alpha.
Stupid
No need for a
195,
follow me.
heading 360 degrees, descent altitude 3,000 feet.
And starting
So left
APU.
heading 360 degrees, descend 3,000 feet, should be about 195.
Shuttle 14 Golf, gate 511, ready for start. Shuttle 14 Golf after the company, A320 passes left to right behind, stand 511, push and start approved, face north.
Well, there's going to be traffic and...
Okay, 3 minutes here, just waiting for the APU, then we can still shut down an engine, save 10 kilos of fuel, or whatever it's worth. And then we're looking for the gate on the left-hand side here.
Speedbird 28, welcome to Heathrow, taxi left Alpha, right Delta, stand 568.
Okay, so after link 5-4, that's over here. So to the right of that 320 over there.
Behind the landing, British Airways A320 on Neo, 501, line up from way 27 left behind.
Just don't tell me the gate is blocked. Yeah, it's blocked.
27 left behind, FedEx 567.
Shuttle to November, stand 505, request invitation start.
Yeah, so now our gate is blocked.
505, push and start approved.
Scheduled unblock is now. We would have been on time.
Shuttle to November.
Okay, shut down that engine.
Speedbird 9908, taxi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have not quite reached our parking position yet. We are just holding here for another aircraft. Please do stay in your seats with your seatbelt fastened. Thank you very much for your understanding.
Altitude 2,500 feet, cleared ILS 27 left.
So, let that be him. It is him.
300 degrees, descend to 2,000 feet, cleared for ILS approach runway 27, should be about 195.
Speedbird 438 Whiskey via Alpha 4, line up runway 27.
Okay, 514, here it is.
Alpha would be at Alpha 427 right, Speedbird 438 Whiskey.
L stations Heathrow, we're back in 1 minute, just need to get some water.
13 Bravos, stand 329, ready for briefing,
Yeah, he's away, don't know.
He says he's away for a minute, and 2 seconds later someone calls in. Unbelievable. Alright, so that's A320 on the guidance system. That's a stupid GSX panel in my way. Frame rate is horrible again. What do you mean too far? We should taxi quite a bit further. And look at that. That is where we should stop. But look at the jetway. That should be here, not here. Ah. Unbelievable. Cabin crew all doors in park. So let's get that done. So 2 minutes, yeah, within 3 minutes when they open the first door. So that's okay. Not sure if we read the after landing checklist. Radar and predictive wind shear off, after landing checklist complete. Okay, parking checklist. Park and brake hot shocks, brake set, engines off, wing lights off, fuel pumps off. Parking checklist complete. Alright, securing the aircraft checklist. Oxygen off, emergency exit lights off, EFBs off, batteries off. Securing the aircraft checklist complete. Alright guys, there you got it. 1 day in the life of British Airways pilot. I know, completely unrealistic since we made it almost on time. That should not have happened. I do really apologize for that. We should not have been on time, but we are. So thank you very much for watching nonetheless. I do hope that you enjoyed this little live stream. Now I gotta check for myself, how long did the stream last by now? Probably gonna be a little while, but I just gotta check for myself. I'm really curious now. YouTube itself, slow as beep. Okay, view my own channel, let's see that. Doesn't even tell me. Well, just gotta go on that. Let's see. That doesn't even tell me how long the stream goes by now. Oh, started streaming 8 hours ago. Well, yeah, that's okay. Across the pond is gonna be longer. So, guys, thank you very much for flying along. I do hope that you've enjoyed this one as well. Now, these are the kind of sectors that are really a lot of fun to do when you've got a proper schedule that you're following so that all these operational decisions actually go right into it, like they did in our case. Now, the Phoenix, still a beautiful plane to fly, even though we found quite a couple of bugs, even some rather severe ones like the TCAS and the cabin altitude on the single-engine taxi out just running completely away. But nonetheless, it's surely been a very enjoyable day of flying. I do hope that I'm not going to get a copyright strike for that boarding music that we had earlier on. That's the reason why I turned it off ultimately. But we'll see about that. So with all of that, I'd like to say thank you very much for flying along. Do hope that you have enjoyed the flight. If you did, be sure to let me know in the comments below. And if you're up for more, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. With all of that said, I would say we are going to move on now. I gotta go to bed because I have to get up in 7 hours to drive to FS weekend. And with all of that, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you all again on the next one, and then hopefully with the new CPU so that we get some better frame rates here in London Heathrow as well. Otherwise, I might just pick a slightly smaller airport. I mean, Ryanair is flying 4 sector days out of Baden-Baden as well, so we'll see about that. Alright, all of that, thank you very much for watching everyone. I do hope that you enjoyed it, and if you did, be sure to let me know in the comments below. I'll see you all again on the next one, and then see you at FS weekend, or see you on